Chapter 232, Sarai is sleeping. She quickly stepped aside, subtly blocking Kurtz's path, and said in a slightly faster tone, "Teacher Kurtz, why don't we just have the maid bring it over later? There's no need to wake Teacher Sarai." Kurtz stopped and thought about it, then realized it made sense. Knowing Sarai's personality, if she's woken up without enough sleep, she'll probably be quite grumpy in the morning. Yeah, let her sleep then. Flam secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her joy growing even stronger. Success, the first step of the plan, is complete. She followed Kurtz cheerfully to the city lord's mansion restaurant. The morning light filtered through the tall windows as they entered. The restaurant was quiet in the early morning, with several maids busy at work, and a sumptuous breakfast was being served one after another. Flam's gaze was precisely fixed on the long table. Usually, Sarai would naturally sit to Kurtz's left, but this time, without hesitation, almost as if making a declaration, she took the seat first. This is a massive victory for her. "Teacher, please sit here," she patted the seat next to her. Kurtz raised an eyebrow slightly, without giving it much thought, and sat down next to Flam. Throughout his long life, seating was never something he needed to care about. The maid served breakfast to the two of them, but Flam's mind was not on the food at all. She ate in small bites while secretly observing Kurtz. The opportunity has arrived. Kurtz accidentally got a little jam on the corner of his lips. Flam's heart suddenly raced. She immediately pulled her handkerchief from her bosom, leaned seemingly naturally towards Kurtz, and reached out her hand. She said in a low voice, "Teacher, you got a little bit on here." Before Kurtz could react, she touched the corner of his lips with the handkerchief in her hand. Kurtz paused for a moment. The girl's fingers, through the silk handkerchief, felt warm to the touch. She was very close, so close that Kurtz could clearly smell the scent emanating from her. A scent different from Sarai's cool and elegant fragrance, but rather a youthful scent carrying sunshine and a faint floral fragrance. Her breath brushed gently across his cheek, bringing a slightly itchy, unusual sensation. Kurtz felt that something was not quite right. This feeling is strange. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Spending so much time with the aloof Sarai, Kurtz was momentarily taken aback by his apprentice's almost blunt tenderness. Or perhaps Kurtz simply saw it as a gesture of affection from Flam. A close interaction between a master and his apprentice. Just as he was slightly distracted, Flam had already wiped away the jam, but instead of leaving immediately, she looked up at him from this very close distance and took the opportunity to start a conversation. "Teacher, what are our plans next?" "About that demon king." She successfully steered the conversation toward the main topic. Kurtz suppressed his slight unease, nodded, and his expression became slightly more serious. "Yes, the other party is a big problem and must be dealt with as soon as possible." He thought about it and felt that Flam, as his disciple, also had the right to know these things. So he carefully explained the origin of the Demon King and the dilemma that killing her might lead to the destruction of the world. Flam listened attentively, but at least half of her attention was not on the content itself, but on the man in front of her. As she listened, she subtly moved closer. The distance that had already closed when she wiped his mouth was skillfully maintained and further shortened by her. Kurtz was so engrossed in his explanation that he didn't notice until he finished a segment, and subconsciously turned to check on Flam's reaction that he suddenly realized what had happened. Before he knew it, Flam's face was right in front of him. The distance between them was so close that he could see his own reflection in Flam's eyes and even feel the warmth of her breath on his neck. This was the first time Kurtz had ever been so close to the girl, far exceeding the bounds of normal teacher-student conversation, much closer than that between many close friends, and carrying a certain oppressive feeling. Kurtz's words came to an abrupt halt. He leaned back slightly, trying to create some distance, his brows furrowing noticeably as he looked at his disciple, who was standing almost touching him, his voice tinged with doubt. "Flam, what are you doing standing so close?" Flam's brain immediately started working at high speed within 0.1 seconds. "Don't panic, absolutely do not give yourself away." In a flash, a perfect excuse was formed. She had a fawning smile on her face, and her voice was soft. "Teacher, I just feel really bad when I think about what we did without permission before, and how you and teacher Sarai had to come and rescue us." She lowered her head slightly, then looked up at Kurtz with an apologetic gaze. "So I was thinking, could I take this opportunity to express my apologies? Did I make you uncomfortable, teacher?" Her reasoning did sound somewhat reasonable, and her cautious yet slightly aggrieved expression was extremely deceptive. Looking at her like this, Kurtz still harbored doubts, but he didn't say anything more. Is it because of guilt that she wants to please him? Humans do seem to have this kind of direct way of expressing emotions. Compared to Sarai's cold and disdainful attitude, Flam's approach, while somewhat unfamiliar to him, didn't seem like a bad thing. He smiled helplessly and his tone softened. "There's no need to take it so seriously. You were trying to save people, so it's understandable. The consequences were within a controllable range and did not cause irreparable damage, so there's no need to dwell on it." He tried to restore the atmosphere to normal. However, Flam was delighted to hear Kurtz's words. The teacher didn't suspect anything. He didn't even realize that the distance was clearly abnormal. She suddenly felt grateful to Lady Sarai. Sarai and Kurtz had spent so much time together that they had forgotten human emotions, and he hadn't even realized her intentions during this level of intimacy. "Okay, thank you, teacher." She immediately seized the opportunity, a bright smile spreading across her face. Although her body moved back slightly, it still remained within a range closer than the normal social distance. She picked up her chopsticks, took out a piece of dessert, and placed it on the plate in front of Kurtz. "Teacher, try this, it's delicious." Her eyes were full of expectation, as if Kurtz eating the pastry meant he had truly forgiven her. Looking at his disciple with pure eyes, Kurtz completely let go of the last trace of unease in his heart, shook his head with a smile, and picked up his chopsticks. "Okay, I'll try it." Chapter 233, Sarai is still sleeping. Kurtz gave the dessert a fair assessment, but this only made Flam even happier, as if she had received tremendous affirmation. After the meal, the maids came forward to remove the tableware. As Flam looked out at the sunlight, a brilliant idea instantly came to mind. She leaned forward slightly. "Teacher, the weather is so nice today. How about we go for a walk together? After all, this city is quite famous. There must be a lot of interesting things at the market." She deliberately ignored Sarai and made no mention of Isla and FRIEREN, strictly limiting the invitation to the two of them. Upon hearing this, Kurtz also looked up and glanced out the window. The sun was shining brightly. It was truly a beautiful day. Having just dealt with the monster tide and replenished the barrier's magic power, there were no urgent matters at the moment. Accompanying his beloved apprentice on a tour of this important human town seemed like a good idea. It could also help strengthen the bond between master and apprentice. "All right," Kurtz nodded and readily agreed. "Anyway, there's nothing else to do here." A surge of joy welled up inside Flam, but she struggled to maintain her composure. "Shall we set off now?" Delay would only lead to unforeseen changes. If Sarai or Isla happened to wake up at this moment, then it wouldn't just be the two of them anymore. Good. The two walked out of the city lord's mansion side by side. Flam deliberately kept a closer distance than usual, so close that her sleeve would occasionally brush against Kurtz's arm. Each slight touch made her heart race, but that wasn't enough. She wanted more. Despite experiencing such a terrifying crisis the day before, the city had instead shown a renewed vitality now that the crisis was over. Flam took the initiative to walk ahead, and together with Kurtz, she curiously observed the surrounding shops. "Teacher, look. The magic quill pen sold in this workshop seems to be made with the tail feathers of a northern snow eagle. The quality looks excellent. The ink was also top quality. The ore on this stall is a bit too low in purity. There are too many impurities in it, so it can't be used as a medium for transmitting magic. The things in this shop look strange, teacher. Do you know what this is? How can this spoon stir things automatically? Is it some kind of magical item?" Flam was filled with curiosity about everything in the city, perhaps because the person she liked was by her side, which allowed her to show it without trying to hide it. She was no longer the respectful and earnest apprentice, but more like a girl trying to share interesting things with someone she admired. Kurtz listened with great interest, his gaze sweeping over the goods in the shop, lingering particularly long on the magical items. Over 1,000 years, humankind's application of magic had indeed become more diverse and integrated into daily life. Like that spoon that could stir automatically, it seemed to be driven by magic, which was somewhat interesting, but that was about it. There were also some props whose magical structures seemed rudimentary to him, but at least their creativity was commendable. Flam carefully observed Kurtz's reaction, and seeing that he seemed to be in a good mood, she became even bolder. She stopped at a stall selling various sachets and essential oils, picked up a red sachet, sniffed it, then turned to offer it toward his face. "Teacher, smell this. Doesn't it seem familiar?" Her actions were natural and affectionate, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Kurt slightly turned his head and subconsciously leaned over to sniff. It does seem somewhat familiar. It appears to be some kind of calming flower." "Yes, it's the scent of tranquilizing flower. It has a very good calming effect. You might be able to use it when you're tired from studying magic." Flam handed the sachet to him. He took it, and the girl's fingertips inadvertently brushed against his palm, leaving a warm touch. Although he no longer needed such external objects to calm his mind, seeing Flam's expectant eyes, he still nodded and accepted it. "All right, I won't refuse then." A bright smile lit up Flam's face, and without hesitation, she said to the stall owner, "I'll take this one." Then she took out her money bag to pay, her movements swift and decisive, as if afraid that someone might change their mind. Seeing Flam's swift movements, Kurtz closed his mouth again. He had intended to pay for it himself, but she acted too quickly and paid before he could even take out his own money. It could only be said that the child had grown up and knew how to show respect to her master. A sense of relief followed. Then, Flam bought 2 ice blue drinks from a stall selling beverages and handed one of them to Kurtz. "Teacher, try this. The stall owner said it was made with frost condensation grass, and the taste is very unique." Kurtz took the strange-looking drink, sipped it, and found it very cold with a faint sweetness. He hadn't had anything this cold in a long time, and for a moment he frowned. "What's wrong, teacher?" Flam asked anxiously. She noticed his furrowed brow and assumed he didn't like this type of drink. "No, it's nothing. I just felt that a few more bubbles would be nice." "Bubbles? What do you mean?" Flam didn't quite understand what he meant by "add some bubbles." Did he mean blowing air into the drink? "It's nothing, don't worry about it." Kurt smiled and brushed the topic aside, taking another sip. After getting used to the icy sensation, the taste was indeed quite good, somewhat like a flat soda. Flam took a sip from her own drink, then looked at him and asked, "Does teacher like it?" Her expression suggested that his preferences were the most important thing in the world. "Not bad." And so, under the guise of shopping, Flam constantly created various subtle opportunities for interaction along the way, occasionally approaching him with an adoring yet somewhat dependent gaze. She carefully concealed her girlish thoughts beneath the apprentice's concern and attempts to please her teacher. Although Kurtz occasionally felt that Flam seemed unusually enthusiastic today, he thought again that perhaps it was because she felt guilty for causing trouble the day before, and was also relaxed after surviving the ordeal and wanted to make a good impression. Humans were always much more expressive and extroverted in their emotions than elves. He didn't think much of it, mostly just laughed it off and accepted her kindness without question. The two strolled along the street and unknowingly came to a relatively quiet area where several shops selling plants and flowers were gathered, and even the air was filled with the fragrance of various flowers. A shop with its windows and entrance filled with all kinds of colorful flowers was particularly eye-catching. From cornflowers and irises to some strange flowers that exuded a faint magical aura, there was something for everyone. Flam's steps slowed involuntarily, her gaze instantly drawn to the dazzling flowers, her eyes revealing undisguised delight. "Teacher, look, that's a moonlit lily of the valley. It only blooms fully under the moonlight, and I've heard that the color of its petals changes after it blooms." She pointed to a cluster of pale blue flowers that had only opened 2 or 3 petals. She quickly walked to the other side and stared at a bunch of plants with small golden flowers. And this, it's a honey flower. It said that its fragrance can improve your mood. It seems to be working. Kurtz chuckled as he looked at Flam's jubilant expression. Kurtz gave the dessert a fair assessment, but this only made Flam even happier, as if she had received tremendous affirmation. After the meal, the maids came forward to remove the tableware. As Flam looked out at the sunlight, a brilliant idea instantly came to mind. She leaned forward slightly. "Teacher, the weather is so nice today. How about we go for a walk together? After all, this city is quite famous. There must be a lot of interesting things at the market." She deliberately ignored Sarai and made no mention of Isla and FRIEREN, strictly limiting the invitation to the two of them. Upon hearing this, Kurtz also looked up and glanced out the window. The sun was shining brightly. It was truly a beautiful day. Having just dealt with the monster tide and replenished the barrier's magic power, there were no urgent matters at the moment. Accompanying his beloved apprentice on a tour of this important human town seemed like a good idea. It could also help strengthen the bond between master and apprentice. "All right," Kurtz nodded and readily agreed. "Anyway, there's nothing else to do here." A surge of joy welled up inside Flam, but she struggled to maintain her composure. "Shall we set off now?" Delay would only lead to unforeseen changes. If Sarai or Isla happened to wake up at this moment, then it wouldn't just be the two of them anymore. Good. The two walked out of the city lord's mansion side by side. Flam deliberately kept a closer distance than usual, so close that her sleeve would occasionally brush against Kurtz's arm. Each slight touch made her heart race, but that wasn't enough. She wanted more. Despite experiencing such a terrifying crisis the day before, the city had instead shown a renewed vitality now that the crisis was over. Flam took the initiative to walk ahead, and together with Kurtz, she curiously observed the surrounding shops. "Teacher, look. The magic quill pen sold in this workshop seems to be made with the tail feathers of a northern snow eagle. The quality looks excellent. The ink was also top quality. The ore on this stall is a bit too low in purity. There are too many impurities in it, so it can't be used as a medium for transmitting magic. The things in this shop look strange, teacher. Do you know what this is? How can this spoon stir things automatically? Is it some kind of magical item?" Flam was filled with curiosity about everything in the city, perhaps because the person she liked was by her side, which allowed her to show it without trying to hide it. She was no longer the respectful and earnest apprentice, but more like a girl trying to share interesting things with someone she admired. Kurtz listened with great interest, his gaze sweeping over the goods in the shop, lingering particularly long on the magical items. Over 1,000 years, humankind's application of magic had indeed become more diverse and integrated into daily life. Like that spoon that could stir automatically, it seemed to be driven by magic, which was somewhat interesting, but that was about it. There were also some props whose magical structures seemed rudimentary to him, but at least their creativity was commendable. Flam carefully observed Kurtz's reaction, and seeing that he seemed to be in a good mood, she became even bolder. She stopped at a stall selling various sachets and essential oils, picked up a red sachet, sniffed it, then turned to offer it toward his face. "Teacher, smell this. Doesn't it seem familiar?" Her actions were natural and affectionate, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Kurtz slightly turned his head and subconsciously leaned over to sniff. It does seem somewhat familiar. It appears to be some kind of calming flower." "Yes, it's the scent of tranquilizing flower. It has a very good calming effect. You might be able to use it when you're tired from studying magic." Flam handed the sachet to him. He took it, and the girl's fingertips inadvertently brushed against his palm, leaving a warm touch. Although he no longer needed such external objects to calm his mind, seeing Flam's expectant eyes, he still nodded and accepted it. "All right, I won't refuse then." A bright smile lit up Flam's face, and without hesitation, she said to the stall owner, "I'll take this one." Then she took out her money bag to pay, her movements swift and decisive, as if afraid that someone might change their mind. Seeing Flam's swift movements, Kurtz closed his mouth again. He had intended to pay for it himself, but she acted too quickly and paid before he could even take out his own money. It could only be said that the child had grown up and knew how to show respect to her master. A sense of relief followed. Then, Flam bought 2 ice blue drinks from a stall selling beverages and handed one of them to Kurtz. "Teacher, try this. The stall owner said it was made with frost condensation grass, and the taste is very unique." Kurtz took the strange-looking drink, sipped it, and found it very cold with a faint sweetness. He hadn't had anything this cold in a long time, and for a moment he frowned. "What's wrong, teacher?" Flam asked anxiously. She noticed his furrowed brow and assumed he didn't like this type of drink. "No, it's nothing. I just felt that a few more bubbles would be nice." "Bubbles, what do you mean?" Flam didn't quite understand what he meant by add some bubbles. Did he mean blowing air into the drink? "It's nothing, don't worry about it." Kurt smiled and brushed the topic aside, taking another sip. After getting used to the icy sensation, the taste was indeed quite good, somewhat like a flat soda. Flam took a sip from her own drink, then looked at him and asked, "Does teacher like it?" Her expression suggested that his preferences were the most important thing in the world. "Not bad." And so, under the guise of shopping, Flam constantly created various subtle opportunities for interaction along the way, occasionally approaching him with an adoring yet somewhat dependent gaze. She carefully concealed her girlish thoughts beneath the apprentice's concern and attempts to please her teacher. Although Kurtz occasionally felt that Flam seemed unusually enthusiastic today, he thought again that perhaps it was because she felt guilty for causing trouble the day before, and was also relaxed after surviving the ordeal and wanted to make a good impression. Humans were always much more expressive and extroverted in their emotions than elves. He didn't think much of it, mostly just laughed it off and accepted her kindness without question. The two strolled along the street and unknowingly came to a relatively quiet area where several shops selling plants and flowers were gathered, and even the air was filled with the fragrance of various flowers. A shop with its windows and entrance filled with all kinds of colorful flowers was particularly eye-catching. From cornflowers and irises to some strange flowers that exuded a faint magical aura, there was something for everyone. Flam's steps slowed involuntarily, her gaze instantly drawn to the dazzling flowers, her eyes revealing undisguised delight. "Teacher, look, that's a moonlit lily of the valley. It only blooms fully under the moonlight, and I've heard that the color of its petals changes after it blooms." She pointed to a cluster of pale blue flowers that had only opened 2 or 3 petals. She quickly walked to the other side and stared at a bunch of plants with small golden flowers. "And this, it's a honey flower. It's said that its fragrance can improve your mood." "It seems to be working." Kurtz chuckled as he looked at Flam's jubilant expression. Chapter 234, The Magic of Creating a Flower Field. Flam lingered at the entrance of the flower shop, looking at this flower and smelling that one, her face beaming with a genuine smile. Kurtz smiled along with her. At that moment, she seemed like an ordinary human girl who liked flowers. Her undisguised love for flowers suddenly brought back memories from a distant past, almost from another world, to Kurtz's mind. In that story, the red-haired girl in front of him seemed to love the magic that could conjure flowers, a magic that her parents had taught her. So this passion started so early. He watched as Flam carefully stroked a delicate red velvet rose with her fingers and couldn't help but ask, "You seem to particularly like flowers." Upon hearing this, Flam turned around, her face still beaming with joy, and nodded vigorously. "Yes, I love them. They're so beautiful, each one with its own unique appearance and fragrance." She paused as if a deeper thought had been evoked, and her tone became extremely serious. "Actually, teacher, I have a dream. My parents once taught me a magic spell that could turn a field into a garden, and I hope to improve upon that spell and create a new one. A magic that allows flowers to bloom anytime, anywhere, and to blossom exactly as I wish. It's not about simply conjuring up colorful flowers, but about creating a sea of flowers that I can imagine, even rare ones." When she talked about her dreams, she seemed to glow, a light that came from her inner passion. Kurtz listened quietly, a strange glint in his eyes. He could sense the sincerity behind Flam's words, It wasn't just a magician's pursuit of power. The magic of making the flowers you want to see bloom, Kurt smiled slightly. It's an interesting idea, but also very difficult. The power of imagination involved will be very challenging. With your current magical talent and understanding of magic, it's not impossible for you to achieve this in the future. Of course, if that really doesn't work, I can also. He had intended to say that he could help participate in or even directly create the basic structure of this magic, which, given his current understanding of his own creative talent, would not be difficult. After all, he had already mastered most of the power of imagination. The only remaining limitation was the difference and gap in strength that restricted the development of one's talents. Just as he could not create a magic that could instantly make someone a god through the power of imagination. That was no longer the power of imagination, but pure fantasy. However, Flam shook her head without hesitation at his suggestion, her eyes firm and steady. "No, teacher. Thank you for your kindness, but I hope to create this magic myself." Her tone carried a gentle obsession. "I want to use my own hands and my own heart to explore and understand the secret of how flowers bloom, little by little. The process itself is the greatest joy and meaning of magic, isn't it? I don't want to miss a single step of it." Kurtz nodded slightly, then a relieved smile appeared on his face. Indeed, for true magicians, the process of exploration and creation was far more important than the result. He nodded, "You're right. Then I look forward to seeing your magic, the magic that makes all the flowers bloom, someday in the future." With her teacher's understanding and encouragement, Flam smiled even more happily. As if remembering something, she added, "And I'm also trying to research another kind of magic right now." "Oh, what is it?" Kurtz asked curiously. "It's a magic that can disguise or even change one's own magical energy fluctuations," Flam said in a slightly smug voice. "Teacher, think about it carefully. If you can change your magical energy aura at will, wouldn't that be much more convenient in battles against demons? The opponent would have no way of knowing your true strength based on their instincts, and they wouldn't even know how much magic you have left. Or it could be used to evade tracking methods that rely on magical perception. I think it's very useful." A knowing glint flashed in Kurtz's eyes. Disguised magical fluctuations. He had envisioned this magic countless times, but when he tried to create it, he always gave up. He was pleased that she had finally come up with this idea, as he still wanted to entrust the creation of this magic to Flam. "That's a great idea," Kurtz praised without reservation, his tone full of satisfaction. "Although it's very difficult once successful, it will be a powerful weapon. Flam, you must know that demons are very cunning. Once they encounter something they cannot resist, they won't hesitate to give up the fight. I've encountered this many times, so you must be even more cunning than they are. Your idea is excellent." Hearing her teacher's direct affirmation, Flam's cheeks flushed, and she felt as if she were floating in the air. "Really, I'll keep trying." Then she quietly added in her mind, "Moreover, if this magic succeeds, perhaps it can be used to sneak up on you without being detected." Of course, she would never say this to anyone. The two lingered in front of the flower shop for a few more moments, and Flam finally bought a small, delicate bouquet mixed with honeysuckle and white windmill chrysanthemums, holding it carefully in her arms. The sunlight shone on her face, which was beaming with happiness, creating a lovely scene. Looking at Flam like this, Kurtz couldn't help but feel a sense of relief and happiness. Perhaps it was nice to occasionally stroll around like an ordinary person and see how his disciple shone because of her dream. Little did he know that beneath this beautiful scene, the girl's burning and unwavering love, like the flower in her arms absorbing sunlight, was quietly growing stronger and more steadfast. The two continued walking forward. Flam held the flowers, and she felt that the distance between herself and Kurtz seemed to have shortened a little. This made her even more convinced that she was on the right path. Looking at him beside her, a great sense of satisfaction and happiness filled her entire body. At this moment there was no Sarai, no Isla, no Frieren, only her and Kurtz. Even this bustling street seemed to have become a world that belonged only to the two of them. How she wished time could stand still at this moment. Meanwhile, in Sarai's room, On the bed, the blonde elf slowly opened her eyes, her slight headache from the hangover causing her to frown unhappily. She sat up, rubbed her temples, and looked around. The room was unusually quiet. "Kurtz," she called out habitually, but received no response. Oh right, this wasn't his cabin. He was in the room next door. She rose and moved toward the door. Chapter 235. Chapter 235, Sarai, where is my Kurtz? An unusual silence filled the corridor of the city lord's mansion. Because of Flam's prior instructions, none of the maids dared to deliberately disturb the rest of these distinguished guests. Flam had been so excited that Kurtz accepted her invitation that she forgot about a certain girl in the room. So even though she had woken up, FRIEREN still hadn't received the breakfast she had been longing for. Sarai rubbed her head and pushed open her bedroom door. The slight discomfort from the hangover already put her in a bad mood, but what annoyed her even more was that the hallway outside was completely deserted. In theory, there should have been maids moving around or cleaning, but at this moment, there was no trace of them, and the silence was somewhat abnormal. "Where did everyone go?" she muttered to herself, her cold voice ringing out clearly in the corridor. She went next door, but still didn't see that familiar figure. "Where have you gone so early?" An indescribable sense of unease quietly rose in her heart. After a moment's thought, she decided to go to another room to check on her other apprentice, Isla. That one should be up by now, so I can ask her where Kurtz is. She walked to Isla's door, not even bothering to knock, and pushed it open, but the scene inside made her already furrowed brows furrow even more. Isla was indeed still in bed, but her sleeping posture was truly unsightly. Most of the blanket had slipped to the floor, and she was lying in a starfish position, with half of her body hanging off the bed, making it seem as if she might fall off at any moment. Her long hair was strewn all over her face, and there was even a faint glimmer of moisture at the corner of her mouth, which Sarai strongly suspected was saliva. Judging by her even, deep breathing, she was clearly still asleep and unaware of the outside world. Sarai's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. She had never taken care of Isla. After all, Isla had her own family, but she never dreamed that her eldest apprentice's sleeping posture would be so terrible in private. And this one can actually sleep. They've made such a grave mistake, and I haven't even figured out how to punish them yet, and she's still sleeping so soundly, acting like nothing happened. Sarai knew that it was Isla who proposed stealing the barrier's magic. Although Flam made the decision, Isla was clearly responsible for at least half of the blame. She had lost all patience and couldn't be bothered to wake her gently. With a casual flick of her finger, Sarai caused the moisture in the air to condense rapidly, turning into a small, icy crystal that hovered above her fingertip. The next second, the ice crystal shot precisely into Isla's unsuspecting face. PFF. The ice crystal shattered the moment it touched Isla's face, turning into icy water droplets that splashed all over her. Fortunately, Isla's head was already hanging off the edge of the bed, so the water didn't wet her bedding. Huh, what? Enemy attack. Isla sprang out of bed, instantly switching into battle mode, all sleepiness gone. She hastily wiped the cold water off her face, and her other hand instinctively reached under the pillow for her weapon, but found nothing. It turned out that her wand had been sent for maintenance the day before and hadn't been picked up yet. When she saw who was standing at the door, she froze instantly, as if she had been doused with a second bucket of cold water. "Lady Sarai?" Isla's voice trembled as she stared blankly at the unfriendly-looking teacher at the door, completely bewildered. "What's going on?" Sarai gave her a cold, wary look, her gaze sweeping over Isla's disheveled face. Then, remembering her terrible sleeping posture, the disgust in her eyes almost materialized. She originally wanted to ask Isla if she knew where Kurtz was, but seeing her foolish appearance, she immediately gave up the idea. Asking her is pointless. "Get up now, what time is it? And tidy yourself up, what kind of appearance is that?" Sarai left those words behind, not bothering to look at her again, and turned to leave, slamming the door shut behind her. Isla was left standing there alone, her face and hair wet, shivering in the slightly chilly morning air, completely bewildered. Did I do something to upset her? On the other side, Sarai felt her irritation intensify as she walked down the corridor toward Flam and FRIEREN's room. She pushed open Flam's door without hesitation. The scene inside was much tidier, at least not as terrible as before. Of course, it was also possible that the person in the room had already woken up. Flam was not there. Only the white-haired elf girl, FRIEREN, was present. She was sitting on the bed, hugging her knees, her face slightly scrunched up, one hand pressed against her stomach, her eyes somewhat vacant. She seemed to be waiting for something. Hearing the door open, FRIEREN looked up and saw Sarai. A hint of surprise flashed in her emerald eyes, and she instinctively sat up straighter. She glanced quickly at the doorway, but didn't see the person she was expecting, nor did she see what she wanted to see. "Lady Sarai," FRIEREN greeted softly, her voice sounding weak and listless. Sarai's gaze swept around the room before finally settling on FRIEREN. She spoke directly, her voice devoid of any emotion. "FRIEREN, where is Flam?" FRIEREN's body paused almost imperceptibly. She remembered what Flam had specifically told her before leaving. "Be a good girl and wait for me to come back in the room, okay? I'll bring you breakfast. Don't go out." Although FRIEREN was emotionally oblivious, her elven intuition allowed her to detect a dangerous undercurrent in Sarai's calm tone that instinctively made her feel uneasy. Just like small animals sensing an approaching storm. She blinked her clear but bewildered eyes at Sarai and chose to tell the truth, but out of a slight instinct to avoid trouble, she still concealed some details. "I don't know, she was gone when I woke up." To be honest, she didn't know where Flam had gone either, since Flam hadn't told her before leaving. Sarai narrowed her eyes slightly as she scrutinized FRIEREN. The girl's expression looked innocent, even a little sleepy, showing no signs of lying. But Sarai's uneasy feeling grew clearer now that Flam was no longer in the room. Isla was fast asleep. There wasn't a single maid in the corridor. Kurtz was nowhere to be found either. All of this seemed to indicate that the two of them had gone out together. Sarai did not press FRIEREN further. She merely gave the white-haired girl, who was theoretically her grand disciple, a faint warning glance, said nothing more, and turned to leave the room. Standing alone in the corridor, Sarai closed her eyes. Her probing magic spread out invisibly, its range expanding to its limit, sensing the magical fluctuations throughout the city. In the end, she quickly detected two familiar magical auras, not within the manor, but in a certain direction in the city, and they were still moving. Sarai's eyes snapped open, a knowing glint in her golden pupils. "Oh, I see, so that's where you are." Without hesitation, she rushed toward the direction of the aura, her footsteps echoing sharply through the empty corridor. She wanted to see what her thoughtful and good apprentice, and that man were up to so early in the morning. Chapter 236, Sarai's Intrusion. As noon approached, the sunlight became quite intense. Kurtz's gaze casually swept over a restaurant, and he was wondering whether he should end the trip when, suddenly, he paused. Just now, he had sensed a familiar magical power. Someone was casting a wide-range detection spell, and that presence had deliberately lingered on him for a moment. The ability to cast detection magic over such a vast area clearly belonged to Sarai. She had woken up and was looking for them. A slight smile appeared on Kurtz's lips, but he made no sound or gesture, as if he hadn't noticed anything. "We can just wait for the elf lady to come find us." Just then, Flam stopped and pointed to the restaurant that Kurtz had just noticed. "Teacher, it's almost noon. Shall we have lunch here?" Having lunch together is another great opportunity to extend our time alone, Flam thought internally. Kurtz snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. "All right, it's a good opportunity to try the food here." The two entered the restaurant, which wasn't too crowded yet. Almost instinctively, Flam took the seat on the inside by the window and naturally left the outside seat for Kurtz. He had initially wanted to sit opposite her, but seeing Flam's expectant expression, he thought for a moment and decided to sit next to her instead. After ordering, while waiting for the food to be served, Flam rested her chin on her hands, looked out the window at the crowd, and wore a satisfied smile on her face. Being able to go shopping and share a meal with her teacher like an ordinary person was something she had always dreamed of. However, as she was smiling, she suddenly frowned slightly. A vague feeling of having forgotten something important began to surface in her mind. What was it again? It's like I forgot someone. She tried to recall, and just then the dishes were served. She realized what had happened. It's FRIEREN. I promised to bring her breakfast before I left this morning, but I forgot to tell the maid. A hint of guilt had just surfaced when it was immediately washed away by the immense joy of being alone with Kurtz and the anticipation of lunch. It's okay, it's okay. She comforted herself. FRIEREN is an elf, so it's fine for her to go hungry for a meal. Besides, she'll find something to eat if she gets hungry. I can just bring her some delicious desserts when I get back to make up for it. With that thought, she immediately put the little incident out of her mind and focused all her attention back on Kurtz beside her. Teacher, please have a taste. Flam greeted him warmly, even taking the initiative to place the largest piece of meat on his plate. She sipped her soup, but her gaze never left his face. Just then, a figure appeared silently beside their table. The newcomer unceremoniously pulled out the chair opposite Kurtz and sat down. Her long golden hair was simply tied up, her emerald eyes were incredibly cold, and her beautiful face showed no emotion whatsoever. It was SOUSOU. An invisible pressure began to permeate the air. Flam's hand, which was about to serve Kurtz more food, froze in midair, and the smile on her face completely solidified. Her heart felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. Lady SOUSOU. When did she wake up, and how did she find her way here? Oh no. Kurtz remained calm, seemingly unsurprised by SOUSOU's appearance, and gave her a usual smile. You're pretty quick. Want to grab something to eat? He gestured to the dishes on the table. SOUSOU didn't answer immediately. Her gaze swept back and forth between Kurtz and Flam, finally settling on Flam's somewhat nervous face. Her voice carried an invisible pressure. Why are you here? Her voice was calm, but Flam sensed a storm brewing. Kurtz smiled and replied in a relaxed tone. It's nothing. I just saw that the weather was nice when I woke up this morning, and since Flam was free, I went out for a walk with her. He was telling the truth, but omitted certain details and Flam's unusually enthusiastic behavior. When Flam heard him speak, she snapped back to reality and quickly forced a smile, though her voice trembled slightly. She quickly chimed in. Yes, Lady SOUSOU, I just wanted to see the city and then have a meal with teacher to share our adventures over the years. It's normal for a master and apprentice to eat together, right? She comforted herself with this reasoning, but her heart was pounding, afraid that SOUSOU would see through her little scheme. SOUSOU listened quietly, her face expressionless, making it impossible to tell how much she believed. Her gaze shifted back and forth between the two. She could certainly see Flam's nervousness and Kurtz's seemingly evasive answer. Although she didn't fully understand human emotions, she wasn't stupid, and she could naturally tell that something was off between Flam and Kurtz, completely different from when they were teaching each other magic in the forest. Going shopping, that's an excuse that might fool a 3-year-old. Kurtz has lived for so long, what city hasn't he been to? How could he possibly be particularly interested in a city like this? And why did he bring Flam instead of inviting me? SOUSOU was very curious. But she didn't ask immediately. Instead, she narrowed her eyes slightly, leaned back in her chair, and placed her hands on the table, adopting a posture that said, I won't speak first. Her scrutinizing gaze made Flam feel extremely uncomfortable, and she almost wanted to flee the scene immediately. After a long while, SOUSOU nodded slightly, seemingly accepting the explanation. She didn't look at Flam again, but turned to Kurtz and said in a flat tone, I'm hungry. Then, quite naturally, she turned her gaze to the plate of steak that Flam had placed before him. I'll have a bite. It's fine, I don't mind. After saying that, SOUSOU took the plate of steak from Kurtz without any hesitation, almost snatching it away. He couldn't help but chuckle. It's not like I'm not going to give it to you, slow down. SOUSOU picked up her knife and fork and began eating, as if her intrusion was perfectly natural. Flam watched this scene unfold, seeing how naturally Kurtz pushed the food she had placed on his plate over to SOUSOU, and how SOUSOU enjoyed it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She could barely maintain her composure. A sense of powerlessness instantly replaced the joy she had felt from having lunch together. She silently lowered her head and stirred the soup in her bowl, which had already cooled down with her spoon, but could no longer taste anything. The atmosphere at the dining table became eerily quiet. Kurtz glanced at Flam, who was silently drinking soup beside him, then at Sarai, who was busy with her steak. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that I've been dragged into a love triangle? Chapter 237. I was the one who went first. That shouldn't be possible, right? Kurtz thought about it carefully. Although Flam's behavior today was indeed a bit strange, it was still within acceptable limits, and he had not done anything out of line. The only affectionate thing they did was when she wiped the jam off his mouth, nothing else. Moreover, she had been adopted and taught magic by him and Sarai since childhood, and had never had much contact with other men. So naturally, she did not know the proper boundaries when interacting with others. The more Kurtz thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Of course, it was also possible that he subconsciously didn't want to interpret Flam's many actions in that way. Because if that were really the case, it would be a huge headache for him. Sarai cut off a small piece of steak, put it in her mouth, and chewed it slowly. Her gaze occasionally swept over Kurtz across from her, but most of the time she focused on the food in front of her, as if the slightly oppressive scene from just moments ago had never happened. She had wanted to sit next to that man, but unfortunately, Flam beat her to it. The elf's slowness made her merely feel a little annoyed by Flam's preemptive strike, without giving it much thought. Moreover, her thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. The steak was delicious. Flam had specially placed it for Kurtz, who then naturally passed it on to her. Although she didn't know who chose this restaurant, she had to admit that they had excellent taste. But that's not important. Kurtz's almost instinctive behavior and kindness made her involuntarily recall the kiss that happened last night under the moonlight, an accident caused by her drunkenness. Memories flooded her tongue like a tide, spreading along with the taste of the steak, accompanied by a fluttering sensation that made her heart beat slightly faster. The touch of his lips, his unique scent, and the eyes that had reflected her image back then. Ahem. Sarai coughed softly, trying to dispel the images that had suddenly become incredibly clear in her mind. A faint blush rose at the base of her ears. She subconsciously picked up the water glass next to her and took a sip, trying to suppress the inexplicable feeling rising within her. For some reason, her body felt warm too. The temperature wasn't even that high at the moment. Kurtz, who was sitting opposite her, noticed this subtle change. He noticed that Sarai seemed a little different than usual, and as if he had thought of something, he chuckled softly, his voice carrying a tacit understanding only the two of them could comprehend. What? Not to your liking? Or are you thinking about something else? Like. His words were pointed, clearly alluding to what happened last night. Last night, after the elf realized what had happened, she made up an excuse and returned to her room, thus putting an end to any further discussion. Now seemed like a good time to bring up the matter again. Sarai paused, raised her eyes, and glared at him. However, compared to her usual aloofness, her eyes now inexplicably held a hint of shyness, making them not only lack any intimidating power, but also appear somewhat adorable. Kurtz found himself really liking this side of Sarai. "No, eat your food," she replied in a low voice, her tone stiff, and pushed a plate of untouched dessert toward him. Flam's fingers tightened suddenly around her spoon. She saw it. She clearly saw Lady Sarai's momentary awkwardness and Kurtz's indulgent smile. That was a realm she had never entered before and could never reach. Why is this happening? I was the one who invited teacher out shopping first. I was the one who sat next to the teacher. I was the one who served him food. But why did everything change as soon as Lady Sarai appeared? Teacher's gaze was no longer focused on me. Even the food I had picked up ended up in Lady Sarai's bowl. A sharp pain suddenly shot through her heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She felt like an unwanted outsider, sitting there awkwardly, watching their intimate behavior. Just then, Kurtz picked up the berries that were garnishing the dessert Sarai had pushed toward him, but instead of eating them himself, he held them to Sarai's lips. "Try this, it looks quite sweet," His movements were very natural, as if he had done it countless times. Over the course of 1,000 years, he had fed this sweet fruit to the elf countless times. This action was merely subconscious. Sarai was clearly taken aback. She looked at the fruit so close to her, then glanced up at Kurtz, who was smiling. Normally, she would probably slap his hand away in disgust, but then, unable to resist the man's insistence, she would be forced to accept being fed. But at this moment, perhaps the memories of last night were still haunting her. She hesitated for only a moment, then leaned forward slightly, opened her mouth, and gently bit the bright red fruit. During this, her lips inevitably brushed against his fingertips. This scene was witnessed by Flam, who was sitting beside him. For a moment, all three seemed to pause. Sarai quickly sat back down, chewed a few times, swallowed rapidly, and commented dismissively, "Not bad." However, the tips of her ears had somehow turned as red as the fruit. Kurtz withdrew his hand, and the soft touch seemed to linger on his fingertips. Flam, who was sitting to the side, could no longer hold back. She suddenly stood up, the chair legs scraping the floor with a screech, attracting surprised looks from several guests at the surrounding tables. I forgot that FRIEREN hasn't eaten yet. I'll go feed FRIEREN first." Flam's voice trembled uncontrollably. She didn't even dare to look at Kurtz and Sarai's expressions. With her head down, she spoke quickly, "You two eat slowly. I'm going back now." After saying that, she turned around, almost as if fleeing, and rushed out of the restaurant. She was afraid that if she stayed even a second longer, the tears that were about to spill from her eyes would burst forth. Why do I feel so bad? It's only natural that Teacher Kurtz and Lady Sarai have a good relationship, isn't it? But why does my heart ache so much? Watching Flam's hasty retreat, Sarai frowned slightly, seemingly puzzled by her strong reaction. Kurtz set down his fork, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. Judging from Flam's reaction just now, things seemed to be developing in the direction he least wanted to see. After all, he wasn't a slow-witted elf. Although he had spent a long time with a certain elf who was indifferent to feelings and had become accustomed to that indifference, it didn't mean that he had become like that himself. But when did it start? Kurtz was completely baffled. Chapter 238, FRIEREN's Sharing. Flam almost stumbled back to the Lord's mansion, keeping her head down the whole way, not daring to let any of the guards or maids she encountered see her distraught expression. Her mind was a mess, and her chest ached terribly. Kurtz naturally sharing food with Sarai, Sarai's unusually different demeanor, and the intimate atmosphere between them that no one else could possibly intrude upon. All these scenes replayed in her mind like a kaleidoscope, each replay like another stab to her heart, making it hurt even more. She didn't understand. It was a scene she had seen countless times in the forest, but why did seeing it now make her feel so awful? This surging emotion almost drowned her. Driven by instinct, she barely managed to run back to her room door, and without even adjusting her breathing, she pushed it open. Inside the room, FRIEREN was still sitting on the bed, hugging her knees in the same position as before. Hearing the door open, she immediately looked up, her emerald eyes gazing toward it, her face blank, bordering on numb from the long wait, then renewed with expectation when she saw it was Flam. Her gaze subconsciously fell on Flam's hands, empty. No breakfast, no anything that looked like food. FRIEREN's eyes dimmed. She quietly lowered her head again, resting her chin on her knees, her body curling slightly tighter, looking particularly pitiful. This sight was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing some of the chaotic thoughts in Flam's mind, only to be replaced by an even stronger sense of guilt. Only then did she remember her confident promise and warning to FRIEREN when she left that morning. She hadn't expected that FRIEREN would actually stay in the room. I'm back." Flam walked into the room, her voice a little hoarse, mixed with a small apology. She closed the door behind her, as if that could shut out all the heartbreaking things outside. FRIEREN didn't look up, only gave a very soft meh with a hint of imperceptible grievance in her voice. "And no, I'm sorry, I thought you would go out yourself." Flam's guilt deepened. "Because Flam, you told me not to go out," FRIEREN replied calmly. "No, that was..." Flam wanted to argue that it was just to avoid disturbing Kurtz and Sarai, interfering with her time alone with Kurtz, but it was too late to say anything now. No, never mind. It's my fault. The brief conversation ended, and the room fell silent again. After a while, FRIEREN finally looked up. This time, she finally seemed to notice Flam's abnormality. Her eyes were red, and her whole being exuded a clear aura of sadness, even stronger than last night. This intense emotional fluctuation, even for someone as emotionally dull as FRIEREN, was clearly perceptible. She tilted her head, a hint of confusion appearing in her eyes, temporarily overriding her hunger. "Flam," she asked softly, her tone cautious, "why are you crying again?" At her question, Flam's nose stung, and she almost shed tears again. She quickly turned her head away, forcing a smile. "No, it's just windy outside, and sand got in my eyes." The excuse was so clumsy that even she didn't believe it. FRIEREN watched her quietly, saying nothing. Finally, she spoke again. "Did you meet Lady Sarai and Teacher Kurtz?" Flam's body stiffened abruptly, and she looked at FRIEREN in disbelief. "How did you know?" FRIEREN's expression remained unchanged, merely stating a fact. "The scent on you has their magical residue, and what could make you so sad is probably only something related to them." FRIEREN remembered that last night, when Flam was describing meeting an unbeatable opponent, she had used Sarai and Kurtz as examples, and Flam's reaction had proven that it was indeed related to these two. Now that Flam was acting so distressed again, it was clear it was the same issue. FRIEREN was only slow-witted, not unperceptive. Flam, whose secret had been exposed, leaned weakly against the door, slowly sliding to the floor, covering her face with her hands, and the suppressed sobs finally could no longer be held back. Her voice was muffled. "I met them. They were together, looking very intimate." Hearing her say this, FRIEREN's face remained expressionless, but her eyes seemed even more confused. She couldn't fully understand why Flam was so sad. In her understanding, it was perfectly normal for Lady Sarai and Teacher Kurtz to have a good relationship. After all, they had been together for thousands of years and had long since developed an incredible understanding. She thought for a moment, trying to comfort her in her own way. Lady Sarai and Teacher Kurtz have always been together, for a very, very long time. Her meaning was that their good relationship was the norm, and there was no need to be sad about it. But this blunt truth, heard by Flam, was nothing short of another blow. Yes, they had been together for a long time, possessing a tacit understanding and bond accumulated over countless years, a distant gap that she could never hope to bridge in her lifetime. Thinking of this, her tears flowed even more fiercely. FRIEREN looked at her crying so sadly and appeared somewhat at a loss. She hesitated for a moment, climbed off the bed, and walked barefoot to Flam's side. Then she squatted down. She reached out and gently patted Flam's head. This was the closest gesture of comfort she could think of at the moment. "Don't cry." FRIEREN's voice was still without much fluctuation. "Being hungry is the most uncomfortable." Flam was made to laugh and cry by her overly practical comfort, and some of her sad emotions were indeed dispersed. She looked up at the serious-faced, white-haired elf girl in front of her, and a sense of guilt surged again. "I'm sorry, FRIEREN. I promised to get you breakfast, but I forgot." FRIEREN shook her head, indicating she didn't mind. Her attention seemed to be drawn to the tears on Flam's face. She reached out a finger and curiously touched one. A warm wetness came from her fingertip. "Human tears," she murmured. "Is it because your heart feels hungry?" Flam stared at her blankly, unsure how to answer for a moment. FRIEREN withdrew her hand, looked at her, and said very seriously, "Although I don't quite understand, I can give you this." As she spoke, she fumbled in her pocket and indeed pulled out a candy wrapped in a special leaf, offering it to Flam. This was a specialty of her village, a delicacy that only elves could enjoy. Now, FRIEREN only had this one left. She had always been reluctant to eat it, but after seeing Flam so sad, she still gave it to her. Looking at the strange candy quietly resting in FRIEREN's palm, and at her pure green eyes, the painful emotions swirling in Flam's heart suddenly and strangely calmed down a lot. She took the candy, holding it in her palm. The rustling texture of the leaf brought a faint sense of reality. "Thank you, FRIEREN," she said softly. Although her voice was still hoarse, her emotions had stabilized. Perhaps FRIEREN didn't understand those complex emotions, but her pure care and sharing, at this moment, comforted the heart more than any words. Flam took a deep breath, stood up, and pulled FRIEREN up as well. "Let's go," she forced a smile. "I'll take you to eat, you can have anything you want." As for those tangled thoughts, she would just put them aside for a little while. Chapter 239, Teacher, Are You Scared? Inside the restaurant, the atmosphere became somewhat heavy after Flam's hasty departure. After slowly finishing the last bite of her steak, Sarai looked up at Kurtz across from her, who looked somewhat helpless. "What's wrong with her?" Sarai asked, her tone flat, as if she was genuinely just puzzled by Flam's sudden departure. In her opinion, Flam's emotional fluctuations were somewhat inexplicable, but for some reason she always felt they were related to herself and the man in front of her. She just didn't know exactly where the connection lay. Flam had concealed it cleverly. At least in Sarai's eyes at the moment, she hadn't noticed anything amiss. Kurtz rubbed his temples and sighed. She probably has something on her mind. He didn't elaborate. After all, it wasn't appropriate for him to reveal Flam's secret feelings to Sarai. Sarai frowned slightly, as if she wanted to ask something, but in the end she simply said, "It's up to you." She stood up. "I'll head back now." After she finished speaking, she turned and left the restaurant, leaving Kurtz alone at the table. Kurtz sat alone in his seat, the image of Flam's flustered departure lingering in his mind. He was not oblivious. He had already noticed Flam's unusual enthusiasm and almost undisguised admiration today, but he had not wanted to think about it in that way. However, because of Sarai's arrival, the thing he least wanted to see had still come true. Where did it all begin? What did I do wrong? But ultimately, I can't just leave it unattended. After paying the bill, he walked toward the Lord's mansion. However, she was not in her room. Left with no other choice, Kurtz could only take the same approach as Sarai. With his wide-range detection magic, he easily located Flam's magical fluctuations. Standing in front of a restaurant, Kurtz hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to push the door open and go inside. Inside, Flam, who was having a meal with FRIEREN, heard the doorbell ring and instinctively looked toward the entrance, where she met Kurtz's gaze as he entered. "It looks like she is indeed feeding FRIEREN," Kurtz said softly as he walked toward the two of them. Flam's heart tightened instantly, and she subconsciously turned her head to look at FRIEREN. But her attempt to escape was futile. Kurtz stopped in front of her and then sat down with practiced ease. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Flam took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound normal. "Just checking on you," Kurtz replied frankly. "I'm fine, teacher, have you misunderstood something?" She lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Kurtz understood as he looked at her deliberately evasive behavior. He paused for a moment, then decided it was better to be clear about things. Even though it might make her more upset, a short, sharp pain was better than a long, drawn-out one. "Flam," his voice was much more serious than usual, "shall we go for a walk? There are some things I'd like to talk to you about." Flam's heart sank. She could almost guess what Kurtz was going to say. After all, she hadn't been able to hide it from him. Her actions just now had been too obvious, and her teacher, not being an elf, would naturally notice that something was wrong. A feeling of panic welled up inside her, but she nodded and followed Kurtz out. The two found a quiet corner, away from the noisy crowd. Kurtz stopped and turned to look at his disciple, who had been keeping her head down. He organized his thoughts, trying to speak in a way that wouldn't hurt her. "Flam, your magical talent is exceptional, and you will surely achieve extraordinary things in the future. As your teacher, I look forward to that day." In a timeline without his own involvement, Flam was the oldest human mage. Although he had taken that title from her, Kurtz believed that, with her abilities, Flam could still leave behind a name that was hers. However, upon hearing this opening remark, Flam unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes, her unease growing ever stronger. Kurtz paused for a moment, then continued. "Therefore, you have a long road ahead of you and will encounter more exciting things. so you shouldn't waste too much of your thoughts and feelings on someone who may not be able to reciprocate. His words were as tactful as possible, but their meaning was cruelly clear. Flam suddenly raised her head, her eyes instantly reddening again, but this time no tears fell. Her eyes turned red with stubbornness and resentment. Waste, she repeated the word, her voice trembling slightly. Does teacher think that my feelings for you are a waste? Since he had already noticed her feelings, Flam decided to make them clear. That's not what I meant, Kurtz tried to explain. But Flam interrupted him, taking a step forward and staring at him boldly, as if trying to see through his true thoughts. Is teacher telling me all this because he is afraid? Kurtz was slightly taken aback. Flam's tone became agitated, carrying an indescribable resolve. Are you afraid of my feelings? Afraid that I will interfere between you and Lady Sarai? Are you worried that my insignificant affection will shake the 1,000-year-old relationship and tacit understanding between you? Her question was like a sharp arrow, precisely piercing the most subtle concern deep within Kurtz's heart. He did consider how a more direct and intense expression of her feelings might affect the budding relationship between him and Sarai. It might solidify the relationship, or it might make it worse. Therefore, he hesitated. In Flam's eyes, this hesitation and silence were tantamount to acquiescence. A surge of emotion, a mixture of resentment and fierce fighting spirit, instantly overwhelmed her, burning away all her sorrow in that moment. She looked at the silent Kurtz and suddenly laughed, a hint of tears glistening in her eyes. I understand, she said softly, but her tone was unusually firm. It seems you're not entirely unmoved, teacher. That means I still have a chance, since you can feel fear too. She took a deep breath and then, word by word, spoke with perfect clarity. Then I, Flam, swear here and now, I will make you fall for me, not as a disciple but as a woman. A hint of surprise flashed in Kurtz's eyes. He never expected that his advice would have the exact opposite effect. Flam, he frowned, even if I may never be able to respond to you. It's all right, Flam interrupted him decisively. I don't care. As long as I can convey this feeling to the teacher's heart without reservation, that's enough. As for the outcome, she paused, a radiant smile spreading across her face. That's not something I need to think about right now. All I know right now is that I like you, and that's enough. After saying that, she gave Kurtz no chance to refute or persuade her. She gave him a deep look, as if to show him her determination, then turned around resolutely and left quickly. Kurtz stood alone, gazing in the direction she had disappeared, speechless for a long time. He raised his hand and pressed his temples with a hint of helplessness. Things seemed to be heading in an increasingly troublesome direction, rushing headlong into the future. For the first time, he felt somewhat helpless. Chapter 240, Who Told You I'm Human Too? Kurtz's mind was in turmoil after his unexpected conversation with Flam. He originally planned to go straight back to Sarai, but after thinking it over, he decided to first formally say goodbye to the city lord and the bishop of this place. Upon arriving at the area where the city lord was working, the attendant informed him that Duke Hod was patrolling the city walls, and only Bishop Kazalius was in a side hall. Kurtz entered the side hall and saw the bishop sitting in an armchair by the window, reading a familiar book in the sunlight streaming in from outside. Your Excellency, Bishop, Kurtz greeted him. Bishop Kazalius looked up at the sound of the voice, saw it was Kurtz, carefully closed the book in his hand, and smiled. It's Lord Kurtz. Please sit down. What can I do for you? We have come to bid farewell to Your Excellency and the Duke. Kurtz did not sit down and stated his purpose directly. Sarai and I did not intend to stay here for long. Now that the danger has passed, it is time for us to leave. The bishop seemed unsurprised and nodded. I guessed as much. A traveler like you would naturally not stay in one place for too long. Rest assured, I will convey the message to His Excellency the Duke. Thank you for your trouble, Kurtz nodded slightly. His gaze inadvertently swept over the closed book on the bishop's lap, and the familiar cover made him pause slightly. That was the format of the first edition of the spellbook he had co-authored with Norn. However, it was not the original, but just a copy of the same style. Although it looked a bit old, it was well preserved. What was even more striking was the pair of pure white wings branded on the spine of the book. This was the mark of the Holy Magic volume, since holy magic was originally a gift from the goddess worshipped by the Skywing clan. Bishop Kazalius noticed Kurtz's gaze. He looked down at the book in his hand, smiled, and gently stroked the cover. A remarkable work, isn't it? Even after 1,000 years, it remains essential reading for all magicians, especially those specializing in spiritual magic. He raised his head, his eyes filled with reverence for that legendary being. The first Godslayer, Lord Kurtz, truly deserves to be hailed as the greatest human being. He not only created countless magical systems that changed the world, but also obtained the original texts of sacred magic from the goddess, and organized and simplified them so that they could be passed down to future generations for study. Otherwise, someone of mediocre talent like myself would likely never have been able to fathom the mysteries of divine magic in my entire life. Kurtz was silent for a moment, then looked up from the book and out the window, his tone very calm. He was not the only one who was great. His companions, those who became legends alongside him, also contributed greatly. Moreover, without the initial foundation, nothing that followed would have been possible. He thought of Sarai, the one who taught him the earliest offensive magic, which he then improved upon. Without her, perhaps he wouldn't have reached the heights he did later, and there would be no magic book. Actually, Sarai's name should have been included in the original design. Unfortunately, Sarai rejected the proposal at the time. The bishop carefully considered Kurtz's words, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes, which then deepened into emotion. He gazed at Kurtz's calm profile, then suddenly took a deep breath, as if making a decision, and asked softly, "Your Excellency is the Lord Kurtz from 1,000 years ago, isn't that right?" After asking the question, the bishop's body tensed up from the tension, and his cloudy eyes stared intently at Kurtz, awaiting an answer. Upon hearing this, Kurtz slowly turned his head to meet the bishop's gaze. His face showed no surprise or panic, he simply nodded calmly. "It's me." Despite already suspecting it, the moment he received confirmation, the immense shock and indescribable excitement left the elderly bishop trembling violently. He instinctively wanted to rise and pay his respects, but Kurtz stopped him with a gesture. Countless words were stuck in his throat, and myriad questions about that history and about magic lingered in his mind. But in the end, Bishop Kazalius completely suppressed his emotions, as if using all his strength, and bowed deeply to Kurtz. Everything boiled down to the simplest, yet most profound sentence. "Thank you for everything you have done for humanity." Kurtz looked at the old man's gray head and shook his head slightly. "It's nothing, what can I say? I'm human too. As long as you're alive, you have to do something for yourself and for your fellow men." This was something Kurtz had decided on from the moment he arrived in this world, and after meeting Sarai, this feeling became a reality. A brief silence fell over the room. It took the bishop some time to calm his excited emotions. He sat up straight and looked at Kurtz with deep admiration in his eyes. The two talked for a while longer, mainly the bishop asking questions about the practice of holy magic and Kurtz offering guidance, which helped the old bishop make further progress each time. Seeing that it was almost time, Kurtz once again took his leave. This time, the bishop did not try to keep him any longer. He stood up and respectfully saw Kurtz to the door. Just as Kurtz was about to step out of the room, Bishop Kazalius finally couldn't suppress his greatest curiosity, or rather, the question that would arise in everyone who knew of Kurtz's existence. He gazed at Kurtz's unusually youthful face and asked, "Lord Kurtz, please forgive my intrusion, but how exactly have you lived 1,000 years?" This question concerned immortality and taboos, enough to unleash endless greed among humankind. The bishop knew he shouldn't ask, but he couldn't suppress the most profound confusion in his heart. Kurtz stopped in his tracks. He didn't turn around, but just tilted his head slightly, remained silent for a few seconds, and then answered in a tone that revealed no emotion. "I used a special method, a method that only I can use." His answer cleverly avoided all the key points, while also serving as a subtle warning that his method was unique, unreplicable, and not to be coveted. Bishop Caesalius was a man of great wisdom, and he immediately understood its meaning. He knew all too well how alluring immortality was to humankind, and he had no intention of asking for details. Instead, a hint of melancholy appeared on his face. He gazed at Kurtz's retreating figure and suddenly asked another question. "So, Lord Kurtz, after 1,000 years, are you satisfied with humanity's current development? Has humanity failed to live up to your bloody battles and expectations back then?" Kurtz finally turned around to face the bishop. A complex smile appeared on his face, the thoughts that mingled within it known only to him. Kurtz didn't answer directly, but raised his hand and waved it casually. "I'm satisfied," he said. "Life will find its own way, and humanity has never let me down." After saying that, he didn't linger, turned around, and left, his figure quickly disappearing from the bishop's sight. Bishop Caesalius stood alone at the doorway, gazing for a long time in the direction Kurtz had left. Finally, he bowed again with utmost solemnity and murmured to himself, "Thank you again, Lord Kurtz." Chapter 241, The Reckless Charge of Flam. When Kurtz found Sarai, she was standing on the highest terrace of the city lord's mansion, overlooking the city below. "It's time to go." Kurtz walked to her side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Sarai didn't turn around, still gazing into the distance, her tone very flat. "Where is the destination?" This was a very practical question. The reason they were in the city was precisely because of the mess Flam and Isla had caused, and they had rushed over on short notice. It wasn't a pre-planned trip. Now that the matter was resolved, although the Demon King's threat still hung over them like a dark cloud, she could only wait until Kurtz found a way to seal or resolve it completely. Indeed, they had fallen into a temporary state of wandering, without a clear goal. It was precisely because of this that Sarai had drunk alone out of boredom yesterday, which led to what happened afterward. Kurtz seemed to have considered this question long ago, or rather, it was the result of his discussion with the elf girl. He turned his head and looked at Sarai's small face. "Let's go to a country." Sarai's gaze shifted slightly, finally retracting from the distance, looking at him with a hint of inquiry. Kurtz reminded her with a smile. "Did you forget? We agreed yesterday to establish a mage association that spans the entire continent. This is a good opportunity to complete the first step of the plan." There were still quite a few human countries on the continent now. El Country, in the center of the continent, was also the ideal country for humans, the origin country of current human civilization, and a veritable country of magic. It was known for its reverence for magic, making it an ideal place to promote its standardization. Furthermore, the most famous mage academy on the continent was there, making it much easier to establish a mage association on that foundation. The Southern Unified Empire's requirements for magic were too strict. Basically, only nobles were qualified to learn magic. Ordinary people had no chance to access magic, making it not a good place to establish a mage association. As for the various countries in the West and East, there was even less to say. They were too chaotic, and their attitude toward magic was no better than that of the Southern Unified Empire. In fact, the Southern Unified Empire had even extended its claws there, and if nothing unexpected happened, these countries would probably also submit to it. Kurtz did not intend to interfere with this. Helping El Country last time was already an exception. After all, it was a country founded by an old friend, and Kurtz could not tolerate it being annexed like that. Moreover, humanity rightfully needed the existence of such an ideal country. On the other side, upon hearing that it was about establishing a mage association, a glimmer of interest immediately flashed in Sarai's eyes. She had been quite interested in it last night, but unfortunately, the kiss that followed had left her flustered. Today, she had wanted to talk to Kurtz properly, but Flam had intercepted him and taken him shopping. Although she had successfully found him, due to Flam's unusual emotional state, she couldn't continue the discussion. Now, hearing Kurtz bring it up proactively, Sarai was naturally very interested. "Good," she responded emphatically, clearly in strong agreement with the proposal. "The quality of mage talents there seems to be higher than elsewhere. After all, the most famous mage academy is there." "Since that's the case," Kurtz suggested, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "When we get there, why don't you take on a few more apprentices?" Upon hearing this, Sarai immediately frowned in distaste, rejecting it without hesitation. "My apprentices aren't just anyone who can become one. My requirements are very high." She glanced at Kurtz, adding with a touch of pride, "Do you think everyone is like Flam, barely passable?" She said barely passable, but Kurtz could tell that she actually highly approved of and was satisfied with Flam as a disciple. Otherwise, with her picky personality, she would never have taught her most skilled magic to the other party. Kurtz just smiled without speaking, not exposing her thoughts. He knew Sarai's temperament well. She set a very high bar, but once someone could cross it, they would truly enter her sight, and then she would do her best to satisfy their thirst for knowledge about magic and make them a powerful mage. A brief silence fell on the terrace. Suddenly, Sarai seemed to recall something, turning her gaze to Kurtz. Her tone sounded like a casual question, but the slight furrow in her brow betrayed a hint of imperceptible concern. "What about Flam? Is she all right?" Although her emotions were not delicate, and she couldn't understand the source of the other party's emotional outburst, she wasn't completely oblivious. Earlier in the restaurant, Flam's abnormal reaction and hasty departure, she had seen it all. At the time, she had seemingly indifferently left everything for Kurtz to handle, but now, she couldn't help but feel a little concerned. After all, in her intuition, Flam's emotional loss of control was related to herself, and also to the man in front of her. Moreover, Flam was also one of only 2 disciples Sarai currently acknowledged, and she was a human. She was rarely willing to invest energy in teaching and treating as a special case. When Kurtz heard her ask about Flam, he turned to look at her with an expression of intense complexity. That look contained a hint of helplessness and distress, as well as a sense of looking at an accomplice of some culprit. Sarai felt uncomfortable under Kurtz's strange gaze, as if she had done something unknowingly and couldn't help but ask directly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Kurtz's gaze made her feel inexplicably uneasy. Kurtz sighed, his tone filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. "Nothing, I just feel that child Flam is sometimes too stubborn. I can't think of any good way to persuade her." Persuade? Sarai was even more puzzled, her eyes full of confusion. What does she need persuading about, and even you can't do it? In her eyes, Kurtz and Flam had an extremely close relationship, even better than her own relationship with Flam. The child's trust and closeness to Kurtz were almost palpable. If even Kurtz couldn't guide her, how serious must the problem be? Kurtz looked at her completely out-of-the-loop expression, and the sense of helplessness in his heart grew heavier. He shook his head, his tone meaningful. "It's precisely because we are too close that there are some things I am even more powerless to do." He ultimately chose not to reveal Flam's feelings at this moment. On one hand, he hadn't yet figured out how to deal with it. On the other hand, he could almost foresee that once revealed, with Sarai's strong attitude, the scene would instantly escalate into an unmanageable conflict. For now, it was better to maintain this fragile calm. Sarai was completely confused, unable to understand Kurtz's vague words. Close yet powerless, what kind of logic was that? Incomprehensible, what exactly are you hiding? Nothing, you just need to know that my persuasion was not only useless, but even counterproductive. Sarai's frown deepened. She hated it when this man played riddles with her. Just as she was about to press further, she was interrupted by approaching footsteps. Both turned to look at the same time, only to see Flam, Isla, and FRIEREN walking toward them from the other end of the terrace. Flam had clearly tidied herself up, changing into a beautiful white mage robe. There was no trace of her previous crying on her face. Instead, she radiated an unusual glow. Her eyes were strikingly bright, carrying a certain unstoppable momentum. Isla followed behind her, a hint of confusion on her face, seemingly not yet fully understanding the situation. And FRIEREN, who followed behind the two, was also somewhat confused, though this confusion stemmed more from Flam. She didn't quite understand how Flam, who had only stepped out during dinner, had changed so much. Even Sarai's attention was immediately drawn. She looked at Flam's state, which was completely different from when she had hastily left earlier, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. However, the scene that followed completely exceeded her comprehension. Flam walked directly in front of Kurtz, looked up, and in her red eyes burned an undisguised, fervent emotion. Without any warning or hesitation, in Kurtz's stunned gaze, she opened her arms and hugged him tightly. Sarai. She could tell this embrace was definitely not the intimate one between teacher and student, but one with a deeper meaning. Flam's cheek was even intimately pressed against Kurtz's chest, uninhibitedly expressing her love. Teacher Kurtz, Flam's voice was clear and loud. I like you. In an instant, the air on the terrace seemed to freeze completely. Isla's eyes widened, almost unable to believe what she was seeing. And Sarai's expression completely froze. She looked at Flam, who was tightly hugging Kurtz, and at Kurtz's reaction, who didn't hug back but also didn't immediately push her away. First, a look of extreme confusion flashed in her eyes, as if she couldn't process this incomprehensible situation. Then that confusion receded like a tide, and an unfamiliar emotion appeared instantly. It was as if something important had been taken away. No, that's not right. It's not as if it is. Her Kurtz was taken away by her apprentice, Flam. On her always calm face, clear expressions of disbelief and shock appeared, followed by a sudden, sharp aura. Flam naturally felt the cold gaze coming from Sarai's direction, but instead of letting go, she hugged him even tighter, even turning her head slightly to meet Sarai's gaze. Her eyes were full of an unyielding challenge. Initially, she had planned to take things slowly, but since her teacher had already noticed her feelings and his attitude was so ambiguous, she decided not to hide anymore. She was going to play her hand openly. She was going to challenge her other beloved teacher openly. Kurtz felt the girl's slightly trembling, yet unusually firm body in his arms, and Sarai's suddenly cold gaze across from him. He could only let out a long, helpless sigh in his heart. What was bound to come had finally arrived. And in such a direct and dramatic way. Chapter 242. Lady Sarai is observing. What is love? This problem was far more difficult for Sarai to understand than even the most complex ancient magic. She once thought that the bond between herself and Kurtz, which spanned 1,000 years, and the tacit understanding they shared through the end of the mythical era, had long surpassed any emotional realm that human language could describe. This feeling needed no explanation. However, Flam's declaration of love was like a ray of light, suddenly piercing through the orderly realm of her understanding. She clearly felt a powerful impulse, a violent urge to twist Flam's audacious head off her slender neck and kick it like a ball. The thought came so suddenly and intensely that it startled her slightly, and she immediately had the idea of putting it into action. Fortunately, another, deeper emotion suppressed it. She was delighted with Flam and liked her very much. This liking stemmed from the affection a teacher has for their student. At the same time, because she treated her as an exception and had brought her back and raised her, the protective feeling she herself was unaware of suppressed this dangerous impulse in time. In the end, Sarai's expression remained unchanged, but the coldness deep in her eyes transformed into an even more indescribable silence. Let's go. She spoke calmly, as if the scene that had just shocked any onlooker had never happened. There were no questions, no outrage, and after the initial surprise, there was no further astonishment, as if Flam had simply done something insignificant. This reaction not only stunned Flam, who was on edge and bracing for a storm, but also surprised Kurtz. Flam's red eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. Is that it? Lady Sarai, does that mean she's tacitly agreeing? Would she even be willing to give up Teacher Kurtz to me? This overly naive thought popped up uncontrollably, giving her a sudden tremor, but she immediately dismissed it. Based on my understanding of Lady Sarai, there is absolutely no way she would be willing to give up Teacher Kurtz to me so easily. There must be a deeper idea behind it. But it's okay, I'm not afraid of her. Flam kept encouraging herself in her mind. Kurtz, on the other hand, sensed that beneath Sarai's overly calm exterior lay some extremely unusual thoughts. That was not tacit consent, much less compromise, but rather an attitude akin to observation. What does Sarai want to do? Kurtz wasn't sure either, but that didn't stop him from observing the situation. Although it might be unfair to Flam to say this, if this opportunity could bring Sarai a sense of crisis and teach her what love is, then Kurtz would be happy to play the dumb protagonist in this chaotic situation. But he would never reciprocate Flam's feelings, because the human lifespan has a limit. Even Flam was no exception. On the other hand, Sarai gave no one another chance to investigate. She turned first and walked down the tower with steady steps. Her back revealed no hidden meaning. In this extremely eerie atmosphere, the group left the city that had once been in crisis because of them and was also saved because of them. Duke Hod and Bishop Caesalius had intended to hold a grand farewell ceremony for everyone, but Kurtz refused. The Duke even suggested that everyone stay a few more days so that he could commission a statue of them, so that the city would remember their contributions. However, this proposal was also rejected. It was too late to do things that they didn't have time to do 1,000 years ago. Therefore, there was no grand farewell, only the complex and awe-inspiring gazes of Duke Hod and Bishop Caesalius, who watched them depart silently from afar. The journey began again. At this moment, Flam seemed to have completely broken free from some invisible shackles. Her earlier declaration on the tower was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a genuine expression of her resolve. She no longer felt any shyness or concealment, and expressed her burning emotions to Kurtz without reservation. When Kurtz walked down the street, she would naturally move closer to him. Even when they rested, she would immediately sit down next to him, shoulder to shoulder, as if that was her exclusive spot. Even the way she addressed him had changed. Instead of adding teacher, she boldly called him Kurtz. This is no ordinary disciple. She must be severely punished. But Flam's stubbornness was beyond imagination. Kurtz, try this, it's delicious. Kurtz, are you tired? Why don't you lean on me and rest for a bit? Kurtz. Aside from his millennia-old companion Sarai, only Flam would address him by his first name like this. Kurtz felt extremely uncomfortable. Initially, he tried to refuse and keep his distance. He would avoid her hand, let her sit back in her original seat, and reject her advances, reminding her of her place and trying to correct her form of address. Unfortunately, they all failed. Her love was as tenacious as a vine. Each time she was politely rejected, a fleeting sadness would pass through her eyes, only to be quickly replaced by an even stronger flame, and she would try to approach him again in a different way. She seemed determined to use this pervasive infiltration method to wear down all of Kurtz's defenses. Kurtz wasn't heartless. He couldn't possibly do anything excessive to the disciple he had personally trained and raised. Those cold, hard words of rejection were already his limit. Moreover, he was also waiting for the other person's reaction. Sarai made no response to Flam's affectionate gestures, even as Flam began to take her place. She was just observing. Yes, observing. She would sit not far away, her eyes always inadvertently glancing at Flam and Kurtz. Whenever Flam and Kurtz came into contact, she would squint her eyes slightly, her gaze becoming exceptionally serious, and she would even occasionally nod gently, revealing an expression of "I see." Kurtz began to suspect that Sarai might be using him and Flam as some kind of sample, and was silently taking notes in her mind. But if that was the case, on what day would she finish her observation log and return to the battlefield? Kurtz was very curious. The journey continued. Until one ordinary afternoon. As usual, Flam held a tempting-looking fruit and walked toward Kurtz, who was resting nearby. Kurtz, this fruit. Before she could finish speaking, a golden figure was faster than her. Sarai, who had been unresponsive, suddenly began to act. She moved swiftly, instantly appearing behind Kurtz. To Flam's astonishment, Sarai reached out naturally, not to take the fruit, but to hug the man in front of her from behind, even slightly tiptoeing to press her body entirely close to Kurtz. With her other arm, she wrapped around his chest, their cheeks pressed together, creating an embrace that was even closer and more possessive than Flam's previous one. After she finished doing all this, she even turned her head slightly to look at the completely frozen Flam. My foolish apprentice. Is this the standard way humans express love and ownership? Sarai had finally revealed her fangs. Chapter 243, The Escalating Sparring. Flam's smile froze completely, and the fruit in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. An invisible tension, like a taut bowstring, permeated the space between the resting group. The fruit at Flam's feet seemed to act as a fuse, finally igniting the eerie atmosphere. She looked at Sarai, whose expression was indifferent, her words still echoing in her ears. Then she looked at Kurtz, who showed no sign of refusal. The courage she had been building up over the past few days and the surging love she felt finally broke through her last bit of hesitation. But she did not choose the most drastic approach. She took a deep breath, picked up the fruit, wiped off the dust, took out a handkerchief from her bosom, carefully laid it on the ground, and then placed the fruit on it. After doing all this, she looked at Lady Sarai, who was still holding Kurtz, with a resolute expression in her eyes, and even her tone carried an almost formal sense of challenge. Lady Sarai, her voice was clear, I have always admired your power and regarded you as the ultimate goal on the path of magic. Today, your disciple Flam wishes to have a spar with you. She deliberately used the word, sparring, in an attempt to disguise the conflict as a legitimate master-disciple contest. But her eyes, her tightly clenched fists, and the magical energy that involuntarily began to gather around her all proved her true intentions. She wanted to use her own strength to prove to this seemingly insurmountable peak that she was qualified to stand beside teacher Kurtz and even compete with her. Upon hearing this, Isla's expression changed instantly. She immediately wanted to step forward to stop Flam's reckless actions, but was glared at by Sarai and kept in her tracks. She could only frantically try to signal Flam with her eyes, attempting to get her to retract her outrageous statement. Even FRIEREN noticed that something was wrong. Kurtz frowned. It seems that Flam has been driven mad by love. She's eaten too many red beans and is now lovesick. He was about to say something, but Sarai reacted first. She looked at Flam, her gaze devoid of any emotion, only a pure and utter coldness. Sparring, Sarai repeated the word, her tone devoid of any emotion. How do you want to spar? Flam felt a pang of unease at Sarai's overly calm reaction, but the arrow had already been released, and there was no turning back. She forcefully suppressed the excitement in her heart and declared loudly, naturally, in the manner of a mage, please instruct me, teacher. Okay, Sarai chuckled, releasing Kurtz from her embrace. The crowd immediately stepped back, clearing a space for the two of them. You're even more foolish than I thought, Sarai said, looking at Flam, who was already in a fighting stance. Before she could finish speaking, Flam's magical power erupted. Flam knew that any probing against Sarai would be futile. Only by going all out could she possibly show her determination. She thrust her staff forward with a swift motion, and countless spears of light, imbued with destructive energy, instantly condensed in the air. They tore through the air and pierced toward Sarai at astonishing speed. This attack surpassed the full force strike of an ordinary archmage. However, faced with this ferocious attack that could pierce through rock, Sarai simply raised her hand casually, her fingers spreading out in the air. There were no complex magic circles, and even the slightest fluctuations in magical energy were barely noticeable. A solid magical shield instantly appeared in front of all the light spears. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the woods. The violent energy turbulence splashed wildly, blasting the surrounding grass into patches of scorched black. However, the seemingly fragile shield remained completely still, without even a ripple. The terrifying spears of light struck it, but aside from emitting futile energy turbulence, they could not advance an inch and eventually dissipated into nothingness after exhausting their energy. Flam's pupils contracted sharply. Although she was mentally prepared, the shock she felt when she saw her full-force attack being so easily neutralized was still beyond measure. Lady Sarai's strength is truly amazing. Too weak, Sarai's cold voice rang out, just like her daily instruction. The magic concentration was too rushed, more than 20% of the energy was lost, and the control was also lacking. It's all show and no substance. Her comments were very accurate, pinpointing the problems with Flam's magic. It's not over yet. Flam gritted her teeth, unleashing her magic power, and more magic circles lit up around her. In an instant, a torrent of colorful high-level magic poured down on Sarai like a storm. Flam unleashed all her magic, releasing every offensive spell she possessed without reservation, engulfing the entire forest in a raging torrent of magical energy. Isla was already so frightened that she pulled FRIEREN back one step at a time. The space that had been cleared for the two of them earlier was no longer enough for them to squander, and the aftershocks of the battle were still spreading. FRIEREN stared wide-eyed at the frenzied magical clash, her small mouth slightly agape. Faced with Flam's magical release, Sarai finally began to take it seriously. This disciple was far more accomplished in magic than she had imagined. But that wasn't enough. With each wave of her hand, a corresponding spell would silently appear, canceling out Flam's attack. Kurtz watched as the two escalated their sparring, his expression growing increasingly serious. He had 2 magic circles in his hands, which were shield magic, and had been quietly applied to the two of them to prevent anyone from getting hurt. However, as Flam and Sarai used increasingly powerful magic, Kurtz began to doubt whether his magic shield could withstand it. But it's okay. He comforted himself with this thought. He was confident in Sarai's abilities. She could easily defeat Flam, making her realize the skill gap and dispel her unrealistic fantasies. But for some reason, he had a bad feeling about it. On the other side, Flam's breathing became increasingly rapid, her magic power was rapidly depleting, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She felt as if she were fighting against a god. The other party easily neutralized all her attacks, and she could even see the smugness on Lady Sarai's face. Is the gap really that big? A deep sense of powerlessness almost consumed her. Why doesn't it work? She muttered resentfully, and finally, as if she had made a decision, she threw down her staff and desperately squeezed out all the remaining magic power. Lady Sarai, please be careful. This is the magic I created myself, she warned in a hoarse voice. As she channeled her magic, an extremely complex but highly unstable massive magic circle instantly unfolded above her head, causing the surrounding space to vibrate violently with magical energy. This was the highest level of magic that Flam had access to, created not long ago. Although it was incomplete, its power was extremely terrifying. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, Witness. The magic around Flam was no longer in its previous violent and surging state, but had become extremely restrained, yet it carried a sacred aura that made people's hearts tremble. Her teacher, Kurtz, once told her that he created the light-devouring spell in the field of light magic, which devours all light, compresses it, and then explodes it. Later, based on sacred magic, he created powerful magic capable of slaying gods. And now, Flam was doing the same thing. Instead of pursuing the more powerful holy magic, she chose to use it as a fusion material, combining it with offensive magic. This was something she had been trying to do, and it was also a surprise she wanted to give her 2 teachers. But now, this surprise had been used on Lady Sarai. The magic that Flam cast was not any existing magic spell, but a unique fusion magic that she created by combining Kurtz's understanding of holy magic with the powerful offensive magic she learned from Sarai. As her magic power surged, the enormous magic circle floating above her head suddenly burst forth with blinding light. Divine power and destructive force intertwined and were forcibly combined to form a gigantic sphere, whose energy level increased exponentially. "Teacher, please bear witness," Flam exclaimed, unsure whether the teacher she was referring to was Kurtz, Sarai, or both. As she completed her magic, the world changed color in an instant. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, dark clouds gathered wildly, and the surrounding light became distorted and uncertain. The magic in this space began to rage, affecting even the surrounding weather. Kurtz's expression changed drastically. He could clearly sense that although Flam's magic was very crude and unstable, its core concept was extremely bold and even crazy. The combination of holy magic and offensive magic was simply not a field that a mage at her stage should be exploring. If one were not careful, the first one to be devoured by this out-of-control power would be the caster herself. What troubled him even more was Sarai's reaction. Faced with magic powerful enough to send the surrounding magic into a frenzy, Sarai gradually lost her composure. Instead, there was an extremely rare solemnity, and even a hint of fighting spirit that had been truly stirred up. In her eyes, she saw the ever-expanding chaotic energy, from which she clearly sensed a threat. It didn't come from the magic's current power, but from the immense potential it revealed. Fusion magic. This disciple, whom she had always regarded as someone who needed to be taught, had unknowingly already explored a field that was enough to make even her take notice. Excellent, Sarai murmured to herself, her voice soft but brimming with excitement. That's more like it. She no longer regarded Flam as a disciple who needed guidance, but at this moment, as an opponent worthy of her serious attention. The fighting spirit within her was fully awakened, and she was determined to completely defeat Flam in front of her before she could stop. Without further hesitation, she raised her hand, and a surge of magical power erupted from her body, unleashing a magic circle far more complex and ancient than Flam's. A vast, ocean-like surge of magic power erupted from her body, instantly suppressing Flam's seemingly astonishing magical fluctuations. Even the surrounding light began to be swallowed up by the magic circle in a strange way. All the light, whether it was sunlight, magical radiance, or even the faint energy emitted by Flam's magic, was drawn by this magic circle and frantically converged toward Sarai's palm. An exceptionally white singularity, so extreme that it was impossible to look directly at, appeared in the center of her palm. That was a compressed mechanism, containing a light of destructive power. It was the ultimate destructive magic that Kurtz created and taught her, which would later become the pinnacle of light magic. Strive to live on, my foolish apprentice. The white singularity suddenly expanded, not emitting light, but frantically devouring all the light and energy around it. The compressive force within it caused the surrounding space to groan under its strain, and it even began to distort. On one side was fusion magic, which touched taboos and was also an entirely new field. On the other side was the strongest light magic, capable of making gods bleed. Two potent and terrifying spells were about to collide in this forest. At this critical moment, enough! Without warning, Kurtz appeared simultaneously in the center of the two destructive energies. He had his back to Flam and was facing Sarai, with his arms outstretched to the sides at the same time. As his own domain expanded, two extremely complex magic circles suddenly appeared. These magic circles neither generated nor absorbed energy. Their sole function was to create an absolute magical vacuum, forcibly interrupting and repelling any energy flow that attempted to enter. This naturally included the magic that Flam and Sarai were about to unleash. Disperse! Creating a magical vacuum zone was not enough. The magic of these two was almost complete. He must also turn the energy within it into nothingness so that it had no power as much as possible. Upon seeing Kurtz appear, Sarai did not hesitate and immediately abandoned the idea of continuing to cast spells, allowing him to dissolve her magic gradually. But Flam could not stop. Her magic was inherently unstable, and given that she had forcibly gathered such powerful energy, she couldn't let go of it easily. Otherwise, the caster would be annihilated immediately. Fortunately, Kurtz intervened in time. He forcibly took control of the magic in their hands, suppressing it until only a small amount of energy remained. Without hesitation, he threw it high into the air, where it exploded like fireworks. Even after the explosion's shockwave subsided, everyone remained standing, unable to recover for a long time. Kurtz's breathing became much more rapid. Forcibly interrupting two such powerful spells at the same time was by no means an easy task, even for him. To his left, Flam collapsed to the ground, her magic completely depleted, unable to move even a finger. She could only stare blankly at Kurtz's back, her eyes filled with lingering fear. Her unfinished forbidden spell had been forcibly dispelled. To his right, Sarai landed slowly, her magic began to subside, and there was no sign of paleness on her face. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes as she looked at Kurtz. She clearly hadn't expected that he would be able to stop the two of them forcefully. Although Kurtz thwarted the final spell, the forest was left in ruins thanks to their previous battle. The only sound in the entire arena was Kurtz's slightly rapid breathing. Kurtz first looked at Flam, who lay on the ground, with a complicated expression that combined blame, relief, and lingering fear. He then turned to Sarai and said, "Nonsense. Do you both want to wipe this forest, along with yourselves, from the face of the earth?" Chapter 245, The Cruel Theory of Lifespan. Kurtz walked over to Flam and squatted down. She didn't look at him, but stared blankly at the ground scorched by the aftershocks of her own magic, tears silently sliding down her cheeks, mixing into the soil. She saw how relaxed and carefree Lady Sarai looked. She was also casting a forbidden spell, and yet while Flam was unable to move, Lady Sarai was completely unaffected. The gap really is enormous. "Flam," Kurtz lowered his voice, a hint of determination in his tone. Flam's body trembled slightly, but she still did not raise her head. "Look up at me," Kurtz's tone left no room for argument. Flam struggled to lift her neck and meet Kurtz's eyes. There was no disgust or impatience in them, but rather a clear sense of boundaries. "Kurtz, it's me." "You are very good, Flam," Kurtz said, his first words taking her by surprise. "Your talent and this immature but brilliant fusion magic you displayed today have both exceeded my expectations." His affirmation gave Flam a glimmer of hope, but Kurtz's following words shattered that hope completely. However, feelings cannot be bought with talent and strength, much less fought for. His gaze was calm yet cold. "I cannot reciprocate your feelings, not in the past, not now, and not in the future." The air seemed to freeze. The light in Flam's eyes quickly dimmed, replaced by a stubborn and unwilling despair. She grabbed Kurtz's hand suddenly, her fingertips trembling with emotion. "Why?" Her voice was hoarse, trembling with tears. "Is it because I'm not good enough? Is it because I'm not strong enough? Or is it because of Lady Sarai?" She used almost all her last strength to call out that name. Kurtz watched her silently, letting her hold him. Countless complex emotions flashed across his eyes, ultimately culminating in a very soft sigh. He seemed to be struggling. There were some things he didn't want to say, but at this moment, perhaps only the cruelest truth could sever this obsession. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. Because of time, Flam, Kurtz was forced to reveal the cruel truth. "Because the time I have is different from the time you have." Flam was stunned and couldn't understand for a moment. Kurtz looked at her and slowly said, "I am from 1,000 years ago. My lifespan has long surpassed the limits of humanity. 100 years, 1,000 years, or even longer is perhaps just a segment of my long life. But you," his gaze fell on her young face, which was etched with stubbornness, "are human, possessing a brilliant yet fleeting life. I don't want to," he paused, as if those words weighed a ton. "I don't want to be a lover 100 years from now, to personally bid you farewell, then etch your image into my memory, and walk alone through the endless years to come. That kind of weight is too much for me to bear, and I don't want to bear it." Flam's pupils contracted sharply. She finally understood what Kurtz had been avoiding all along. It wasn't that she wasn't good enough. It wasn't Sarai, but rather the insurmountable gap in their lifespans. "I don't care," she almost screamed as she retorted, tears streaming down her face. "Even if it's only 100 years, even if it's only a few decades, as long as I can be with you, I don't care about anything else. As long as I've had you, I. "And what about 100 years from now?" Kurtz interrupted her, his voice rising abruptly as he retorted. 100 years from now, you will be dust, and what about me? You've left me with this fleeting joy and eternal loss. How am I supposed to face the endless eternity without you?" He stared intently at her, each word like a judgment. "Flam, is your love so selfish? Only caring for yourself, leaving me with endless pain and longing? Is this what you wanted?" Flam was speechless, her mouth agape, but no sound came out. Kurtz's words were like a cold file, grinding away at all her unrealistic romantic fantasies, revealing the bloody reality beneath. After a long silence, she lowered her head, her voice so weak it was almost inaudible, filled with endless bitterness. "By then, I would be long gone, and I wouldn't stand in your way anymore." "Stupid." Kurtz finally couldn't hold back any longer. He curled his finger, and with a force that was full of anger at her lack of self-regard, gave her a hard knock on the forehead. "He." Flam winced in pain, covered her forehead, and looked at him with teary eyes. "What do you take feelings for, a relay race?" Kurtz laughed angrily, but there was no smile in his eyes. "Do you think love is something you can run a leg of the race and then hand it over to the next person to continue? Flam, feelings are not like that. They are not something that can be transferred." He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. "My feelings for Sarai are a different matter, and even without her, I still cannot respond to you. I've already made the reason very clear. In the long journey of life, I can't bring myself to pull someone along for a short while, only to leave an eternal void." Seeing Flam's utterly defeated expression, he finally softened. He reached out and gently placed his hand on her head, his tones softening. "Flam, your magic, your future, both hold infinite possibilities. Don't waste all your energy on your obsession. Try to transform this feeling into the power to explore the path of magic, okay? Let me see you standing at the pinnacle of magic. That might be a better answer than any other response." Flam stared at him blankly, feeling the warmth coming from above her head. The surging despair in her heart seemed to finally fade away, leaving behind a mess in her heart. She remained silent for a long time, and finally, very slowly, she nodded. She knew that this might be the only reason she could temporarily suppress her surging emotions. At least, she could still follow in his footsteps as his disciple. After calming Flam down, Kurt stood up and turned his gaze to Sarai, who had been quietly observing him and Flam from a short distance away. He walked over. As Sarai watched him approach, she felt no remorse or lingering fear, but rather a lingering fighting spirit, as if she were still savoring the unfinished magical duel from just moments before. Kurt stopped in front of her, his brow furrowed. "Sarai, you were too impulsive just now." Sarai tilted her head slightly, seemingly puzzled. "Impulsive? She challenged me and I responded. Isn't that normal?" But this wasn't a life-or-death struggle. Kurtz's tone intensified. "She used an unstable forbidden spell, and instead of stopping her, you used magic of the same scale. What would have happened if I hadn't stopped it in time? You almost killed her." Sarai paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over Flam, who was still slumped on the ground in the distance, and said calmly, "She didn't hold back, so naturally I have to do my best. Besides, only in this way can she understand the difference between me and her." Chapter 246. Thousands of roads lead to dead ends. Besides, no one was hurt, right? Looking at Sarai's unreasonable and illogical manner, Kurtz felt a surge of anger rising to his head. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. "No one is injured." Kurtz's voice was low. "Sarai, do you think if I had been half a second slower, you wouldn't be seeing a disciple lying on the ground right now? You might not even be able to find a body." He grew angrier and angrier as he spoke, and couldn't help but bend his finger and give Sarai's smooth forehead a hard thud. Thump. The sound was crisp and clear. It was a good strike. Sarai was unprepared for Kurtz's sudden attack. She covered the spot where she had been hit, her golden eyes widening suddenly, filled with disbelief and a faint hint of grievance. She had lived so many years. Who would dare treat her like this? This man was incredibly arrogant. "You?" Sarai was speechless with anger. "Yeah, me, what? What do you mean, you?" Kurtz interrupted her rudely. "You two, master and disciple, are going to use forbidden magic to fight to the death over who would steal a man. You're making all the mages look like harlot idiots." Stealing a man." Sarai was speechless, choked by the vulgar and blunt phrase. A blush rose on her fair cheeks, whether from anger or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. "What nonsense are you talking about? I was just responding to my disciple's challenge." Responding to a challenge is to clash with forbidden magic. Kurtz was almost driven crazy by her bizarre focus. With your abilities, you need to use light devouring to defeat Flam. You should be able to see that Flam's magic, although powerful, is not in its complete form, and its energy dissipates very severely. The highest level defensive magic is more than enough. But you got carried away and were about to use forbidden magic on your own disciple. Kurtz's words were all reasonable, leaving Sarai somewhat bewildered. She opened her mouth, as if to refute, but found that she could not find any valid reason. She really didn't think that much about it at the time. It was only Flam's fusion magic that stirred up her long-dormant fighting spirit, as well as the initial thought of twisting the head off Flam, this arrogant disciple who dared to lay a hand on the person most important to her. She did indeed intend to kill Flam. That was an indisputable fact. Kurtz, of course, noticed it as well. She muttered subconsciously, her voice much lower than usual. Who told her to be so reckless, trying to take it from me? She couldn't bring herself to say the last few words, but her eyes, which kept looking at Kurtz, and her slightly puffed-out cheeks betrayed her thoughts. Looking at her almost sulking appearance, Kurtz's anger inexplicably subsided by half, replaced by self-reproach for letting things develop to this point. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his fist and punched himself hard in the face. "Sarai, what are you doing?" Kurtz was too fast. Sarai didn't even have time to react. It wasn't until blood trickled from the man's mouth that she immediately asked what had happened. "I also bear some responsibility," Kurtz replied calmly. "If I hadn't been soft-hearted at the beginning and hadn't firmly rejected Flam's feelings, if I had stopped their sparring from the start, none of this would have happened." "It has nothing to do with you," Sarai whispered. As she watched the glaring red blood spill from the corner of his mouth, the slight resentment and dissatisfaction she felt from being hit on the forehead were instantly replaced by a feeling of heartache. "It is related," Kurtz nodded emphatically, his tone laced with self-mockery. "Because of me, this troublemaker, you two, the legendary master and disciple duo, ended up fighting each other, almost destroying this entire forest." Sarai glanced at him, but didn't say anything more. "Sarai, don't do that again next time." All the words in his heart were reduced to a single admonition. Sarai met his gaze for a moment, noticing the blood trickling from the corner of Kurtz's mouth, before finally lowering her head and saying, It seemed she had accepted the lecture. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Kurtz breathed a sigh of relief and turned to check on Isla and the other two. "I have no idea where those two went." Isla was quite clever. Seeing the fight between the two escalating, she immediately led FRIEREN to hide far away, and for a moment they were completely out of sight. However, just as he took a step, someone grabbed the hem of his clothes from behind. Kurtz paused, turning back in confusion. Sarai had her head slightly lowered, her long golden hair falling down and obscuring most of her face, making it impossible to see her expression. Her hands, however, gripped his clothes tightly, showing no sign of letting go. The air was silent for a few seconds. Then an extremely stubborn voice, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of grievance, came through. "You Kurtz are mine." These 4 words were spoken seemingly out of the blue, yet with resolute seriousness. This was both her final response to Flam's actions and her most direct declaration of possession at this moment, along with the deepest emotional outpouring. Kurtz was stunned. He looked at the usually aloof elf lady before him, who was now displaying an almost childish declaration of love, and something in his heart seemed to be touched. He remained silent for a moment, then suddenly did something that Sarai didn't expect. He suddenly turned around, reached out, and pulled Sarai into a tight embrace. Sarai was caught off guard and bumped into his warm chest, her whole body stiffening. She instinctively tried to struggle, pushing his chest away with her hands. But it simply couldn't be pushed open. Then Kurtz lowered his head and kissed her lips without saying a word. This was a kiss unlike any other accident. It was a real kiss. It carried an undeniable strength, as well as long-suppressed desires. Sarai's initial protests and struggles gradually weakened under the familiar aura. Her hands gradually lost strength and eventually fell, even unconsciously clenching the front of his shirt. Not far away, Flam watched the scene quietly. The heartbreak and breakdown she had imagined did not come. Her heart was surprisingly calm, so calm that it was almost frightening. She watched the two embracing, saw Sarai's almost submissive posture and the tenderness in Kurtz's eyes. Everything was so clear, so perfectly matched. She had no chance now. Whether it was the crystal-clear boundary in teacher Kurtz's mind or the insurmountable lifespan theory that stood between them, both were like a cold reality, isolating her ardent yet tender love from the outside. She knew that her love, at this moment, was destined to be unrequited and unsuccessful. But Flam slowly lowered her head, her red hair falling down to conceal the turbulent emotions in her eyes. "It's okay. I can wait. I can give it a try. Try to find that path that might allow her to have a long life like Lady Sarai, and be able to accompany Kurtz for a long time, truly. Thousands upon thousands of roads, even if they all lead to dead ends, no matter how difficult, how hopeless, or even if they don't exist at all. But this attempt itself will become her new hope, and her strongest motivation on her future path in magic. Now, let me return to my role as an apprentice. Then just keep waiting. She, Flam, is still young, with plenty of time and determination." Chapter 247, The Window Paper That Was Pierced. Kurtz and Sarai's kiss still held no significance, and Flam had no intention of watching any further. "My magic has recovered a little, and I can barely stand up." Before the two could notice, Flam dragged her legs and slowly left, beginning to search for Isla and FRIEREN's presence in the forest. Fortunately, the two were on their way back after seeing that the magical energy here had subsided, and Flam met them not far away. "Sister Isla, FRIEREN," she called out in a hoarse voice, barely managing to stand by leaning against a large tree. When Isla saw Flam, whose face was as pale as paper, her expression immediately changed slightly. "Flam," she rushed forward to support her, "what happened to you?" Long before the battle between Flam and Sarai escalated, she had led FRIEREN away from the area where the two were sparring. Especially after seeing the entire sky change because of their battle, she took FRIEREN even further away. When Flam first proposed the sparring match, Isla already sensed something was wrong. She wanted to stop her, but was stopped by a glare from Lady Sarai. As the battle between the two escalated, there was no chance to stop them, so she could only place her hopes on Kurtz. Now it seemed even Kurtz couldn't stop them, or had he already tried to dissuade them? What was that loud noise just now? Could it be that Lady Sarai used the highest level attack magic? Isla asked repeatedly. Although she and FRIEREN had hidden far enough away, she still clearly sensed the terrifying pressure before the two world-destroying magical forces collided. FRIEREN also looked at Flam, a faint trace of worry appearing in her eyes, but it was hard to detect because of her unchanging expression. Flam leaned against Isla, shaking her head wearily. "It's all right, it's over." She paused, then added, "I just lost this sparring match." "A sparring match?" Isla asked incredulously. "What kind of sparring match can cause such a commotion? This is already a clash of forbidden magic." Luckily, Teacher Kurtz arrived in time. She stopped halfway through her sentence. Because there was more than one forbidden magical aura, she initially thought it was Teacher Kurtz who had intervened. But if it wasn't like that? A startling conjecture suddenly popped into her mind. Has her junior sister already been able to cast such terrifying forbidden magic? But what exactly did she do to anger Lady Sarai to the point of casting such a forbidden spell? Isla gasped, completely bewildered. But when she saw Flam's pale profile, she chose not to ask any more questions. Instead, she helped her up and said softly, all right, stop talking now. You're severely depleted of your magic and need to rest. Come sit down here." She carefully helped Flam to a clean, grassy spot to sit down, then took out a potion to restore magic from her bag and handed it to Flam. Flam did not refuse and took the medicine, drinking it in small sips. The bitter medicine, along with that sentiment, was swallowed, ultimately vanishing like a bubble. FRIEREN also came over. "Are you all right, Flam?" Looking into the elven girl's worried eyes, Flam felt a warmth welling up inside her. She forced a smile. "Thank you, I'm fine. I just need some time to recover." Isla sat down beside her and sighed. "You silly girl, you're really going too far. That's Lady Sarai after all." There was no blame in her tone, only lingering fear and helplessness. Isla didn't understand why Flam suddenly wanted to challenge Lady Sarai, especially in such a radical way. Flam lowered her head, looking at her still trembling hands, and said softly, "I know, I overestimated myself." There wasn't much emotion in her voice, but I don't regret it. Isla looked at her, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, only patting her head to comfort her. Flam lowered her head again, closed her eyes, and began to rely on meditation to restore her magic. No one knew that beneath her calm exterior, a persistent thought had been planted deep in her heart like a seed. Live on. To find a way to transcend the limitations of ordinary people with a mortal body. Even if it's impossible, I'll still go and find it. Meanwhile, on that scorched clearing, the long kiss finally came to an end. Sarai was breathing heavily. Her once clear golden eyes were now veiled with a hazy sheen, and her cheeks were flushed. She didn't seem to have fully recovered from the sudden kiss, and was still instinctively clutching Kurtz's clothes. Kurtz stepped back slightly, looking at Sarai's alluring blush, and resisted the urge to kiss her again. Do you understand now? Kurtz's voice held a hint of lingering emotion. That's my answer. Sarai blinked, as if she wanted to say something, but found that her thoughts were already in a mess. She felt her heart beating very fast, and even the temperature on her face was not normal. In the end, she only uttered a muffled syllable as a response. A sense of immense satisfaction and security enveloped her, making her temporarily too lazy to think about those complex issues. As long as this man is by my side, that's enough. Kurtz smiled at her unusually docile appearance and couldn't help but give her another light peck on the lips before finally letting her go. Sarai subconsciously touched her lips, where a trace of the touch still lingered. She looked up at Kurtz, her gaze sweeping over the dried blood at the corner of his mouth, and her brows furrowed slightly. She reached out, her fingertips gathering a healing magic glow, and gently stroked the corner of his mouth. Kurtz didn't move, letting her treat him. Looking at the other person's focused expression, the gloom in his heart caused by self-blame seemed to be dispelled a lot by this gentle gesture. Next time, Sarai withdrew her hand, staring at him intently. Her voice regained some of its usual coolness, but seemed to have something else in it as well. Don't do such a stupid thing. Kurtz knew she was referring to the punch he had thrown at himself. He smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and said, Then you must promise me that next time you won't spar with your disciple to the point of having to use forbidden spells. Sarai pursed her lips, which was taken as tacit agreement. The atmosphere between the two became somewhat awkward. The barrier that had stood for millennia was finally torn down, bringing not only intimacy, but also a sense of unfamiliarity that needed to be readapted to and redefined. Let's go find Isla and the others, Kurtz broke the silence first. Flam is badly injured and needs care, and, he paused, then sighed, we also need to have a serious talk about what to do next. Sarai nodded. Chapter 248, already separated by a thick barrier. Kurt stood still for a moment, feeling the lingering warmth on his lips. The thin veil between him and Sarai was finally torn away, revealing the surging emotions that had accumulated over thousands of years. But this did not make things simple. Instead, it created a situation that required careful handling. Especially for Flam. He took a deep breath of the acrid air and looked in the direction where Flam had gone. Although he was indeed impulsively led by Sarai's words and did something driven by desire, Flam's quiet departure naturally did not escape his notice. The way that child looked as she left was somewhat heartbreaking. But he knew that some things had to be said immediately, even if it hurt her. I hope Flam won't do anything irrational. Now that Kurtz had confirmed his feelings, Sarai's slight resentment toward Flam dissipated, replaced by her initial concern. Now you know how to care about her, Kurtz glared at her. Knowing she was in the wrong, Sarai didn't refute Kurtz. After a moment of silence, she said, Actually, I did hold back earlier, probably. Sarai realized that she had indeed held back. Otherwise, it would have absorbed and condensed all the light sources within a 100-meter radius, and then released them again, just like it did 1,000 years ago. That was the truly world-destroying forbidden magic. I didn't see that coming. Never mind, Flam shouldn't be that fragile. Remember to apologize to her. Apologize? Sarai shook her head violently. What kind of logic is it for a teacher to apologize to their student? Where would that leave my dignity? Then forget it. After thinking about it, Kurtz gave up on the idea of making Sarai apologize. The main concern was that this might further provoke Flam. Following the scent, the two quickly found Flam resting under Isla's care not far away. FRIEREN leaned against the side, fiddling with the grass with a slightly bored expression. When she saw Kurtz and Sarai approaching, she blinked her big eyes. When Isla saw Kurtz, especially Lady Sarai behind him, she immediately stood up nervously, instinctively trying to stand in front of Flam, and opened her mouth as if to say something. Kurtz shook his head slightly at her, indicating that she didn't need to say anything more. His gaze fell on Flam, who was still resting with her eyes closed. Her face was still pale, but her breathing was much steadier. Flam's talent was not only reflected in her ability to learn and understand magic, but also in her breakneck mana regeneration speed. "Have you already taken the mana restoration potion?" Kurtz asked. Isla always carried mana-restoring potions, so she should have taken them out and given them to Flam as soon as she saw her looking so weak and exhausted. "Yes, Teacher Kurtz," Isla nodded in reply. Kurtz walked up to Flam, stopped, and deliberately made his expression serious, even with a hint of coldness that suggested a clear distance. He needed to test the waters, to confirm whether, beneath the moment of calm that Flam had displayed after his persuasion, a more dangerous obsession was hidden. He knew his apprentice well. She was very stubborn, she wouldn't give up easily. "Flam," he said, his voice deliberately cold, devoid of much gentleness. Flam's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those red eyes looked at him, and the intense emotions they had felt not long ago seemed to have faded, leaving them somewhat empty, or perhaps too empty. She looked at Kurtz, opened her mouth, and seemed to want to call out Kurtz, with a hint of intimacy or even coquetry, just like before. However, the words caught in her throat when she met Kurtz's cold gaze. She recalled the scene of Kurtz and Lady Sarai kissing earlier, and also noticed the distance they were deliberately maintaining. In an instant, her mood also plummeted. Her lips moved slightly, but in the end, all the intimate terms of address that she couldn't bring herself to say were swallowed back. She lowered her eyes slightly and spoke clearly in an extremely calm, even, and deliberately distant, respectful tone. "Teacher Kurtz. Teacher Kurtz." No longer the bold Kurtz of before, but now with the formal title of teacher. It seemed as if they had returned to the very beginning. Kurtz seemed to shiver. He knew that a pitifully thick barrier had already separated him from Flam. Flam's behavior was exactly what he wanted to see. Regardless of whether she was hiding her own obsession, when Flam showed this expression, Kurtz's heart still felt as if it had been struck hard by something. This calm and reverence, almost like the silence of a broken heart, made his heart ache. But he couldn't show it. If he showed even the slightest emotion toward Flam, all his previous rejections would be for naught. Kurtz's feigned, stern expression almost crumbled. After a few seconds of silence, he managed to continue in a steady voice. "It seems you know you were wrong. I'm satisfied." Flam certainly knew she was wrong, but she didn't know exactly where she went wrong. "I hope I don't see what happened today happen again. Otherwise, I'll have to consider severing our master-disciple relationship." Kurtz spoke harshly, clearly not wanting to see Flam and Sarai fight again. His appearance caused the once closest master and disciple in history to turn against each other, which he could not accept, no matter what. "I hope you can truly learn from this lesson and put your mind back on the right path of magic. Don't go astray again." His words sounded like a standard teacher's admonition, dry and even somewhat high-sounding. Flam kept her head down and respectfully replied, "Yes, this student knows her mistake. She will definitely concentrate on learning magic in the future and will not disappoint Teacher Kurtz again." Every word she spoke was obvious and obedient, yet it also revealed the sense of alienation that Kurtz hoped to see. But for some reason, when he saw her lowered head, all the prepared probing words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. He suddenly realized that his feigned stern probing seemed somewhat ridiculous at this moment. Kurtz finally managed to say in a dry voice, "Get some rest." Then almost hastily, he turned and left. Sarai stared at Flam for a long time, during which Flam never looked up. "Get some rest." That was all Sarai could say before catching up with Kurtz. Given Sarai's awkward personality, although she could properly express her concern for Flam in front of Kurtz, in front of Flam herself. She took them all back instead. In the end, all she could do was dryly repeat Kurtz's words. Chapter 249, Return to the Land of El. After leaving that forest, the group embarked on their journey once more. Target, the Land of El. The atmosphere along the way was surprisingly calm, quite unlike the bustling atmosphere on the way there. Although the excitement stemmed more from Flam's one-sided, passionate feelings. Now, however, Flam was behaving unusually normally, even excessively so. She would still ask Kurtz for advice on magical matters, discuss the confusion she encountered while learning magic, and bring up her amazing ideas for fusing magic to discuss with him, with a respectful, serious attitude, completely returning to the state an excellent disciple should be in. The intimacy and dependence that once shone through, and the burning passion in those red eyes, had vanished without a trace. She maintained the proper boundaries between teacher and student, and beneath that respect lay a suffocating sense of distance. She no longer tried to get too close to Kurtz, nor did she say or do anything that crossed the line, as if the earth-shattering confession and struggle had never happened. This change made Kurtz, who had initially worried she would get stuck on something, breathe a slight sigh of relief but also feel a deeper unease. Flam seemed to have buried all her emotions deep beneath that calm exterior, revealing none of them. Kurtz did not intend to interfere too much in this matter. To extinguish Flam's thoughts, sometimes being ruthless was necessary. Besides, he wanted to deepen his relationship with the elf lady. Since that kiss, Kurtz had completely cast aside all his worries and poured out his feelings. At first, Sarai seemed somewhat at a loss about how her feelings had been suddenly revealed. She was used to the tacit understanding and companionship that had lasted for thousands of years, but now that it was tinged with a hint of love, she began to feel uncomfortable. In a way, this was a good thing. This meant that the elf had begun to gradually understand and accept what love was. So she began to study hard and respond to Kurtz's love. Although her responses often seemed clumsy and awkward, she might simply accept his care silently or look back at him stiffly when he looked over. And occasionally, she might even cooperate by extending her hand and interlacing her fingers tightly together. The intimate interactions between the two showed no intention of hiding anything from others. For Isla and FRIEREN, two elves with relatively detached emotions, the impact of these actions was far less significant than it was for humans. Isla was at most a little surprised, and then she would casually glance at Flam. FRIEREN, on the other hand, was simply curious, especially about the intimate little interactions between Kurtz and Sarai, which she couldn't understand. All of this was too jarring for Flam, so she would always lower her head or pretend to look into the distance, trying her best not to see these heartbreaking scenes. But sometimes, after seeing it a lot, you gradually get used to it. Her long red hair fell down, obscuring her eyes. No one knew what thoughts were churning within them, nor what she was thinking. The journey continued in this delicate atmosphere. Finally, they arrived in the Land of El once again. After passing through the bustling streets, the group arrived once again at the central square of the city. The huge statue of the first king, Norn, still stood, silently watching the changes in the city, with only a little bit more moss growing on it. The group paused before it. "Is this the Holy King Norn?" Isla asked curiously. This was her first time visiting the Kingdom of El, one of the 3 most famous countries on the continent, and the ideal country in the hearts of all mankind. Kurtz nodded in response, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. So many years have passed, but that guy's statue is still quite well preserved. There must be a mage constantly casting solidification magic, which is why the appearance hasn't changed much, Sarai said, sensing a fluctuation of magic power emanating from the statue. By the way, why didn't Lady Sarai and Lord Kurtz leave behind any statues? FRIEREN asked curiously from the side. Of the original heroes who saved the world, only King Norn left behind a statue. None of the others, not even the dwarf King Somo. Now, as 1,000 years had passed, the legends of these heroes who saved the world had gradually been forgotten. Saint Sarai, Kurtz the Godslayer, Saint King Norn, King Somo the dwarf, Eric the Sage, Olivia of the Skywing clan. The names of the latter two had begun to be forgotten by history, and even the legendary Skywing clan had become unknown. Only a few people knew of their past glory and the eternal divine kingdom high in the sky. Because there was no time, Kurtz shook his head. Everything happened too quickly, especially after the gods were killed. The so-called hero team had already gone their separate ways. Looking back from the very beginning, from venturing deep into the dwarven ruins to being hunted by the gods, and then to engaging in a final battle with them, it all happened so fast. They moved so fast that there was no time to catch their breath. They acted entirely on the will to save the world, so naturally, there was no time to leave behind a statue. So, FRIEREN, if you ever go on an adventure, remember to leave behind plenty of statues, Kurt said with a knowing smile. Maybe I'll pass, it just feels a bit strange. FRIEREN thought about it and felt that it was unnecessary. She didn't need a statue to prove that she had been there. After all, she was an elf. The group arrived at the palace gates and, as expected, were stopped. The guard stepped forward, blocking their path. See, this is the downside of not having a statue. Nobody recognizes you. Kurtz patted Sarai's head, then smiled at FRIEREN. Stop joking around. Sarai slapped the hand off her head in an annoyed manner and unleashed her magic in a very forceful manner, directly summoning the old mages in the palace. When she and Kurtz made their brief stay in the Kingdom of El last time, only a small number of people saw them, including the most senior mages. The mages hurried toward the gate. Lady Sarai? One of the mages who arrived at the door the fastest exclaimed in surprise after seeing Sarai's face clearly. Where is that guy Fidel? Sarai asked bluntly, calling out the name of the current emperor of the land of El. She had absolutely no liking for the guy, who could lose his ancestral holy sword. Moreover, Schlacht had controlled the other party's mind, and none of the mages in the palace could detect it. Some of them were even affected by Schlacht's mental magic. How could the land of El possibly improve under the control of such a swarm of insects? His Majesty the King is handling state affairs. Please follow me. The mages exchanged glances and chose to ignore Sarai's disrespectful tone. There was nothing they could do. They couldn't afford to offend them. Chapter 250. Chapter 250, The Emperor's Consent. Putting aside the fact that the other party was the strongest mage in modern times, just the fact that she was once a member of the original hero team and a partner of the holy King Norn meant that no one dared to provoke her. Even when she pointed at His Majesty the King's nose and launched into a tirade, His Majesty the King still praised Lady Sarai for her excellent scolding. The group was soon respectfully invited into the palace and met the current emperor of the Kingdom of El, Fidel. Lady Sarai and Lord Adler, you two have finally arrived. The emperor showed great enthusiasm for Sarai's arrival. After all, his family heirloom was still in her hands. If he was not polite enough, she might refuse to return it, leaving him with no choice but to suffer in silence like the elf kingdom. Unless he and Sarai completely broke ties and sent out a large army and powerful mages to attack her. Adler. Isla and FRIEREN both cast curious glances at Kurtz, whom Fidel had mentioned. Kurtz ignored them all. Unfortunately, due to the need to conceal his identity back then, he usually didn't use his real name. The name Adler was just something Sarai said offhand. In fact, Fidel still considered himself her apprentice. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fidel almost couldn't wait to ask the question that had troubled him for years. Lady Sarai, may I ask, regarding our nation's holy sword, a light do you? His words were somewhat hesitant as he carefully chose his lines. It was taken by the demons several years ago, but you fortunately took it back, yet it has never been returned since, don't you think? The holy sword El Light was not only a national treasure, but also a symbol of faith in El. In the years since losing the holy sword, the emperor had always felt insecure and ashamed to face his ancestors. Upon hearing this, Sarai's expression remained unchanged. She turned her head slightly to look at Kurtz standing beside her. After the holy sword was retrieved, it was Kurtz who suggested that it not be returned for the time being. His reasoning was simple. The power of El Light was necessary to guard against the counterattack of the newly emerged Demon King. Sarai had no objection to this. For her, it didn't matter where the light of El was placed. Now that the other party had asked, she naturally left the decision to Kurtz. His Majesty, the Emperor, followed Sarai's gaze and landed on Kurtz. Lord Adler, what do you mean? Although it was unclear why Lady Sarai turned her gaze to Lord Adler, or why she entrusted such a crucial matter to him, for Fidel, reclaiming the light of El was the most important thing. The light of El cannot be returned to you for the time being, Kurtz said, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Fidel's expression froze for a moment. Could it be that Lord Adler wants to monopolize the light of El? Fidel couldn't help but think this way. After all, the name of El Light was too famous. The whereabouts of the Divine Sword Org were unknown. Only a few people knew of its existence, and even its location was unknown. Even if they found it, they could not draw it if the conditions were not met. The whereabouts of the Holy Sword Athos were quite clear. It was in Sarai's hands. But would you dare to rob it? So only El Light remained as an option. Kurtz, seeing Fidel's face stiffen instantly, and the unease and suspicion flashing in his eyes, naturally understood what he was thinking. He raised a hand slightly. Your Majesty need not worry. The light of El is the holy sword that the Kingdom of El has worshipped for generations, and that will never change. We are temporarily borrowing the holy sword not out of selfish motives, but to deal with the newly emerged Demon King of the Demon Clan. Her power far exceeds our imagination, and the holy sword, El Light, is essential. Once the threat is eliminated, the holy sword will be naturally returned. I guarantee it with my Lady Sarai's reputation. Since he had no reputation of his own to vouch for, he chose to use Sarai's identity to vouch for Fidel. Fidel glanced at Sarai and saw that she showed no objection. Coupled with the solemn look on Kurtz's face, most of his doubts dissipated. So that's how it is. It's to deal with the Demon King. Fidel breathed a sigh of relief, his expression softening considerably. Fighting the Demon King was a noble cause, a reason he could not refute and was willing to support. But as the ruler of a country, he naturally had to fight for the interests of his own country. He pondered for a moment, then took the opportunity to ask his next question. So, Lord Adler, besides borrowing the holy sword, do you and Lady Sarai have any other important matters to discuss with us? He guessed that the two legendary figures' sudden return visit was definitely not just to tell him that the holy sword would not be returned to him for the time being. Kurtz nodded, then revealed the true purpose of their trip. Yes, we've come here hoping to establish something in the land of El. A mage association. A mage association. Fidel's eyes lit up, but then a hint of wariness appeared on his face. He thought of the St. Keisha Mage Academy, which was famous throughout the continent, yet aloof from worldly affairs. The Kingdom of El provided a huge sum of money to support the other party every year in exchange for a promise that they would receive priority assistance when the demons invaded. But normally, how do you mobilize the Academy's mages to handle domestic affairs or conflicts between nations? That was wishful thinking. The thought that those glittering gold coins were exchanged for mostly symbolic promises made Fidel's heart bleed. He leaned forward slightly and asked tentatively, "Excuse me, does this mage association belong to the Kingdom of El? Can it be used to defend our country and resist invasions from other countries?" This was his biggest concern. If the Kingdom of El could possess its own powerful magical abilities, its national strength would be significantly enhanced. However, Kurtz's answer poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Your Majesty, this mage association will be an organization independent of any national government. Kurtz's tone was firm. Its purpose is to spread magical knowledge and cultivate magical talents, and it will not directly participate in political and military conflicts between countries. Fidel's face instantly darkened, his disappointment evident. Another St. Keisha, then why should he fully support it? But just as he was about to politely suggest that he needed to reconsider, Kurtz changed the subject. However, Kurtz looked at him, although the association is neutral, it does not restrict the future destinations and choices of the mages who study and graduate from the association. Fidel suddenly raised his head. The meaning of this sentence couldn't be clearer. The Mage Association itself did not participate in politics, but the mages it trained could choose to serve the Kingdom of El. This meant that the Kingdom of El would have a stable and high-quality source of mages, and Lady Sarai might personally train these mages. This was far more reliable than that St. Keisha Academy, which only obeyed orders and not decrees. Although he couldn't directly command the association to fight for him, he could gain a continuous stream of talent, and Fidel quickly weighed the enormous benefits involved. This was similar to establishing a top-notch military academy that was not affiliated with the National Army. Yet most graduates chose to join the National Army. This was absolutely fantastic news for the Kingdom of El. Fidel rose from his seat, a smile spread across his face. Excellent, excellent. Lord Adler, Lady Sarai, please rest assured. The Kingdom of El will do everything in its power to support the establishment of your Mage Association here. Whether it's site selection, funding, or resources and manpower, as long as you two ask, our country will certainly provide our full assistance. He looked at Kurtz and Sarai as if he could see the future flourishing of magical power in the Kingdom of El. As for the Holy Sword, it seemed there was nothing to worry about, leaving it in the hands of these two for now. Chapter 251, Continental Magic Association. Fidel's ready agreement was within Kurtz's expectations. The king was a clever man, though he had made a mistake in the past, mistakenly trusting Grossum, which led to El's light being taken and even corrupted for a time. If Kurtz hadn't appeared in time, Schlacht might have been able to draw on more of El's light's power, which would have made things even more troublesome. Now, Kurtz deliberately delaying its return was partly to punish him. It was also to make him remember the lesson. After all, Norn had left a command back then. El's light was not to be used except in times of national peril, and even on ordinary days, no one was allowed to gaze upon it. This was to prevent its location from being known by those with ill intentions, which could lead to serious consequences. And Fidel had clearly violated this command, directly bringing Grossum before El's light, giving him the opportunity to touch the Holy Sword. If it weren't for him being a descendant of Norn, Kurtz would have really wanted to give him a few big slaps. In that case, I thank your Majesty for your strong support. Kurtz nodded slightly, setting the tone for this brief conversation. That's natural, but there are some things I think need to be clarified in advance. If you and St. Keisha Magic Academy come into conflict, the Empire will not intervene. Kurtz and Sarai wanted to establish a magic association, encompassing all magicians on the continent, which would inevitably lead to some disputes with the most renowned St. Keisha Magic Academy on the continent. And for Fidel, neither side was an object to be alienated, so he naturally wouldn't choose to favor one party. Of course, if Kurtz was willing to promise that the Magic Association would participate in the politics of El Country, then everything would be different. Your Majesty seems very eager for magicians to participate in politics. Why is that? Because when writing the magic book back then, Kurtz had discussed with Norn that in order to avoid future national-level wars involving a large number of magicians, the book subtly admonished the magicians learning from it to focus as much as possible on the path of magic. And St. Keisha Magic Academy was a very good example of this. It did not participate in any internal human conflicts and even forbade students within the academy from serving other countries. Only when facing foreign races, especially attacks from demons, would it act, sending magicians to resist the demons. Alas, Fidel sighed heavily, leaning back in his seat. To be frank, Lord Ade, in recent years, the Southern Unified Empire has incorporated most of its domestic magicians into the ranks of court magicians, which means that on the battlefield, it will deploy an army of magicians into combat, and ordinary countries have no possibility of resisting. Is that so? I understand. Kurtz nodded, no expression visible on his face. In the following days, the entire royal capital of El Country became busy. Emperor Fidel personally supervised, designating an area near the royal city as the site for the Magic Association. Large numbers of craftsmen and materials began to converge there, and the outline of a magnificent building quickly appeared on the horizon. Kurtz and Sarai naturally became the core of the entire project. Sarai was particularly serious, and when Kurtz asked why, she said that she might be staying in this tower for several centuries, so she naturally had to design it to her liking. During these busy days, the subtle atmosphere between the few people continued. The relationship between Sarai and Kurtz became increasingly intimate and natural. Isla occasionally saw the intimate interactions between her two teachers, which greatly surprised her. It was the first time she had seen teacher Sarai display such a rich range of expressions. She didn't even seem like an elf anymore. And FRIEREN would occasionally tilt her head and ask indifferently, "Is expressing love among humans just kissing each other's lips? It feels a bit strange." As for Flam, she perfectly played the role of a disciple. She occasionally assisted Kurtz with some work, continued to learn Sarai's magic knowledge, and also contributed her part to the various affairs of building the association. Her communication with Kurtz was limited to matters of magic and the association, and her tone and attitude had returned to their original state, with no more overstepping actions. She would even pull Isla along to guide FRIEREN in magic. However, whenever she saw the intimacy between Kurtz and Sarai, her steps would slow. She would lower her head, trying her best not to look at the scene. Her long red hair concealed all emotions, burying that persistence deep in her heart as well. Kurtz tried to talk to her several times, but she fended him off with various excuses. She was like a taut string, pouring all her energy into the task at hand, not giving herself any chance to relax or overthink. On this day, the main building of the association had begun to take shape. Emperor Fidel enthusiastically invited Kurtz and Sarai to inspect the progress together, with Flam and Isla accompanying them. Looking at the towering building that reached the sky, Fidel couldn't help but exclaim, "It's truly exciting. I wonder, Lady Sarai and Lord Ade, have you decided on a name for this future holy land of magic?" Everyone's gaze focused on Kurtz and Sarai. Kurtz glanced at Sarai, saw the eager expression on her face, and thought of her terrible naming ability. He wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Sarai preempted him. "It's called the Continental Magic Association." As expected, Kurtz instinctively covered his forehead with one hand. Fidel tried to ask for a specific reason. Lady Sarai, does this name have any deeper meaning?" He turned slightly toward her, his tone careful as he tried hard to think about the meaning behind this name, but he couldn't come up with anything. "Meaning?" Sarai tilted her head in confusion. "No, I just thought since it's a magic association that encompasses the entire continent, it should naturally be called the Continental Magic Association. It's very straightforward, isn't it?" "Fidel, this is too simple, isn't it?" He cast a pleading look at Kurtz, trying to get him to say something too. Kurtz turned his head away, trying not to meet Fidel's gaze. "I think it's pretty good." After all, it's my name." Sarai puffed out her chest proudly, clearly very satisfied with the name. Even Isla applauded in agreement, as expected of teacher Sarai. FRIEREN also nodded, indeed. Seeing that no one had any objections, Fidel could only shut up. Anyway, for him, as long as this magic association could provide a continuous stream of magicians for El Country, that was all that mattered. Only then could they maintain a certain advantage under the threat of the Southern Unified Empire. Chapter 252. Chapter 252, This Love. The name Continental Magic Association was thus decided. Although Kurtz thought the name was too straightforward and even crude, he swallowed all his complaints when he saw Sarai's slightly proud expression, as if she had accomplished some great masterpiece. As long as she's happy, it doesn't matter what it's called. Not all matters in the establishment of the association required Kurtz and Sarai's personal involvement. After finalizing the main design and direction, the specific execution work was handed over to the ministers and craftsmen appointed by Emperor Fidel. Of course, to put Fidel's mind at ease, Kurtz also gave him many magic books that he had collected or compiled over the years, so it was a win-win situation. Having received tangible benefits, Fidel became even more attentive, paying close attention to the construction process of the magic association. Even the ministers and craftsmen he appointed dared not be careless in the slightest. This also gave Kurtz and Sarai more time alone, allowing them to truly experience daily life in the capital of El. Instead of staying in the palace rooms provided by Fidel, they chose a quiet little house in a secluded area of the capital. With white walls and blue roofs, the building is constructed entirely of magical stone, mud, and wood, exhibiting a typical Eldian architectural style. There is also a small flower bed in the courtyard, filled with colorful flowers. This is Flam's masterpiece. One of the flowers stood out, clearly a very special and rare variety. In the early morning, Kurtz usually wakes up a little earlier than Sarai. Although the unspoken understanding between the two has now been revealed, Kurtz is not in a hurry to live with Sarai. Instead, he maintains this sense of distance while continuously closing the gap. Quietly opening the door, Kurtz looked at the elf still sleeping peacefully before him. She had shed her usual aloofness and majesty, or perhaps she sensed the approach of a familiar presence and was therefore completely unguarded. Seeing this scene reminded Kurtz of the first time he met Sarai, a memory half forgotten, almost like a dream. At this moment, Sarai's face appeared exceptionally gentle as she slept, her long golden hair spread out on the pillow like duckweed on the water. Kurtz couldn't resist tapping her round face with one finger. The touch was so delicate that he couldn't bear to stop until the other person's eyelashes trembled slightly and their golden eyes slowly opened, still showing a hint of drowsiness from just waking up. Only then did he reluctantly stop. "What are you doing?" Her hazy eyes quickly cleared, with a hint of confusion in them. Kurtz didn't reply, but leaned down and planted a kiss on her smooth forehead. As he leaned in, Sarai instinctively stiffened slightly, her body tensing in anticipation. She tilted her head up slightly, mentally preparing herself for something more. But the man simply left a light kiss on her forehead. She felt a little disappointed, but the feeling quickly dissolved. Instead, Sarai stretched out her slender fingers and curiously touched the spot where Kurtz had just kissed her, then touched her own lips, as if comparing the textures. Then she pouted slightly, her expression betraying her dissatisfaction. "Good morning, Sarai," Kurtz said softly with a smile. "Good morning," Sarai replied, her voice still soft from sleep. "Isla or Flam usually prepares breakfast." Sarai shows little interest in human food, often taking only a small bite. More often than not, she holds a cup of fruit tea and watches Kurtz enjoy his meal. Kurtz would occasionally offer her some of his favorite snacks, trying to get her to try more. "This is pretty good, wanna try it?" Sarai would usually take a bite from his hand, then comment that it was just so-so, and then stop eating. She still preferred the grilled mushroom skewers that the man made for her. They were their earliest memories together. But Kurtz continued to do it with great enthusiasm, as if feeding her was a delightful thing. Occasionally, Sarai would imitate him. She reached out, offering a piece of food from her plate to Kurtz's mouth, her movements slightly stiff but deliberate. Her eyes carried a hint of barely perceptible expectation. Kurtz would eat it without hesitation, praising it highly, which made Sarai smile with satisfaction. After breakfast, the two of them, as usual, went to inspect the association's construction site. On a whim, Sarai made extremely demanding requests, which left the craftsman in charge sweating profusely. Kurtz quickly brought Sarai's overly fantastical ideas back to reality. They are building a magic association, not the Tower of Babel. There's no need to go overboard. While strolling through the market in the royal capital, Sarai impulsively bought a bag of fruits that looked like chestnuts, with a processing method similar to roasting. She glanced at Kurtz before raising one to her lips. Sarai put it in her mouth and bit into it, but was forced to give up because of the hard shell. "Is this thing really food?" Kurtz reached over and took the chestnut from her hand, which still bore a faint tooth mark. With a gentle touch, he peeled it open and skillfully placed the soft interior into the elf's mouth. Sarai raised an eyebrow slightly at the sweet and soft texture, then looked back at him. "Do you like it?" Kurtz asked, watching her. "It's very sweet, but it's too much trouble to eat," Sarai said, analyzing seriously. "I'm very curious who was the first to discover that this thing is edible." But what about the taste? Kurtz pressed, suppressing a laugh. Sarai paused for a moment, glanced at the bag of chestnuts and nodded very slightly. It's all right. Then I'll peel it for you to eat. Sarai nodded, not refusing his kindness. She watched him as he reached for another chestnut. Since clarifying their relationship, the two have returned to how they were at the beginning, but with a different flavor. Do I like Kurtz? Sarai didn't know either. Because she had never experienced this feeling before, she felt very warm when she was with him, especially when she was in close contact with him. All sorts of complex emotions would suddenly surface, making her feel warm all over. Kurt said that this was an expression of love. If this is love, Sarai still doesn't understand. Why had she never felt such strong emotions during this long period of time? But these emotions only emerged after Kurtz revealed everything. Elves are a race with very detached emotions. Sometimes, unless you are straightforward and express all your feelings completely, the other party won't understand. Or perhaps decades or centuries later, the other party might suddenly realize that this was what they were thinking back then. But by then, it was too late. Chapter 253. Chapter 253, they are already husband and wife. That's how Kurt started. Instead of rushing to express his feelings, he first looked for a way to stay by the elf's side. Fortunately, he found it. This allows him to slowly penetrate Sarai's heart over a long period until she becomes accustomed to this love. Kurtz, Sarai suddenly spoke up, we should be considered husband and wife in human terms, right? Sarai remembered the wedding she had witnessed earlier. The bride and groom made their promise to stay together for life with a kiss, and she had been kissed by this man many times during this period. In a way, could they be considered a couple? Theoretically, it's not quite there yet, since we haven't had a formal wedding ceremony. This is really troublesome. Sarai shook her head, showing no interest whatsoever in the wedding Kurtz had mentioned. Not only would she have to wear a white outfit that made it difficult to move around, but she would also have to invite a large number of people to watch. Sarai felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. More importantly, she could barely count the people to invite on one hand. There was Isla and the other two. Besides, she didn't dare to ask the third one, fearing that the other party might do something irrational again. Upon hearing this, Kurtz chuckled softly. The vibration of his body was transmitted through their intertwined fingertips. He knew, of course, that the elf lady had no interest in those tedious human rituals. In fact, in a sense, Sarai was rather lazy. She hated trouble and was usually too lazy to move around, even a bit of a homebody. Back then, they could stay in the forest for hundreds of years without ever stepping out, spending their days flipping through magic books or experimenting with new spells. Such a monotonous life would have been unbearable for most people, but Sarai easily endured it for 1,000 years. However, this persistence was ultimately limited. Even Sarai was starting to feel a bit bored until Kurtz proposed the magic association, which gave her a new goal. It is indeed troublesome, he agreed, his fingers gently twirling a strand of her golden hair. However, for us, those rituals are irrelevant. He lowered his head, forehead to forehead, gazing into her clear golden eyes. In my heart, from a very, very long time ago, you have been my only partner. Whether or not there is that ceremony, it will not change that. Sarai looked back at him quietly, her eyes steady as she seemed to ponder his words. For her, the concept was far more important than the form. She recalled the long years she had spent with Kurtz, the moments they fought side by side, their unspoken understanding, their magical exchanges, and their recent escalating intimacy. The connections built by all of this were far more profound than a noisy human wedding. She finally responded softly, which was considered an acceptance of his statement. For her, this was the final confirmation. She paused, then added, so, according to this logic, have we been husband and wife for a long time? This statement made Kurtz chuckle. Yes, he smiled and gently patted her head. It's just that some slow-witted elf only realized it now. Sarai frowned slightly, as if she wanted to refute that she wasn't slow-witted. But after thinking it over carefully, she realized that it had taken her a very, very long time to understand this feeling roughly. She swallowed her words back and just glared at him with some resentment. Kurtz's heart fluttered at her slightly arrogant expression, and he couldn't resist wanting to kiss her. But Sarai gently pressed her finger to his lips, stopping him. So, she looked at him, her eyes filled with pure curiosity. Now that we are husband and wife, what should we do next according to human customs? Her sudden question took Kurtz aback, then he chuckled softly at the thought. What a waste of such a romantic atmosphere. Well, he drawled, human couples do a lot of things. Actually, we do pretty much the same things every day. The only thing we don't do is probably have children. If it were any other human woman, she would have blushed with embarrassment upon hearing Kurtz's blunt statement. But unfortunately, this is Sarai. Sure enough, Sarai's brows furrowed even more, her face showing clear disapproval and even disgust. Reproducing? It feels like it would affect our exploration of magic, a completely unnecessary and troublesome step. Besides, theoretically, we shouldn't be able to have offspring together. A human and an elf are destined never to have offspring, the law of the world, a kind of natural law. Different races cannot reproduce. Her reaction was precisely what Kurtz had expected. I know you're not interested in this. He paused, then spoke carefully. We don't need to follow any human steps. Just like now together, doing what we both want to do, studying magic, building the guild, and dealing with future threats. This is the way it is for the two of us. Sarai pondered for a moment after listening, seemingly finding the plan reasonable and feasible. Okay, that's settled then, she nodded. At least for now, she had no intention of having children. For elves, the idea of procreation may not exist for thousands of years. Although the elven kingdom had been promoting this for the past millennium, the results had been minimal. If the elves' views on reproduction could be changed so easily, the continent would have been overrun with elves long ago. After all, it wouldn't be difficult for a race that is almost immortal and has particular talents to take over this continent. Sarai's response was simple, but Kurtz was already quite satisfied. This is his Sarai. You don't need fancy vows or grand ceremonies. Once she's made up her mind, it will exist in her life in an incomparably pure and unwavering way. However, Sarai suddenly spoke again, pointing upward toward the sky, you have to come with me to see the stars tonight. I heard there's a meteor shower, the kind that only happens once every 50 years. Kurtz's heart stirred, and he said softly, Okay, I will find the most suitable place, and I will accompany you to see it every 50 years from now on. This is a promise belonging to the immortal race, a promise that only the immortal race can keep. Sarai looked at him without saying anything more. Then she reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist, gently burying her face in the crook of his neck. This action clearly implied dependence. Kurtz paused for a moment, then pulled his arms closer and held the elf tightly, feeling the real warmth beneath her calm aura. Time is peaceful, and the years are long. For those who have an endless future ahead of them, the title of husband and wife may not be as important as the warmth of embracing each other at this moment. After all, being able to cross the long passage of time, finally enter the deepest part of each other's hearts, and decide to walk hand in hand from now on is already the grandest and most eternal ceremony. Chapter 254. Chapter 254, The Demon Queen's Actions. The distant northern lands are shrouded in snow that never melts, and even the human race, which is gradually becoming active on this continent, is unwilling to expand its sphere of influence here. After all, besides the harsh natural environment, this place is also the stronghold of the demon race, and it is common for them to be attacked by demons every day. In the northernmost region, the majestic Demon King's castle sits atop a mountain peak. The attack by Sarai and Kurtz a few years ago nearly turned this Demon King's castle into ruins, but in just a few short years, all the wounds have disappeared. The city wall had been repaired and even reinforced, and some dark magical runes had been added, giving off a strong sense of oppression. The outer magic array was layered upon layer, with an uncountable number of defensive barriers, each layer stronger than the last. Even if Kurtz and Sarai were to come in person, they probably wouldn't be able to break through them as easily as before. Deep within the castle, lies a secret chamber constructed from a special mineral. The Demon Queen Aura, a unique being born from the land of fallen gods, slowly opened her eyes. Deep within her pupils, it seemed as if an incredibly viscous black mud, capable of devouring everything, was slowly flowing. It was a power from a forbidden place in the world, which had now perfectly merged with her, becoming one with her. An indescribable, terrifying aura emanated from her body. At this moment, Aura had become an entirely natural disaster. If anyone unknowingly came into contact with her, they would probably be corrupted by this aura in an instant. An ordinary person would instantly lose all reason and become a berserk being until their life ended. Only powerful mages, especially clergy who have studied holy magic, can resist this corrosive force for a short time. Aura moved her fingers slightly, feeling the unprecedented power within her body. A satisfied smile appeared on her lips. "It's done." With a slight thought, an invisible wave emanated outward. A moment later, the heavy stone door of the secret chamber opened silently, and a figure walked in. With a pale face and an aura of death emanating from him, he was none other than Qual, one of the 7 sages of destruction. "Your Majesty," Qual bowed slightly. The Demon King's gaze fell upon him, a gaze that seemed to possess a tangible weight, causing the aura of death surrounding Qual to freeze momentarily. "Has anything interesting happened on the mainland during this time?" Qual bowed his head and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, there are 2 noteworthy events, both of which have occurred in the human realm." "Explain." "Firstly, the human kingdoms in the south and west have been completely integrated by a country called the Unified Empire, which has even incorporated most of the mages within its borders into the ranks of court mages. In other words, mages will likely appear on the battlefield of the upcoming human infighting, which presents a good opportunity." "What is the other one?" the Demon King interrupted. Aura had little interest in this. The rise and fall of human kingdoms meant nothing to her. If it weren't for the 2 great mountains, Kurtz and Sarai, protecting these humans and suppressing the demon race's development, the demon race's power would have long since spread across the entire continent. At that time, these humans didn't even have the chance to fight among themselves. They could only try to survive under the demon's oppression. Seeing that His Majesty was not interested in the infighting among humans, Qual continued. "In the Kingdom of El, Saint Sarai reached a cooperation agreement with the current Emperor of El, built a magic tower, and founded an organization called the Continental Magic Association, claiming that it would teach all those with magical talent regardless of race." "Oh," the Demon King's voice finally carried a slight fluctuation. She tilted her head slightly, her dark eyes narrowing with interest. "That's Sarai, so she's finally no longer content to stay in that forest and has started to build her own power? That's quite something." She paused for a moment. "That doesn't make sense either. Given her personality, she wouldn't do something like that. It must have been Kurtz's suggestion. That's interesting." Her gaze drifted as if seeing something beyond the chamber walls. "What has he been up to lately?" Qual paused for a moment before replying. "Aside from the time he sabotaged my plans in Crescent City not long ago, annihilating my entire monster army, there have been no other clear reports of his whereabouts. He seems to have been staying with Sarai, focusing on the construction of that Magic Association tower." "You went to become an architect." The Demon King chuckled softly, her tone unreadable, whether it was disappointment or something else. "Why are you the only one? Where are the other 7 sages?" "Lord Rival is currently commanding troops and training the newest monster army. Lord Burse is campaigning in the eastern region. As for Lord Macht, we have lost contact with him temporarily since Kurtz and Sarai's attack." "Is he hiding?" the Demon King muttered to herself, a note of disdain in her voice. "Coward, never mind him." Her tone was nonchalant, as if she were talking about a trivial matter. She wouldn't care even if all 7 of the 7 sages were dead. The only person she truly cared about from beginning to end was that one. "That is Kurtz." The Demon Queen slowly emerged from the secret chamber. The aura of black mud flowing around her grew stronger, forcing Qual, who was following behind her, to keep a certain distance. This aura was so terrifying that even demons found it hard to resist. since the world's will has already positioned me as the legendary villain who destroys everything, and even the holy sword has been alarmed. Her voice carried a hint of mockery. Then, I shall do something more befitting of this identity. She walked forward, her presence casting shadows as she moved. Kurtz and Sarai have suppressed the demon race for thousands of years. They had no choice but to lie low in this wild land and dared not launch a large-scale attack on the world or on the human race. But now, I've come myself. Let me ignite this suppressed rage and unleash the demon's destructive desires. Only in this way can the story progress. She eagerly awaited the arrival of the legendary hero to vanquish the Demon King. She was even more eager to see if the man would, as she had predicted, step forward again and try to find a solution to her problem. Pass down the order, Demon Queen Aura's voice suddenly turned icy cold. All demon legions launch an attack on all human territories. She paused, then added a crucial order, her words deliberate and precise. Report to me immediately if Kurtz or Sarai is spotted on any battlefield. Yes, Your Majesty. Qual bowed his head deeply, his body trembling slightly with excitement. His Majesty has finally chosen to take action against the human race. He immediately turned and left to deliver this order, which was enough to cause bloodshed across the entire continent. The Demon Queen stood alone, gazing south. Her dark eyes seemed to pierce through distance itself, as if she could see the tower under construction and the person she had longed for 1,000 years. A faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 255, My Name is Ariel. The tower of the Continental Magic Association, like a gray-white sword, pierces the sky above the capital of El, becoming the city's most dazzling new landmark. The tower emanated a faint magical glow, a pale blue light visible even at night. Clearly, the tower's building materials contained certain special minerals, allowing it to function like a lighthouse. With the initial busyness coming to an end, Kurtz finally had a moment of leisure. He strolled through the streets of the capital, preparing to bring back some sweets for his elven mistress. Since the tower was built, the elf lady has moved her room to the top of the tower, and even took the time to use teleportation magic to go back to her old home in the forest and bring all the magic books there with her. In addition, with the money they got from Fidel, they built a small library almost at the top of the tower. Then Sarai sat among these spellbooks, looking every bit the wise woman, waiting for the lucky one who had passed the level 1 mage exam for the first time to appear before her and ask for the spell they wanted. Just as he was walking through an alley lined with stalls selling magical materials, a gentle female voice called out to him from the side. "Excuse me, sir." Kurt stopped and looked toward the sound. He saw a woman standing next to a stall selling basic mana restoration potions, smiling at him. The other person was dressed in a simple traveler's robe and had a rare head of long blue-green hair tied back. She had an ordinary face, but with a gentle, scholarly air and a perfectly timed smile. Kurtz was slightly taken aback. The hair color looks familiar, but upon closer inspection, the face is unfamiliar, and he couldn't recall any clear matching image in his memory. A sense of déjà vu began to emerge. "Excuse me, are you a local?" the woman asked, her voice as gentle and pleasant as her smile. "I'm new here and not very familiar with this city. I'd like to ask, to enter that magnificent tower," she gestured toward the distant Magic Association tower, "is there any special procedure required?" Her wording was polite, and her tone was gentle, making it difficult for anyone to refuse to answer. Kurtz withdrew his gaze from her, smiled, and replied, "The procedures aren't complicated. As long as you're a mage and possess sufficient talent, you can freely enter and exit the first-floor public area of the tower after passing the basic entry assessment." He paused before continuing. To gain higher privileges and access to deeper facilities, one needs to participate in a higher-level magic assessment. After a moment's thought, Kurtz offered a condition that was extremely tempting to most mages. Moreover, if you perform exceptionally well in the assessment and become a first-level mage, you will not only receive personal guidance from the elven saint Sarai, but she will also bestow upon you a spell you desire. This is a condition that no magician can refuse. Sarai, the elven saint, is the most powerful magician on the continent today and a legendary figure who has lived from the age of mythology to the present. More importantly, she is a close ally of Kurtz, the progenitor of human magic and the Godslayer. Kurtz the Godslayer created countless spells for humanity, and it's not surprising that Sarai, his close ally, not only possesses these spells but also those that haven't been passed down. Therefore, this condition attracted many magicians to participate in the assessment. However, Sarai set extremely high requirements. Not to mention first-level mages, very few people even passed the second-level mage exam. Kurtz estimated that it would probably be several years before Sarai met the first lucky person to pass the level 1 magician exam. Therefore, Kurtz subconsciously regarded the woman with blue-green hair before him as a magician who wished to participate in the assessment. However, to his surprise, the woman showed no change in her eyes when she heard the name, Sarai, as if she had no interest in the offer whatsoever. Her attention lay elsewhere. "I see, thank you for letting me know." She nodded gently, then asked with a hint of eagerness, "Then, what level is required to enter the library inside the tower? I've heard that it houses most of the magical books from the Royal Museum of El, and I'm very interested in this ancient knowledge." A barely perceptible look of surprise flashed in Kurtz's eyes. To show his support, Fidel actually moved almost the entire royal collection of magical books, which had been stored for nearly 1,000 years, to the association. Some of them were moved to the top of the tower by Sarai, who then studied them day and night. The remaining portion was placed in the middle section of the tower as a magic library for the magicians to study. Not many people know about this, but this seemingly ordinary woman is surprisingly well-informed. Moreover, her complete lack of interest in Sarai contrasted sharply with her intense interest in the library. Kurtz tilted his head slightly, studying her with renewed attention. However, he didn't dwell on it. After all, there were always mages who preferred to study ancient magical knowledge. For example, there was a guy who treated his discarded manuscripts as research subjects. The access requirements for the library are higher, Kurtz pondered. At least a level 2 mage assessment is required to gain the right to enter and read the books freely. He continued, his tone measured. Furthermore, some of the most precious or dangerous magic is not in the library, but at the top of the tower. Only those who pass the level 1 mage exam and receive Sarai's permission can view and study it. The most basic requirement is a level 2 mage, I understand. The woman repeated softly, as if silently memorizing this goal. A grateful smile appeared on her face. "Thank you so much, you've been a great help." It was nothing. Kurtz looked at her, and that strange feeling resurfaced in his heart. Driven by some inexplicable intuition, he asked, "Excuse me, but how should I address you?" The woman seemed to hesitate for a moment before smiling and replying, "My name is Ariel. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." Ariel. He had no recollection of the name either. Kurtz suppressed his doubts and kept a straight face. As if to ease the slight awkwardness of being suddenly asked for her name, or perhaps to join the conversation more naturally, Ariel tilted her head with just the right amount of curiosity and countered. "So, sir, may I ask your name?" "Kurtz," Kurtz said calmly, his eyes carefully observing the other person's reaction. Ariel's face immediately showed a perfectly timed look of surprise. She widened her eyes slightly and said in a gentle, amazement-laced tone, "Kurtz, you share the same name as the legendary Godslayer. What a wonderful coincidence." Chapter 256, Ariel Solitaire. Her reaction was perfectly natural, just like that of an ordinary human being when they hear someone with the same name as a great legend. It's perfectly normal to feel a mix of surprise, curiosity, and perhaps even a touch of amusing banter. Kurtz smiled, neither admitting nor denying, and said, "It's just a name." Ariel seemed to feel that this topic was not suitable to be explored further, and naturally changed the subject. "To be honest, Mr. Kurtz, I have only recently arrived in the land of El. I used to live in a small country in the south. I never imagined that humanity's ideal country would be so prosperous." Then, feigning curiosity, she asked, "Mr. Kurtz, you have an extraordinary air about you. You must be a very powerful mage, right?" "I am indeed a magician, but but I'm just so-so. After receiving Kurtz's somewhat modest affirmative reply, Ariel felt as if she had found a kindred spirit and immediately began to talk. She discussed human magical knowledge with Kurtz fluently and knowledgeably, speaking about everything from the most basic magical systems to practical techniques for intermediate-level magic. Kurtz listened quietly, occasionally offering a word or two of correction when she misunderstood something or made a common mistake. Each correction drew Ariel's heartfelt praise. "I see. Thank you, Mr. Kurtz. It has been very enlightening to talk with you." Her demeanor perfectly embodied that of a young magician eager for knowledge and fortunate to have stumbled upon a wise mentor. Moreover, her love and familiarity with the human magic system didn't seem feigned. But the more this happened, the more Kurtz couldn't shake off that feeling in his heart. It wasn't because of her knowledge, but because of another extremely subtle and elusive sense of unease. After chatting for a while, Kurtz took the initiative to end the conversation. "It's getting late. I have to go back now. I usually spend most of my time at the Magic Association, so if you have any questions about magic in the future, you can come to the tower to discuss them with me anytime." Ariel's face immediately lit up with a delighted smile. "Really? Thank you so much. Mr. Kurtz, you're such a kind person," she said gratefully, then bowed politely. "Then I won't bother you any longer. I look forward to learning from you again at the association next time." "Goodbye," Kurtz nodded. The two said goodbye at the alley entrance. Ariel turned around, walked briskly into the crowd, and soon disappeared. Kurtz stood there, gazing in the direction she had disappeared. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as he remained motionless for a long moment. During his conversation with Ariel, Kurtz sensed, through his powerful perception, that he might have detected a highly faint fluctuation of magical energy. However, the fluctuations were too subtle, as if suppressed by some force, making it impossible to determine their nature. Some cautious mages will use magical items to cast a long-lasting magical shield or barrier around themselves. Therefore, magical energy fluctuations will appear around their body. But the fluctuations emanating from Ariel didn't seem like that kind of thing. Besides, she always gave him a bizarre feeling, not evil nor dangerous, but rather a sense of inherent disharmony. He couldn't pinpoint exactly where things went wrong. Only that long blue-green hair reminded him subconsciously of a particular being. But that being, in both appearance and aura, was way different from the Ariel he had just seen. "Am I overthinking this?" Kurtz muttered to himself, shaking his head to suppress his doubts temporarily. He turned and began walking back toward the tower. At the other end of the street, in a quiet, shady corner, Ariel only stopped walking when she could no longer sense Kurtz's gaze or presence. The gentle smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a pale and tense expression of extreme fear. She leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Her palms were covered in cold sweat. Faint magical ripples began to emanate from her body. As the aura dissipated, her face began to distort and change, as if a carefully crafted disguise had been removed. After a few breaths, the fluctuations in magical energy completely ceased. The woman in the shadows still had long blue-green hair, but her face was completely different. The previous plain and ordinary face had vanished, replaced by an incredibly exquisite face with an almost superhuman allure. The lingering fear in those pale green eyes was now visible. Her name isn't Ariel, her real name is Solitaire. A demon obsessed with studying human magic, yet exceptionally timid and afraid of death. "Phew, that scared me to death." Solitaire patted her chest, muttering to herself with lingering fear. Her voice trembled slightly. Disguise magic, as expected of a forbidden magic passed down from the mythical era, it can even fool a mage of that level. However, maintaining the disguise while suppressing her own magical fluctuations had been too exhausting. If she waited any longer, she would have been exposed. The moment she met the eyes of the man who called himself Kurtz, her demonic instincts for danger were already giving her a frantic warning. Beneath the seemingly peaceful aura emanating from the other party lies a vast, terrifying demonic power as deep as an abyss. He is, without a doubt, a mighty mage. Solitaire would even believe it if the other party were the legendary Godslayer himself. She wanted to slap herself. Why did she have to stop the other person for no reason, especially since it happened to be such a terrifying being? That seemingly fluent conversation had almost exhausted all her courage and acting skills. She managed to stay hidden entirely because of her strong instinct to survive and her extreme thirst for human magical knowledge. Solitaire is terrified of death and considers herself a cowardly demon. Especially after hearing that Grossum and Schlacht had fallen one after another, and that even the powerful Macht had not contacted her for a long time, her cowardice and fear of death reached their peak. However, the Magic Association founded by Sarai, the library that supposedly houses hundreds of years of magical treasures from the Kingdom of El, the temptation was too great for her. That was so tempting that it would make her overcome her fear and risk infiltrating the heart of humanity. A mage assessment, huh? Solitaire took a deep breath, trying to calm her wildly beating heart. A light rekindled in her eyes. It's all right, as long as I make good use of this disguise magic. She carefully rechecked her surroundings. Quickly, she composed herself and changed back into the gentle and unassuming Ariel. With her head down, she strode into the crowd and headed toward the Magic Association Tower. Her movements deliberate and measured to blend in with the evening pedestrians. Chapter 257, A Touch of Care from the Elf. On the middle level of the Magic Association Tower, there is a public area for mages to rest and socialize. A little further up is the residence of Sarai and her disciples. A barrier protects the entrance, so ordinary people, or even mages, cannot go up there. The area was quiet at the moment, and no magicians could be seen. Just then, Isla came over with a pot of freshly brewed herbal tea and gently placed it on a small round table. FRIEREN followed behind her, carrying a paper bag full of various snacks. Clearly, the two had just returned from the market. FRIEREN, you have cookie crumbs stuck to your lips. Isla watched as FRIEREN devoured a cookie, then helplessly pulled out a handkerchief. She wiped the cookie crumbs from the corner of FRIEREN's mouth, then poured herself a cup of hot tea. According to FRIEREN, she was only about 100 years old, and in Isla's eyes, she was just a little sister who needed to be cared for. Although elves don't have a clear concept of kinship like humans, Isla felt that she was different from ordinary elves. After all, Kurtz was like a second teacher to her, and he had taught her a lot about human emotions. Although she doesn't fully understand it yet, Isla has already begun to learn slowly. FRIEREN responded vaguely, obediently raising her little face. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of being taken care of. At this moment, Flam also came down the stairs from the side. She seemed to have just finished a long period of research. Her face showed a hint of fatigue, but her eyes were still clear. When she saw Isla and FRIEREN, she paused for a moment, then walked over to them. Ms. Flam, FRIEREN swallowed the pastry in her mouth and greeted her casually. She even took out a piece of cake from the paper bag and handed it to Flam. This is for you. Flam glanced at FRIEREN's pure, emotionless eyes and suddenly felt a pang of envy. She took the cake and forced a smile. Okay, you just came back from the market. FRIEREN had a piece of cake in her mouth. The food here is delicious. Have a seat, Flam, Isla said, pouring her tea. You look tired. Did you go to the library to study magic again? During this time, Flam often went downstairs to the library to study magic, and each time she would stay there for a whole day. Isla had asked her what kind of magic she was researching to see if she could help, but Flam didn't seem to have any intention of telling her. Over time, they had no choice but to give up the idea of helping. Flam sat down in the chair next to them and shook her head gently. It's all right, it's just that I'm looking up some rather difficult ancient magic books, which is a bit mentally taxing. She took a small bite of the cake. The sweet taste melted on her tongue, and she felt her tense nerves relax a little. Not wanting to delve into her actual research, she steered the conversation away. Tilda, this cake is really delicious today. Where did you buy it? Right, FRIEREN immediately spoke up, opening the paper bag as if presenting a treasure to Flam. Inside, there was a dazzling array of cookies and pastries. There is a newly opened shop. If you would like to try some, teacher, I have other flavors here as well. No need, this piece is enough. Flam quickly declined FRIEREN's offer. Although the child was several generations older than her, in Flam's eyes, FRIEREN was just like a human little girl. Not understanding or knowing about emotions, she retained a touch of innocence in everything she did. Very nice. Isla chimed in. Yeah, she almost emptied the entire counter. If I hadn't stopped her, she probably would have bought the oven for baking pastries, too. Her tone carried a hint of indulgence and amusement at FRIEREN's childlike behavior. FRIEREN tilted her head, seemingly seriously considering the feasibility of the oven. I was thinking that if we bought the oven, we could enjoy such delicious desserts without having to go out. How could that be? Flam couldn't help but retort at FRIEREN's earnestness. Being with FRIEREN always makes you feel better, even without you realizing it, as if she has a wonderful power that can relax people. Teacher, FRIEREN suddenly remembered something. She took out a small packet wrapped in oil paper from her pocket and handed it to Flam. I bought these candies at the market. Although the taste may be a little different from the ones in the village, they are still very delicious. This bag of candy was clearly something FRIEREN had specifically sought out. Could it be that this child had been going to the market a lot lately, buying a lot of food each time, just to find candies that taste similar to those from her hometown? Flam remembered that, when she first saw Sarai and Kurtz kissing, FRIEREN had given her candy to comfort her. She never expected that this child would remember it so well. A warm feeling welled up in Flam's heart. She took the candy and said softly, "Thank you, FRIEREN." "You're welcome." Isla watched this scene and smiled. FRIEREN really likes you. It seems that Kurtz made the right choice in letting FRIEREN become your apprentice. Flam lowered her head, looking at the bag of candy in her hand. Her heart filled with mixed emotions. The elf's affection was so pure that it made her feel a little guilty about the hidden, perhaps less honorable, obsession deep in her heart. A brief silence fell between the three of them, broken only by the soft sounds of FRIEREN taking small bites of her snack. After a while, FRIEREN seemed to have finally eaten her fill. She contentedly picked up her teacup and sipped her tea, swinging her legs as she did. Her gaze remained fixed on Flam. Suddenly, she asked out of the blue, "Teacher, are you unhappy?" Both Flam and Isla were taken aback. Isla quickly looked at FRIEREN. "FRIEREN, what are you saying?" FRIEREN blinked, still looking at Flam with certainty. But the flow of magic has changed. It used to flow in a regular pattern, but now it's completely chaotic and disorderly. Elf senses are sometimes more acute than one can imagine. Especially for an elf like FRIEREN, who is detached from emotions, she may not be able to understand human emotions. Still, she can intuitively perceive the invisible magical aura emanating from emotional fluctuations. Flam had fully proven this. She never expected that FRIEREN would bring out the emotions she had tried so hard to hide in such a way. She opened her mouth to refute, but for a moment, she didn't know how to answer. Isla looked at Flam with concern. She had noticed Flam's change long ago, but she hadn't been able to find a suitable opportunity to ask her. Flam was silent for a moment, then forced a smile. She gently stroked FRIEREN's soft hair. "FRIEREN is mistaken. I'm not unhappy, I'm just a little tired from spending too much time on my research lately." FRIEREN looked at her intently for a while, her brow furrowing as if she didn't quite believe it. Finally, she nodded. "Then, you should rest more." "Yes, I will." Isla looked at Flam and said in as gentle a tone as possible, "If you have any difficulties, you can tell us. After all, we are all disciples of Teacher Sarai." Looking into the pure gazes of the two, Flam felt the taut string in her heart loosen slightly. Although she couldn't reveal the real secret, the care from the elves still made her feel much better. "I understand, thank you." Chapter 258. Chapter 258, The Elf Girl Harmed by Novels. When Kurtz returned to his residence on the top floor of the Magic Association Tower, it was already dusk. Through the huge glass window, you can see the last rays of the setting sun. Soon, when the sunlight disappears completely, the magic lamp in the room will be activated. Sarai was sitting in a large chair, with piles of magic books behind her, already resembling the petite ancestor of later generations who sat in such a chair. She was intently looking at the book in her hands, her long golden hair casually tied into a low ponytail that fell to her waist. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. Her golden eyes met Kurtz's with a hint of question. "It's a bit later than usual. What happened to cause this delay?" Since the magic tower was built, Sarai has rarely gone out. Besides studying magic, she spends her days thinking about what kind of test questions to give to those who come to take the magician exam. Kurtz usually runs errands for everyone. This time, he was simply going to buy some magical materials, which theoretically shouldn't take too long. Kurtz walked over to her and sat down naturally on the wide armrest of the chair. "The magic materials just sold out, so I went to another store, and I also ran into a little trouble on the way." He briefly told Sarai about his encounter with the blue-green-haired woman, Ariel, and their brief conversation about magic. His intention was simply to casually share an interesting anecdote so that Sarai could notice something he'd missed and see if she could find the specific reason for his confusion. After all, Sarai's perception ability is an innate talent, far superior to his own, which relies on intuition and magic. But Kurtz didn't expect that after listening, Sarai would remain silent for a moment, then suddenly raise her eyes and look at him with an extremely serious gaze. "Based on my recent research, could this behavior in human men be a precursor to infidelity?" Kurtz. His expression froze instantly, and it looked as if black lines were drooping down his forehead. He looked down at Sarai in disbelief, wondering if he had misheard. "Cheating." How could this word come from the mouth of this elf lady, who has lived for countless years and spent most of her time studying magical knowledge? "Where did you learn such a word?" Kurtz asked, half laughing and half crying, while instinctively reaching out to take the book from Sarai's hand. "Let me see what Fidel sent." He thought Sarai was joking, or perhaps the word just suddenly came to mind, but thinking about it carefully, that doesn't make sense. Sarai shouldn't usually be exposed to these words. Did Isla or Flam teach her? While lost in thought, Kurtz took the book from Sarai's hand with a bit of force. Although he encountered some resistance from the elf, it quickly disappeared. However, when his fingers touched the cover of the book, the texture was not the roughness of the ancient parchment he had imagined for a magic book, but rather a smoother paper with a somewhat cheap feel. Kurtz paused for a moment. He looked down to examine it closely. In Sarai's hand was what she considered a magic book. Its cover was brightly colored, depicting an exaggerated image of a burly human man and a woman tightly embracing each other. The title of the book, "The Domineering Mercenary King's Little Darling Wife," was written in flowing, cursive script above. This is not a magic book at all. This is clearly the kind of romance novel that's most popular on the street, a melodramatic and cliched story at first glance. Kurtz's face darkened completely. He held the book up to his eyes, his voice even more incredulous. What is this? Where did you get this book?" Sarai seemed a little displeased that the book had been taken away. She frowned slightly, but still answered honestly. "Fidel sent it." "Fidel?" Kurtz's voice rose an octave. He simply couldn't believe that an emperor would send such a thing. Was it intentional? Was he trying to corrupt his elf lady? Or did he have some other purpose? Kurtz was already considering whether to teach the other side a small lesson from their ancestral comrades. But just in case, he patiently asked, why would he send this? Shouldn't he only send magic books or at most some historical texts? Sarai tilted her head, seemingly thinking Kurtz's reaction was a bit too much. She calmly explained, "It seems that the craftsman in charge of sorting and transporting the books accidentally mixed them up and sent this one over with the magic books." She paused, continuing her thought. "I thought the cover design was interesting, so I took it out to look at it." She thought for a moment, then added in a very serious tone, as if she were studying some profound magical knowledge. "Moreover, this is also an excellent sample for studying human concepts of love, which I can learn from." Kurtz. He held the novel, which felt like a hot potato, and was speechless. How come, without him noticing, his own little elf had started reading these melodramatic romance novels? Moreover, has human culture developed to this extent in this era? This is way too far off. Sarai seemed completely oblivious to his speechlessness. She pointed at the novel in his hand and continued to speak earnestly. According to the plot of this book, the human male protagonist seems to be very popular with other human women, and even a series of fierce battles are fought around him. I think this situation is very similar to the situation we are facing now. She looked up at Kurtz. I recently had a sparring match with Flam and completely shattered her unrealistic delusions with my strength. She spoke with absolute certainty. This perfectly matches the behavior pattern of the female protagonist in the book, who uses her own advantages, of course. The other party in the book is a royal princess, although I am not, but I have absolute powerful strength and then defeats all competitors. She nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with her analysis. This ensures that I can permanently occupy the sole position beside the male protagonist and keep his attention completely focused on me alone. She continued, her tone unwavering. Moreover, Flam's recent performance is consistent with the subsequent development of the loser supporting character in the book. She stopped her pointless pestering and maintained a certain distance from you, which proves that the guidance in this book was very effective. As Kurtz listened to her remarks, which thoroughly applied the plot of a melodramatic novel to reality and even analyzed it in a seemingly logical manner, he felt his temples throbbing. Sarai really sees Flam as a loser. I wonder how she would feel if she were here right now. Kurtz didn't want to go through another fight-mediating scenario. It was exhausting. Being caught in the middle, not wanting either to be hurt, is truly a dilemma. Unless one is ruthless enough to beat up Flam and sever the master-disciple relationship, perhaps that would completely end the other party's hopes. But if this happens, it would be a bit awkward if he ended up raising a final boss for himself. Before Kurtz could respond, Sarai suddenly changed the subject. Her golden eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of the wariness described in the book as that of a female protagonist. However, according to the plot development pattern of this book, after eliminating a major rival, the male protagonist usually soon encounters a completely new romantic storyline with other human women. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze intense. Therefore, Ariel, the girl you just described who struck up a conversation with you and showed unusual interest in the Magic Association's library, is very likely a new character introduced as the plot unfolds. She folded her hands. Therefore, following the standard response procedure of the female protagonist in the book, I questioned you about whether you had cheated on me. After listening to this long and seemingly reasonable analysis, Kurtz was too exhausted to even refute it. He was left with only a deep sense of powerlessness. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Sarai, that's just a made-up story. You can't take it seriously at all. I only exchanged a few words with that Ariel. I don't even know who she is yet, let alone commit adultery. Kurtz tried to steer the conversation back on track. Besides, the reason I told you about Ariel is because I think she's a bit strange. There's a peculiar feeling about her that I couldn't quite put my finger on, and the magical fluctuations around her were also very peculiar. I couldn't quite figure it out for the time being. Upon hearing this, Sarai tilted her head, seemingly switching from novel analysis mode back to the attitude befitting a mage. Isn't it normal for a mage to carry magical energy fluctuations around them? After all, once a mage gets close, it's hard for them to have any chance to fight back. Therefore, it's not unusual for most mages to constantly cast a small defensive spell or use certain magical items. That's not the factor, Kurtz shook his head. It's mainly the aura she exudes that gives me a strange feeling, an unreal one. In response to Kurtz's answer, Sarai offered a direct suggestion. Since you suspect her, just use the highest level of truth detection magic. You'll definitely be able to see her clearly. This magic was an improvement on detection magic by Kurtz, somewhat similar to the effect of seeing through true names, but the effect was too powerful, and the seeing was too clear. So Kurtz only taught it to Sarai and Isla. I'm not that free, nor do I have any reason to use that level of magic on just anyone. Besides, she seems very interested in the spellbooks in the association's library. If she wants to go in again, she'll always reappear. It's not too late to observe and test her then. Sarai stared at Kurtz for a while. Just when Kurtz thought she understood him, she suddenly blurted out another sentence, her tone emphatic and serious. No cheating allowed. Not this again. The aftereffects of that romance novel are quite severe. Miss Elf hasn't fully recovered from that melodramatic worldview. Kurtz had intended for her to pay close attention to the woman named Ariel during the assessment, but Sarai clearly hadn't grasped that point. He was momentarily speechless, both amused and exasperated, and waved the novel in his hand. I think this book is to blame. Confiscated. You're not allowed to read this kind of nonsense again. These words triggered something in Sarai. She instantly stood up from the chair, forgetting even to put on her shoes. Her bare, slender white feet stepped directly onto the soft carpet, and she rushed toward Kurtz, reaching out to snatch the book. No, give it back to me. Her tone held an unusual urgency. My research isn't finished yet. Kurtz was surprised by her intense reaction and instinctively raised his arm high. Even when Sarai stood on tiptoe, she couldn't reach the novel he was holding. Damn it! Sarai was getting anxious and even tried to jump up, almost throwing herself at Kurtz, trying to reach the book that was so close yet so far away. While steadying her to prevent her from falling, Kurtz said helplessly, "What's so interesting about this kind of book? It's all fake, so don't take it seriously." I didn't take it seriously. But this is currently the most popular novel in the capital, and it's definitely worth using as a case study. Sarai argued her case, her hands still grasping at the air where the book had been. She was trying to wrest her research samples back from this audacious human. This book has greatly helped me understand the complexities of human emotions, and she spoke her next words a little softly, but they truly reflected her thoughts. It's also exciting. Those exaggerated plots and straightforward emotional conflicts were a novel experience for her. Looking at the usually aloof Sarai, now fluttering around him like a child over a cliché romance novel, Kurtz felt both amused and annoyed. He lowered the hand holding the book. With his other hand, he firmly supported her waist to prevent her from falling. All right, he softened his voice, using a soothing tone. Don't read these kinds of books anymore. If you want to understand human emotions, I'll teach you, okay? Real-world experience is much more effective than reading books. Sarai stopped what she was doing and looked up at him. She asked with a hint of disbelief, "Real combat?" Kurtz stroked Sarai's small head gently. "I can tell you very clearly now, my fairy lady, no matter how it's written in novels, in reality, my gaze will always be fixed on you alone." His words of love were direct. Sarai was slightly taken aback, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. She blinked, and the urgency in her heart gradually subsided, replaced by a sense of satisfaction. "Really?" she asked softly to confirm. "It's even more real than the magic system," Kurtz assured with a smile. He secretly slipped the troublesome novel behind his back. Sarai seemed to notice his subtle movements. She glanced at him, but ultimately did not insist on asking for it again. For her, Kurtz's words were indeed more appealing and reassuring than the book. She gave a soft humph, which was taken as acquiescence to his way of handling things. Looking at her like this, Kurtz chuckled inwardly. It seemed that the best way to deal with the elf lady who had been poisoned by melodramatic novels was to cover up those false plots with more straightforward and sincere words. Only in this way will Miss Elf realize that the plot in the book is not to be taken seriously. As for that mysterious Ariel, Kurtz's gaze darkened slightly as he held the hidden novel behind his back, his expression growing more guarded. Hopefully, she really is just an ordinary human woman who loves magic. Chapter 259. Chapter 259. The Road to Dangerous Realms. The Magic Association's library occupies an entire floor of the tower. Sarai not only obtained the treasures from the royal library from Fidel, but also brought her own magic books with her. The vast space was filled with countless bookshelves, densely packed with numerous ancient scrolls, as if the air itself was permeated with the scent of magical dust. Because there weren't many people who passed the Level 2 magician exam, the place was quite empty at the moment, with only a few magicians occasionally seen coming to consult the scriptures. Flam was among them. When the Magic Association was established, she moved here with the others. Although she was entitled to read the magic books here without any assessment, and even the magic books behind Sarai on the next level, she could read them at will. Flam, however, wanted to find some obscure magic from the mythical era in these magic books to see if there was anything she needed. She was floating in midair, her fingertips tracing the spines of rows of books as she quickly flipped through them. She had been searching for a long time, but still hadn't found it. However, she wasn't in a hurry. Persistence pays off, and she finally found some information in an ancient book. The clues inside pointed to another magic book, and Flam immediately went to find it. But she seemed to be a step too late. Ahem. Seeing the figure in front of the bookshelf, Flam paused slightly. She withdrew her magic and slowly descended. A young male mage was standing next to the bookshelf. He looked young, dressed in a simple mage's robe, with slightly messy short black hair and a pair of crystal glasses perched on his nose. Behind the lenses, his eyes gleamed with an almost fanatical light. The other person was trying to take a magic book down from a high bookshelf, but it was out of reach, and there was nothing like a stool nearby. Although flying magic has gradually spread, due to the difficulty of learning it and the requirement for magical power, very few mages can use it. Flam noticed that, judging from the direction the other person was reaching out, it seemed their target was the very magic book she wanted. Furthermore, he was wearing a level 2 mage badge on his chest, indicating he had passed Teacher Sarai's test. It seems the other person has some magical talent. If they study magic properly, they can pass the level 1 mage exam in the future. But why would the other party be interested in such outdated theories in such a remote field? A sense of curiosity arose in Flam's heart. She walked forward silently. With a gentle wave of her hand, the magic book slid lightly off the shelf and into her grasp. The young mage was startled and turned around abruptly. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Flam, especially since she wasn't wearing any badges. "Who are you? Isn't this place only for second-level mages?" "I am Flam, a student of Teacher Kurtz and Sarai." Flam had intended to mention only one name, but at this moment, it seemed more appropriate to mention both teachers. The young mage reacted instantly. He had heard that Lady Sarai had 2 disciples, both of whom were incredibly powerful mages, but he never expected that the red-haired woman in front of him was one of them. He immediately adopted a respectful, yet somewhat nervous expression. "Greetings, Senior, I am Carlo." Flam looked him over and handed him the spellbook. "You're looking for this, too." Carlo took the parchment scroll as if it were some priceless treasure, nodding repeatedly. His voice became excited. Yes, this is it. Are you aware of this information, too? No wonder you're Sarai's apprentice. I always thought I was the only one interested in this kind of, unconventional theory." He seemed to realize that his research field might not be well received, and his tone became somewhat embarrassed. A hint of interest flashed in Flam's eyes. "Oh, why are you interested in this? The theories here are completely contrary to the current mainstream life magic and holy healing magic." The magic Flam seeks is a kind of magic from the mythical era, where monsters are born with the ability to absorb others' magical power. However, because other people's magic is not the pure magic in the air, absorbing too much of it will pollute the magic and affect one's own magic, thus affecting one's mind and ultimately turning one into a raging monster. This monster is now virtually extinct. There have been no sightings for at least several hundred years. However, the opponent's magic was recorded. Although humans cannot learn the magic of monsters, thanks to the fundamental theories of magic proposed by Kurtz and the occasional research by some legendary magicians over the past 1,000 years, some parts of this magic system have been preserved and recorded in this book. What Flam wanted to do was simple. She hoped to deduce from this magic that could absorb life force a way to preserve her own existence. This magic is undoubtedly evil, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it is the opposite of all holy magic, so Flam has no intention of telling anyone. So what is Carlo's purpose in studying this field? Carlo pushed up his glasses. A strange light appeared on his face. The mainstream is not necessarily the only correct path. Senior, don't you think that while the existing magic system is powerful, it's almost entirely blank in certain aspects, such as the structure of life? Or rather, it's been deliberately avoided. He gestured at the spellbook in his hands, excitedly. But these, The knowledge that Kurtz didn't pass down or record in the spellbook, the explorations that have been ignored or even considered taboo, may be the ones that hold the true secrets. His words subtly touched the deepest, most persistent thought in Flam's heart. She asked calmly, "Judging from the badge on your chest, you have passed the level 2 mage assessment. With your talent, you should focus on studying magic that can quickly improve your strength. This way, you might be able to pass the level 1 magician exam in the future and obtain the magic you want from teacher Sarai. Why cling to things that may ultimately lead nowhere?" Carlo's face showed an almost pious expression. It's to complete a great idea, an unfinished magical draft left by Kurtz, the first Godslayer. I think this is a kind of magic that even Lady Sarai couldn't give me. Flam's heart skipped a beat. Professor Kurtz's discarded drafts. Carlo was utterly oblivious to Flam's subtle emotional shifts, having become wholly absorbed in his own world. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to an almost reverent whisper. "By chance, I obtained a fragment of Kurtz's early abandoned magical concept. At first, I was completely unable to reconstruct or deduce it, but through my continuous efforts over the years, coupled with my research on the drafts left behind by Kurtz, I feel that I have begun to grasp the truth of this magic." He paused for effect. "All I can say is that Kurtz's idea is simply astounding. He's actually trying to break the limits of human lifespan, extending it in a way I haven't even figured out yet." His voice trembled slightly with excitement. But his tone suddenly dropped. It was just an extremely rough structural framework and a bunch of messy formula symbols. I have exhausted all my efforts and energy, but I can only understand a small part of it. I cannot decipher the derivation of many key nodes, no matter what I do. He removed his glasses, wiping them with frustration before replacing them. I have reached my own bottleneck. Although I know that Kurtz's discarded draft is related to life magic, I have no idea what the specific method or form is, nor do I have any way of knowing. That's why when I heard that the Land of El has established this magic association, which houses countless ancient texts, I rushed here immediately, hoping to find some relevant clues or information. Flam listened quietly, her heart filled with turmoil. She was almost certain that the young mage before her was obsessed with researching the very field she had always dreamed of, a path that may lead to immortality or at least greatly extend life. Moreover, the source actually points directly to Professor Kurtz. But upon closer examination, this is perfectly reasonable. Because Master Kurtz has already broken through the limitations of human lifespan, living from the age of mythology to the present day, thus establishing a 1,000-year bond with Professor Sarai. Out of curiosity, Flam once asked Kurtz about the secret of his immortality. Kurtz did not hide anything too much, and to dispel his disciple's thoughts, he told Flam everything about how he had obtained the power of life and used it to reshape his body. This is something only he could do, no one else could replicate it. Furthermore, Kurtz is unable to use this magic on others. From the very beginning, this reincarnation magic was destined to allow only Kurtz to live on. Now that she had discovered another way to prolong her life, Flam suppressed her excitement. She maintained her composure and slowly asked, "Is this Master Kurtz's draft? Can I see exactly where the problem you encountered lies?" Carlo hesitated for a moment. That draft was his treasure, but he could sense that the disciple of Lady Sarai in front of him was unfathomably powerful and seemed to have some knowledge of this subject. The desire to learn ultimately triumphed over wariness. He carefully took out a small box from his inner pocket. From it, he took a piece of animal skin paper that was obviously very old and covered with dense, complicated symbols. Only paper like this could possibly last for 1,000 years, but it still can't compare to the dragon paper used in the Origin Codex. It is said that this first magic book in human history has remained perfectly preserved even after thousands of years and countless readings by humans. Carlo pointed to several extremely bizarre and incomprehensible node formulas. His voice wavered with distress. "It's here and here. Kurtz's magic system is completely unusable. I've tried dozens of possible solutions, and they've all failed." Flam stared intently at it. Some of those formulas and structures she had seen with her teacher Kurtz, while a small portion were ones she had never seen before. They were clearly discarded, or even immature and dangerous, ideas from her teacher's early explorations of magic. However, thanks to her understanding of Kurtz's magical system, Flam still had a few flashes of inspiration. Although it wasn't much, it was enough to help the young mage in front of her complete a small part of the puzzle. She paused for a moment and organized her thoughts. She tried to speak in a way that wouldn't reveal her true intentions. Your thinking might be restricted. Kurtz's magic core may not lie in its stability, but rather in a forced absorption and attraction. You can try applying the structural runes from this magic book and then working backwards. She gestured to the parchment. This single page of the draft is not enough to fully recreate Kurtz's magic. You must incorporate your own understanding. Only in this way can you recreate the magic as accurately as possible. With each word Flam spoke, Carlo's eyes lit up a little more. Elsewhere, people would only laugh at his arrogance for trying to recreate a spell that even Kurtz couldn't complete with just a discarded draft. But now Flam's words have given him a new direction. Flam even showed some magical runes he had never seen before for his study. These runes were part of the draft. Clearly, as a disciple of Sarai, the other party possesses a special magical rune that is only taught between master and disciple. Now that Flam had actually shown him these runes, Carlo was incredibly excited. These magical runes, that's it, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. He was so excited that he was almost incoherent. He suddenly grabbed his hair and paced back and forth, muttering some incomprehensible things rapidly, completely immersed in a kind of ecstasy. After a long while, he suddenly stopped. He bowed deeply to Flam, his face full of gratitude. "Senior, thank you so much. You're amazing. I think I've finally gotten the hang of it. I've got an idea. I really have an idea. Ha 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 ha." By the end, Carlo was laughing maniacally. The magical runes that Flam displayed were all things he lacked. With the help of these runes, and with his own understanding, although he cannot perfectly replicate Kurtz's magic, he can at least replicate a small part of it. This is undoubtedly a huge step forward. Looking at him like this, Flam felt a mix of emotions. This young mage's talent and fervor are truly astonishing, yet also terrifying. She forced a smile and said, "You're welcome. You're very talented, and I look forward to the day you succeed." This was the truth. Flam genuinely hoped that Carlo would succeed soon. Carlo carefully put the precious draft back into the box and looked sincerely at Flam. "Senior, once I successfully recreate this magic, I will definitely come to find you as soon as possible and share all my research results with you. Without your guidance and the magical rune formula you contributed, I would never have been able to research it." Flam's heart skipped a beat. She had intended to hint at it indirectly, but she didn't expect Carlo to say it so directly. "Perfect." She nodded, her tone gentle. "Okay, I look forward to it." "Yes, Senior." After bowing again, Carlo eagerly took his precious draft and the magic book and left, his footsteps quick and energized. Flam stood there, watching Carlo's hurried departure. A complex light flickered in her red eyes. She remained motionless for a long moment, her hand absently tracing the edge of a nearby bookshelf. "I hope the other party succeeds. In this way, I can see a glimmer of hope." What she didn't know was that the young mage named Carlo was obsessed with restoring the magic derived from Kurtz's discarded drafts, and that the ultimate goal was far more than simply extending lifespan. Chapter 260, the First Level 1 Mage Examination. The central arena, outside, the Magic Association Tower was solemner than ever before. The spacious area, usually used for sparring and exchanging skills, was now shrouded in a magical barrier, and even the air was filled with a sense of magical pressure. The strength of this barrier magic is not very high. It is simply set up to prevent others from accidentally entering this area. The surrounding platforms were empty, except for two figures floating side by side in the air high above, Sarai and Kurtz. 19 mages stood scattered across the field below. Their expressions varied, and their bodies were filled with considerable magical energy as they constantly looked up at the legendary figure in the sky. Of course, Kurtz's figure also attracted the curiosity of some people, but most mages regarded him as a disciple of Sarai. Only a few mages with keen senses sensed the terrifying magical aura emanating from Kurtz. This man is very strong. This is their shared feeling. The mages in the center of the plaza below are elites who have passed the second-level mage assessment and have gathered here to challenge for the highest level of first-level mage qualification. If it were just a simple certificate of magic, it wouldn't attract so many people. Those who can pass Sarai's level 2 magician test are more or less well-known magicians, so naturally, they look down on this so-called level 1 magician title. They are more concerned about the rewards that follow. Among them are even mages from the St. Keisha Magic Academy. Obviously, the offer of the magic that the elven Saint Sarai could grant was simply too tempting. Outside the venue, ministers from the Kingdom of El were waiting. Once the assessment is over, regardless of whether these mages passed or not, they will approach them to recruit them and see if they can get them to serve the Kingdom of El. Using this method, they have found many mages willing to join the Kingdom of El, and, of course, Kurtz deserves some credit for this as well. The other party is consciously helping the Kingdom of El to establish its own army of magicians. Sarai's gaze swept down, and her voice, amplified by magic, clearly reached everyone's ears. The rules for the level 1 mage assessment are very simple. She paused, letting the silence settle. You will be teleported to a specific battlefield, and the last 2 who remain on the battlefield will pass the test. During this period, any means are acceptable, and neither is death. She paused again, then offered a reward that would drive any mage mad. Those who pass the test can make one request of me. Any magic will do, even forbidden spells from the mythical era. As long as I possess them, I can teach them. Upon hearing this, the breathing below instantly became much heavier. Magic from the age of myth. This is the ultimate knowledge that all magicians crave. While older magic isn't necessarily more powerful, it allows for research and development. In particular, the legendary strongest offensive magic of the mythical era, Divine Strike, if one could research it and create a magic of the same power, that achievement would be enough to make one famous for generations to come. Kurt stood beside Sarai, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. In his hand was a list of all the mages who had passed the level 2 mage exam. He is checking the people on the list and the mages below. But it seems one person is missing. 20 people passed the level 2 assessment, but only 19 showed up at the moment. Kurtz's eyes narrowed slightly as he ran his finger down the list. Carlo. Kurtz paused slightly at a name. He seemed to have heard the name somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. However, did this mage not come because he knew he was not strong enough, or was he so engrossed in his research that he couldn't extricate himself? Kurtz didn't delve into it further, since participating in the level 1 mage assessment wasn't mandatory. It was entirely voluntary for these mages. So he turned his attention back to the arena. Sarai raised her hand without speaking further and grasped the holy sword autos. A burst of powerful magical light suddenly erupted, instantly enveloping all the examinees present, as well as herself and Kurtz. Immediately afterwards, space distorted violently, and the teleportation magic circle was activated. The next moment, everyone found themselves in a vast forest. At the same time, an enormous golden barrier, like an inverted giant bowl, enveloped the entire forest and the sky above it. Complex ancient runes flowed across the barrier walls, clearly indicating that it was the exclusive barrier of Autos, who was known as the world's strongest defensive magic. This barrier limits the battlefield, and you should not even try to break it, as that would be a waste of magic. Sarai's voice rang out again. Furthermore, the barrier will shrink over time. The barrier shrinks once per hour until only 100 meters of space remain at the center. Those who refuse to move will be forcibly repelled by the barrier's power and considered to have failed the test. The harshness of the rules sent a chill down the spines of all the examinees. This can be described as a naked battlefield. The elven saint's test was very simple. She made these mages fight each other within this barrier, and the 2 who stood at the end were considered to have passed the test. Start. As soon as Sarai's voice fell, the 19 mages were grabbed as if by an invisible giant hand and were thrown haphazardly into various corners of the barrier, instantly disappearing into the dense forest. Meanwhile, Sarai and Kurtz remained suspended high in the sky. Before them, several magically constructed monitoring screens appeared out of thin air, clearly displaying the battles that were taking place or were about to take place in various corners of the forest below. "Who do you think will win?" Sarai asked casually, her gaze sweeping over the screens with interest. Kurtz smiled and said, "It's hard to say. There are too many variables in a chaotic battle, but there are a few mages who are quite interesting." His gaze was mainly fixed on two screens. He leaned back slightly, gesturing toward them. On one of the screens, a tall, thin male mage with gray hair is being attacked. Several blazing fireballs attacked him from different directions. However, he did not use any offensive magic to retaliate, nor did he even try to dodge completely. He simply stood calmly in place and quickly cast spells. Buzz! Layer upon layer of shields instantly unfolded around him. He was completely enveloped by colorful defensive magic, like a giant tortoise shell. The opponent's attacks struck these shields, bursting into blinding flashes of fire, but they could not budge them in the slightest. The mage remained expressionless, and even took advantage of the lull in the attack to add 2 more layers of shields to himself. "An extreme defensive approach," Kurtz commented, his tone thoughtful. "Abandoning all offensive methods and focusing all magic and energy on defense is an extreme approach, but in this kind of chaotic battle, it might allow one to survive for quite a while. Furthermore, it also contains some defensive magic I hadn't seen before, seemingly specifically designed to counter elemental attack magic. This person has clearly mastered defensive magic." Sarai remained noncommittal. She turned her gaze to another screen, her head tilting slightly. The scene on this screen is completely different. A female mage dressed in a red mage's robe is moving at high speed through the forest. She made no defense whatsoever. Her body was surging with magic power, clearly having entered a state of magic liberation from the very beginning. Boom, booms, boom. Wherever she goes, she doesn't care who her opponent is or whether they are fighting or fleeing. She simply raises her hand and unleashes a wide-ranging fireball or countless bolts of lightning. It was a completely unrestrained barrage of firepower, a frenzied release of magic, as if her magical power were inexhaustible. And that's pretty much the case. At least in Sarai's eyes, among these mages, the only one whose magical power could rival hers was that mage who only knew defensive magic. The other extreme, the ultimate offensive style. Kurtz's eye twitched slightly, completely abandoning defense, pursuing ultimate destructive power. He paused, then said quietly, "This guy is really fearless." His fingers twitched slightly, and an extremely subtle magical shield was silently attached to the red-robed female mage. Although Sarai's words were quite cold, he didn't want an assessment to actually result in a death, especially for such a promising young talent. Sarai clearly noticed his subtle movements. She glanced at him, her expression unreadable, and said calmly, "The threat of death is the best motivation for a mage to become stronger." Although she said that, she did not actually stop him. After all, it's just an assessment, not a real life-or-death battle. There's no need to actually kill anyone. Kurtz shrugged and gestured toward the screen. "Besides, look, she seems to have a very special kind of magic." Sarai turned her gaze back to the screen. As the red-robed female mage frantically unleashed her magic, she moved through the forest at an incredibly fast speed. Other mages' attacks often couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes, which was the biggest reason why she dared to abandon any defense. A special technique that temporarily and greatly increases speed and evasion by burning magic. A hint of appreciation flashed in Sarai's eyes. Although it consumes a lot of magic, it complements her fighting style perfectly. She tilted her head slightly in observation. If she could control the frequency of her attacks and focus more on efficiency rather than simply venting, she would be stronger and have a better chance of standing until the end. She is ultimately too hasty. This isn't simply a test of ability. Kurtz nodded in agreement. In comparison, this mage specializing in defense is much more composed. His magical power is quite astonishing. You see, while maintaining the highest intensity of multiple composite defensive spells almost the entire time. The fluctuations in his magical power remain stable. This level of magical power is top tier among humans, almost reaching the pinnacle, but unfortunately, it's still a little short. He subconsciously compared him to Flam, but Flam was an exceptional monster, not a normal human genius. The two fell silent as the observation continued. The battle in the forest intensified. The first contraction of the barrier had begun, with the golden wall slowly pushing inward, forcing all the surviving mages to move towards the central area. Encounters became more frequent. Magicians were constantly being eliminated due to depletion of their magic power or severe injuries. Although the red-robed female mage attacked fiercely, she also encountered danger several times, and her robes were charred black, making her look quite disheveled. The mage, focused solely on defense, remained undefeated regardless of the attacks he encountered, relying solely on his terrifying magical power and defensive capabilities to repel wave after wave of attackers. "Looks like this guy has a better chance of winning," Kurt said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He turned slightly toward Sarai. "So, Sarai, how about we make a bet?" Sarai raised an eyebrow at him. "What are we betting on?" "Let's bet on that guy down there who specializes in defense." Kurtz pointed to the figure on the screen enveloped in layers of shields. "If he passes the test, what type of magic will he ask you for?" Sarai chuckled softly. "He might not pass. I'm more optimistic about that mage with top-tier attack and speed, if only he were a little smarter." Even so, she accepted the bet. "What are we betting on?" "Let's have a kiss. It seems you've never kissed me first, not counting that accident before." Kurtz laughed, referring to the time when Sarai got drunk, which was also the beginning of their relationship becoming public knowledge. His tone was light, teasing. Sarai was stunned for a moment. The two had kissed quite a few times during this period, but it seemed that she had never taken the initiative. She felt her body getting hot again for no reason, and her face is itchy too. "It's just a normal kiss, so why does it always make my thoughts so chaotic? Could he be secretly using some kind of mental magic?" Sarai forced a calm expression on her face and replied, "Okay. I think he'll choose magic that can significantly weaken the enemy's magic power, or magic that can further enhance his own defensive strength to the extreme. This best suits his fighting style and needs." She turned back to the screen. "I remember seeing similar magic effects before. If this guy really did pass the test by chance and made such a request, I could just give him the magic." Kurt shook his head, revealing a meaningful smile. "I guess he'll ask you for the magical rune formula of the barrier itself, which the holy sword Athos created." Sarai paused for a moment, then shook her head. "Impossible. Athos's barrier magic originates from the power of the holy sword itself, and its magical runes are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Even if he obtained it, he wouldn't be able to unleash its power, let alone recreate a barrier of this level. It would be utterly useless to him." "Perhaps," Kurt said noncommittally, his smile not wavering, "but I just have a feeling about it. We'll see." As time passed, the barrier shrank again and fewer survivors remained on the battlefield. The red-robed female mage eventually succumbed to excessive magic consumption and was injured by multiple opponents in a moment of untimely evasion. Although Kurtz's defensive magic saved her life, she was unable to fight and was eliminated. Finally, when the barrier shrank to just a small open space with a diameter of 100 meters in the center, only 4 people remained on the field. Besides the defensive mage, there were 3 other mages of equally formidable strength. A final, chaotic battle erupted. The 3 mages seemed to have formed a brief alliance and launched a fierce attack on the defensive mage. In an instant, all sorts of high-level magic rained down on the thick tortoise shell like a storm. However, the opponent's defensive magic seemed truly indestructible, withstanding all attacks. Furthermore, his magical power was extremely terrifying. Under such intense bombardment, although his shield was flashing brightly, it showed no signs of collapsing. On the contrary, the 3 attackers' magical power was being consumed rapidly. Ultimately, rather than fighting to the death with this guy, who only knew how to hide behind defensive magic, the three mages chose to engage in a full-scale battle. The fragile alliance crumbled instantly. One person's magical power was exhausted first, and the other person took advantage of him, resulting in his injury and elimination. The last remaining attacker successfully eliminated him, leaving him as one of the two remaining survivors. The assessment is over. The golden barrier slowly dissipated, and the forest returned to its original state, leaving only traces of the magical battle. The two surviving mages, including the defensive mage, were teleported back to the Magic Association Tower. Both of them were greatly exhausted, especially the defensive mage, whose face was very pale. Clearly, enduring the attacks of these mages all the way had taken a toll on him. Sarai and Kurtz descended from the sky and stood in front of them. "Congratulations, you have passed the test." Sarai's voice remained cold and clear. "Now tell me the magic you desire." Another mage, trembling with excitement, uttered the name of an ancient attack spell that had been missing from his family's heritage for hundreds of years. Sarai nodded and taught the other person the magic with measured precision. When it was the turn of the mage specializing in defense, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. He bowed slightly before addressing Sarai with utmost solemnity. "My esteemed Lady Sarai, what I desire is the complete formula for constructing the magical runes of the magical barrier that you just cast over the battlefield." Sarai. A hint of surprise flashed across her golden eyes, and she subconsciously turned her head to glance at Kurtz beside her. Kurtz winked at her with his usual smile, his expression utterly composed. Sarai withdrew her gaze and looked again at the mage who had made the strange request. "Do you know what that is? It is a miracle that can only be performed by relying on the power of the Holy Sword. The formula is far more complex than you can imagine. Even if you had it, you wouldn't be able to understand it. Are you sure you want to waste this precious opportunity and ask for it?" The mage's gaze was unwavering. "I am certain, Lady Sarai. Whether I can understand it or not is a matter for later. I yearn to know its composition. Even if I never managed to cast it in my entire life, just glimpsing its mysteries would be enough for me." Sarai looked at him silently for a moment, her expression contemplative. Then she suddenly nodded gently. "All right then." She raised her hand, revealing countless complex magical runes. After teaching all the magical runes to the mage, she looked at his incredibly excited expression and paused. She then turned to Kurtz, her tone somewhat complicated. How did you guess?" Kurtz smiled and stepped forward, naturally putting his arm around her. "Because of intuition. Someone who specializes in defensive magic must crave the world's strongest defensive magic. Even if they can't learn it, they must obtain it. This is a unique collector's obsession." He bent down and gently patted Sarai on the head, laughing. "All right, great saint, I won the bet. I'm looking forward to your initiative." Sarai then remembered the contents of the bet, and her expression instantly became somewhat subtle and unnatural. She glanced at the mage, still lost in the euphoria of knowledge, and then at the cunning man beside her. For the first time, she had a feeling that perhaps making a bet wasn't a good idea. She remained silent, her hand brushing against the warm arm still around her shoulders. Chapter 261, The Night Raid on the Elf Girl. Under the cover of night, the residence on the top floor of the Magic Association Tower was quiet. Inside Kurtz's room, only a little moonlight served as a light source, barely enough to see everything clearly. The room's occupant was already asleep, breathing very steadily. Suddenly, the door on the other side was silently pushed open a crack. Sarai, barefoot, quietly slipped in. She wore a soft white nightgown, her long golden hair cascading down her back, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Sarai's movements were cautious, tinged with a hint of hesitation. In her usually calm golden eyes, a trace of hesitation and a certain determination flickered. She slowly walked to Kurtz's bedside and stopped. She looked down at the sleeping man for a long moment. She lost the bet with that man. Sarai had planned to just casually kiss him at some random time, but she didn't expect Kurtz to make a new request. Let her kiss him when he's unaware of it. After being forced to agree, Sarai thought it over carefully and decided to take advantage of the man's sleep to finish the kiss quickly. In the past, Sarai might have treated this request as a new model of love and learned from it, completing it meticulously. But for some reason, she remembered the romance novel that Kurtz had confiscated. There seems to be a similar plot in the book. The female protagonist in the book sneaked into the male protagonist's room one night and kissed him while he was sleeping. The book describes how, after that kiss, their relationship seemed to take a breakthrough. Sarai tilted her head slightly, trying hard to recall the details from the book. Although she also felt that many of the plots in the book were exaggerated and illogical, the idea that kissing could improve a relationship did have some credibility, and Kurtz was very enthusiastic about it. Although Sarai herself felt that this contact between the mucous membranes was meaningless except for making her heart race and her thoughts become chaotic, the book's logic was undeniably compelling. Since she was already here, she might as well follow the successful examples in the book. It should be effective, right? And it would be on her own initiative. This thought gave Sarai a strange flutter in her heart. She was used to accepting Kurtz's closeness and then responding to that intimacy, but to take the initiative seemed like stepping into unexplored territory. She stood by the bed and took several deep breaths to suppress the inexplicable emotions in her heart. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she carefully bent down. As she slowly moved closer to the man's face, she could clearly feel his breath brushing against her cheek, making it feel slightly itchy. Getting closer and closer. Getting closer and closer. Her heart started racing again, accompanied by an indescribable sense of tension. Finally, her lips, trembling slightly, touched Kurtz's lips. A soft and warm touch came over her. It was quite different from what she had imagined, and completely different from the feeling she had when Kurtz kissed her first. It was as if this was a tentative contact, like the first snowflakes falling to the ground, touching and then separating. Sarai quickly straightened up and took a small step back. She subconsciously covered her lips, where the soft touch and warmth still lingered. It was a success, just like it's written in the book. She stood there, watching Kurtz quietly for a while, trying to make sure he hadn't been awakened. A sense of smug satisfaction arose, as if she had secretly done something wrong but hadn't been caught. However, just as she was preparing to complete her mission and secretly leave, like the heroine in the book, Kurtz, who should have been fast asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. "Got you," he tried hard to suppress the smile on his lips. "Miss Night Raid." Sarai's body froze instantly. Her golden pupils contracted slightly, and the hint of smugness on her face instantly turned into astonishment and panic. You're not asleep," she asked instinctively, her voice trembling with a rare stutter. Kurt sat up with a smile and easily pulled the still-shocked elf into his arms. Caught off guard, Sarai fell to the side of the bed and was caught in a tight embrace by him. "I was asleep," Kurt said, resting his chin on her fragrant hair, his voice full of pleasure. "But the noise of someone sneaking in woke me up, and then I thought, let's see what mischief she's up to." Sarai's face flushed crimson instantly. She tried to struggle, but Kurtz's arms were tightly wrapped around her, immobilizing her. "Who told you to make such a strange request?" she grumbled, her body pressing against his in protest. "Foolish human." If it weren't for that strange request, she would have just given him a quick kiss already. Why would she have gone to this man's room in the middle of the night and carefully tried not to wake him up? "But isn't it interesting?" Kurtz chuckled, his chest vibrating with amusement. "And I've been awake ever since you opened the door." Kurtz was indeed hoping that the elf lady would think of raiding him at night, and Sarai's choice suited his wishes perfectly. Sarai fell silent, lowering her head deeply. She wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Kurtz patted her back gently and said softly, "However, I really like this surprise." He lowered his head, found her blushing earlobe, and gently bit it. He felt the body in his arms tremble violently. The shame of having her ear bitten by this man made her raise her small hand and angrily punch his chest. Seeing that he showed no sign of letting go, she tried to punch him a second time, but he easily caught her wrist and held it gently but firmly. "Didn't I tell you? I'll teach you more about human love through real-world experience." Kurt smiled. He lowered his head without a word and kissed her lips, which were slightly parted in surprise. That kiss instantly robbed Sarai of all her ability to think. Her mind went blank, and she could only passively endure the sudden kiss, her small fist still pressed against his chest but no longer struggling. All coherent thought dissolved. It should have been me taking the initiative, but I already did take the initiative. And now, this. After a long while, Kurtz reluctantly released her. He looked at the dazed and slightly panting elf in his arms and smiled with satisfaction. "This is the complete night raid," he announced in a low voice, his tone full of pride. "From now on, you can kiss me any time you want. You don't need to do it while I'm asleep. I look forward to Miss Elf taking the initiative." Sarai was panting, her watery golden eyes glaring at him. But it didn't have any power. Instead, it seemed more like she was being coquettish. "All right, that was a great bet." Kurtz pulled her closer, lay back down, and pulled the blanket over them both. "Now, go to sleep, or what else do you want to do?" Sarai immediately buried her face in his chest and muffledly commanded, "Sleep." Kurtz let out a pleasant laugh, contentedly embracing the now slightly warm elf lady in his arms. He closed his eyes, feeling her heartbeat gradually slow against his chest as she nestled against him, the room settling into peaceful quiet once more. Chapter 262, Sarai's Death and Future. At the top of the Magic Association Tower, all was quiet except for the clear moonlight shining through the arched windows onto the carpet. The two people in the room were fast asleep, but one of them seemed to be sleeping very restlessly. Kurtz's brow furrowed tightly, his breathing rapid, as if he were caught in a nightmare, trapped and unable to breathe by an invisible force. Beside his bed was the divine sword orger, which he had brought from the forest. It should have been placed still on the sword stand, but now it was unusually suspended in the air, not far from the ground. The silver blade emitted a faint light, and the ancient magical runes on it were slowly circulating. A passive magical energy was forcefully intruding into the depths of its current master's dream through this holy sword that had once slain gods. The dream was fragmented, yet it carried a suffocating atmosphere. The first thing Kurt saw was the desolate wilderness of the far north. The familiar Demon King's castle stood tall, its scale far surpassing its former self. Even the area surrounding the Demon King's castle was no longer filled with overwhelming demonic energy. Still, it had transformed into a thick, viscous, constantly writhing and churning black mud, almost engulfing the entire world. On the throne, Annalise's figure was somewhat blurred. Her power seemed to have completely merged with the filth originating from the land of fallen gods, emanating a malice that sent chills down one's spine. She didn't look at Kurtz, but at the boundless demon army below. The image suddenly tore apart and then reformed. Before him lay a plain engulfed in flames of war. Everywhere there were human corpses and flames from magical explosions. He saw the banner of the Southern Unified Empire, as well as the emblem of the Kingdom of El and the symbols of other human nations. It's not a fight against demons, but humans killing each other. The scale was unprecedented, and almost the entire human nation on the continent was involved, resulting in extreme devastation. Kurtz's heart sank into an abyss. Civil war among humans. Before he could even process this terrifying scene, the core of the premonition dream had already appeared, the scene he least wanted to see finally unfolded. Kurtz felt as if he were standing in a hazy vision. An unprecedented palpitation compelled him to turn around abruptly. Sarai was standing there. Miss Elf was still as beautiful as ever, her long golden hair flowing with a soft sheen. Kurtz loved to comb her hair and change her hairstyle. Although Sarai always found it troublesome, she never refused and let the man do whatever he wanted on her head. However, in her dream, her usually aloof face was now shrouded in an overwhelming sadness. Her golden eyes were misty with tears and filled with a deep sense of farewell. What concerned Kurtz even more was that one of her hands was gently stroking her abdomen. Her movements were very careful, as if she were afraid of hurting something. At that very moment, a gentle, even maternal smile bloomed on her face. She slightly raised her head, as if she wanted to say something to Kurtz. Her pale lips parted slowly. However, a sword light, faster than the limit, appeared out of thin air. There was no sound, no warning, not even the prelude of magical fluctuations, like the merciless blade wielded by fate itself. In those golden pupils, the tenderness that had just risen and the words that had not yet been spoken instantly froze, turning into eternal silence and a spinning, earth-shattering stillness. Her body slumped backward, as if it were a feather weightless. "NOO." Kurt suddenly sat up in bed, breathing heavily. His heart was pounding, and cold sweat had already soaked through his pajamas, clinging to his skin and bringing a touch of the night's chill. Was it a dream? Kurtz was breathing heavily, trying to grasp at a sliver of reason. But the holy sword order, slowly descending beside the bed, its runes gradually dimming, coldly proclaimed that this was no simple dream. Predict the future. It was Orger's power that was passively triggered, revealing fragmented visions of the future. Kurtz gasped for breath, trying to suppress the panic and rage that threatened to burst from his body. The Demon King's increased power and the civil war in the human world weighed heavily on his mind, but they did not cause him to lose his composure completely. Only the final part, about Sarai's fate, was like an incredibly sharp dagger, piercing his heart in the most cruel way, instantly dragging him into an abyss of boundless fear and rage. Why did this happen? He suddenly reached out and dug his fingers into his hair, tearing at it with all his might. His nails almost scraped his scalp, and he ripped out several strands of hair. Kurtz tried to use the physical pain to suppress the fear and madness that was almost completely devouring his sanity. He frantically searched his mind, looking for anything in the world that could pose a deadly threat to Sarai. Flam? No, absolutely impossible. The thought had barely crossed his mind when he crushed it instantly. He understood Flam. Her obsession might be extreme, and it might lead her to make impulsive challenges, but it would never lead to the possibility of killing her master. After all, Flam was a good disciple. Although her presence made the master and apprentice less close than in history, and they even had a slight disagreement over vying for a man, but Kurtz believed in the bond between them. Is it Analyze? Has she mastered some unknown, terrifying technique capable of instantly breaking through all of Sarai's defenses? Or has a demon with assassin-like talent appeared under her command? This is highly likely. A murderous intent, almost tangible, instantly flashed in Kurtz's eyes. Almost instinctively, he reached out and grabbed Org, who had just fallen back to the ground, tightly once again. As the cold hilt touched his hand, the vast magical power within Kurtz erupted like a boiling volcano. The violent energy fluctuations distorted the air in the entire room, creating visible ripples of force. Now, let's get going right now. Let's go north, find her, kill her. Even if it means the complete destruction of this body. Even if it means the damage to his soul. Even if it means using all the power of the holy sword. Even if it means using himself as an eternal prison, he must completely erase Analyze and her damned conspiracy from this world before that hopeless future becomes a reality. Sarai absolutely cannot get hurt. Absolutely not. Kurtz could not imagine a world without her. This terrifying killing intent, almost materializing, and the out-of-control magic finally roused the sleeping elf beside him. Sarai's long eyelashes trembled violently a few times before she suddenly opened her eyes. Her golden eyes were still hazy from just waking up. She turned her head in confusion and saw Kurtz beside her. He was breathing heavily, pale-faced, with a terrifying look in his eyes. The holy sword order was gripped tightly in his hand, and the air around him crackled with barely contained power. Kurtz, she asked worriedly, her voice cutting through the chaos. What's wrong with your magic? It's so chaotic. Did you have a nightmare? She rarely saw Kurtz in such an out-of-control, even ferocious, state. The violent magic made her feel a little scared. She sat up slowly, her concern evident despite her grogginess. Hearing Sarai's familiar and real voice, Kurtz was jolted back to reality from his frenzied killing aura. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the murderous intent that was about to burst out of his body. But the hand holding the order was still white from gripping it too tightly. His knuckles had gone pale, the sword vibrating with residual fury barely contained beneath his skin. He turned to look at Sarai, his gaze gradually focusing on her face, alive, present, unharmed. Slowly, his breathing began to steady. Chapter 263, I'm not going anywhere. He turned his head, his eyes fixed on Sarai's face so close to his. The image of her head being severed from her body in his dream once again crushed his heart, bringing a suffocating pain. He considered hiding it, bearing it all alone, and nipping any possibility in the bud. However, if Sarai's carelessness, due to his concealment, makes this future scenario a reality then, Kurtz could never forgive himself. Without much hesitation, he decided to let Sarai know all this, so that she would be on high alert. Kurtz could not bear the slightest risk of losing her. Sarai, Kurtz's voice was hoarse. He released Orger, letting the holy sword clatter onto the carpet. He grabbed Sarai's slender shoulders with both hands, his eyes more serious than ever before. But upon closer inspection, they were full of pleading. Look at me, listen carefully, this is not a joke. He spoke as quickly and clearly as possible, laying out for Sarai the fragments of the future he had seen through Org, the threat of the Demon Queen, the brutal civil war among humans, and the most cruel scene, without reservation. After listening quietly, Sarai's sleepiness and languor quickly faded, replaced by thoughtfulness. When she heard her part, she was quite surprised, but she didn't show any fear. Instead, she looked on with great interest, tilting her head slightly. I'm dead, in a state where I couldn't resist at all. Her tone carried a bewilderment stemming from her own overwhelming power. Of all the known beings, I can't think of anyone who could have done this. Unless... She paused, considering, her gaze distant. Unless I am in an extremely special state, such as being completely unprepared, distracted, or having my magic completely depleted. I find it hard to imagine anyone being able to defeat me. She turned back to him, a hint of amusement crossing her face. Of course, if it were you, that would be a different story. You certainly have the ability to kill me. After all, you're stronger than anyone else in this world. Even she cracked a little joke at the end, as if to lighten the mood. How could I possibly do such a thing? Kurtz's voice was loud, almost a shout. His hands gripped her shoulders more tightly, his entire frame shaking with the intensity of his denial. I was just kidding. Sarai pouted, looking a little aggrieved. She had wanted to make a joke to lighten the mood because Kurtz looked so nervous, but she didn't expect him to yell at her like that. That's infuriating. However, since Kurtz was in such a state, it seemed the other party really didn't want her to make such an assumption. She made a silent decision in her heart. No more such jokes. In short, there's absolutely no way I could do such a thing. Kurtz's voice trembled slightly with fear. He released one of her shoulders and reached up, as if to touch her face. Your future self looked very sad, and you were touching your lower abdomen. He struggled to recall the details of that heartbreaking scene, his jaw clenching. In that state, you were probably completely focused on something, and that might. Perhaps that was when you were most vulnerable, most easily taken advantage of. The terrifying contrast between that maternal smile, radiating divine light, and the destruction that followed sent chills down his spine every time he recalled it. His hand trembled against her shoulder. He almost gritted his teeth, his tones stern and near obsessive, bordering on command. Promise me, Sarai, from this moment on, at any time, even in this tower, even beside me, we must not be careless in the slightest. He leaned forward, his forehead nearly touching hers. The highest level of magical shield and 24/7 detection magic must be kept active at all times. Do you hear me? This is not negotiable. Sarai looked at the fear and worry burning in his eyes and remained silent for a long moment. Rationally, she still felt that Kurtz's request was somewhat absurd, if not unrealistic. This is the heart of El Capital, a magic association tower with countless layers of defense, a place she personally managed and arranged. How could there be anything that could break through all the defenses and threaten her life? But the unprecedented tension etched into Kurtz's face, and the coercive look in his eyes made her suppress all her logical rebuttals. Instead, a strange sense of warmth spread through her heart, the knowledge that he cared so deeply about her existence that he was willing to lose his mind over a mere possibility. All right, she finally nodded, reaching up to gently grasp his wrist. I will always keep the highest level of defensive and detection magic active. Constantly activating these two spells is quite taxing on Sarai, but as long as it puts this man at ease, that's enough. At worst, she would just drink mana restoration potions like water. The thought of that bitter taste made her frown slightly, but right now, nothing was more important than caring for him. However, Kurt seemed to feel that this was far from enough. His gaze swept to the weapon rack in the other corner of the room, where the holy sword autos sat, resplendent with divine light. The sword possessed the world's strongest defensive magic. Take it with you, too. Kurtz pointed at Otto's, his tone leaving no room for argument. From today onwards, you must carry Otto's with you at all times, in all places. Sarai's brow furrowed completely. She straightened, crossing her arms. I'm not a warrior, so what's the point of carrying a holy sword around my waist every day? Kurtz, I don't think it's necessary. She tried to reassure him, her tone measured. No, Kurtz interrupted her abruptly, rising from the bed. His emotions rose again, his entire body radiating desperate urgency. Either you promise me you'll always have Otto's with you, or I'm going north right now. I'll go straight to that demon king. Even if it means we both perish, I'll eliminate every single possibility. Sarai looked at the man before her, who had become obsessed and even frantic because of a dream about the future. The flames burned in his eyes because of his fear of losing her. All her rebuttals vanished without a trace. She looked at him quietly for a moment, her golden eyes taking in every detail of his anguish. Then she suddenly sighed softly and reached out her cool and soft fingers to stroke his furrowed brow, as if trying to soothe his immense anxiety. I understand. Sarai's voice held a reassuring strength, cutting through the darkness like a beacon. I'll take Otto's with me, is that all right? Calm down, Kurtz. She stepped closer, her hand moving from his brow to his cheek. I'm right here with you, I won't go anywhere. Only after receiving her solemn promise did Kurtz's tense nerves finally relax a little. But the fear and sense of urgency about the future were firmly imprinted in the depths of his soul and could never be dispelled. He suddenly pulled Sarai into a tight embrace, so tightly that the elf girl felt a little pain. But it seemed that only through this almost painful contact could her true existence be confirmed, and only then could one obtain that sliver of warmth from that future. The night was still long, but Kurtz knew he had to act, at all costs, to investigate, to prevent, to fight until that possibility was nipped in the bud. He held her against him, feeling her heartbeat, steady, alive, real, and made a silent vow in the darkness. Chapter 264, Southern Unified Empire. In the south, at the Imperial Palace of the Unified Empire. A deep red carpet stretched from the palace gates all the way up the steps, ending at the imperial throne, the symbol of the empire's highest power. Imperial flags hung on the palace walls, and the air was filled with incense and a tense atmosphere of power. A minister dressed in civil official robes was kneeling below the throne, reporting loudly to the emperor who sat enthroned on it. Your Majesty, the king of the largest kingdom in the east has officially sent envoys to express his willingness to submit to the empire and become an inseparable part of it. On the throne, the emperor of the unified empire, Legate Autester, a man in his early 30s in the prime of his life, saw a satisfied smile bloom on his lips. The Southern Unified Empire was originally a small country that suddenly appeared 400 years ago, much like El, which was originally a single city-state. However, as it continued to develop, it gradually became one of the most powerful countries in the southern mainland. Especially during the Legate era, it had shed its status as a kingdom and become a super-empire spanning 3 regions: the south, the east, and the west. Legate gently stroked the armrest of the throne, his deep voice echoing in the empty hall. Excellent. In this way, the last stubborn rock in the east has also been incorporated into the imperial territory. He raised his chin and looked into the distance, his gaze distant and calculating. Now, all that stands in the way of the empire is that self-important El in the center of the continent and some insignificant little countries around it. His tone was utterly contemptuous. As for the land further north, there were only a few scattered independent cities and dangerous no-man's land, which never entered the planned empire. At worst, when he truly unifies the continent, he can send someone to talk to those city lords and exchange actual aid for their submission. Although this would expose the empire to the threat of the demons, Legate completely disregarded it. For thousands of years, these cowardly demons have only dared to cower in this desolate northern land, and in his eyes, they can't stir up any trouble at all. His gaze shifted to the side of the throne, to a figure that had always stood there quietly. The man was dressed in a dark mage's robe, his face hidden in the shadow of a wide hood, with only his wrinkled, aged skin visible on his chin. He didn't exude any exaggerated magical energy fluctuations, yet he gave off a sense of unfathomable tranquility. He was Friedrich, the most powerful mage in the unified empire, and also Emperor Legate's teacher. "Teacher," Legate began, his tone questioning but revealing a firm decision already made. He leaned forward slightly on his throne. "Is it finally time to take action against the Webnovel? I have waited far too long." At this moment, his ambition to unify the continent was laid bare. The last time he waged war against the Kingdombuilding, even sending troops into their territory, it was to create a pretext for provoking conflict. However, they were repeatedly repelled by two suddenly appearing powerful mages. Throughout the entire process, the Webnovel maintained a state of restraint and did not give Legate any excuse to take action. The first mage, skilled in unpredictable mental magic, managed to trap his elite legion in illusions, causing them to fight amongst themselves. The second one was even more terrifying. Completely disregarding the consumption of magic power, various high-level attack spells poured down like a torrential rain, purely crushing his vanguard with overwhelming violence, leaving behind huge psychological trauma. If the mage hadn't been male, Legate would have suspected that it was Sarai herself who had done it. Friedrich slightly raised his head, and the shadow inside the hood shifted, revealing the lower half of his face and his dark eyes. He slowly shook his head, his voice carrying a sense of pessimism. "Your Majesty, times have changed. I'm afraid we've already missed the best opportunity." "Why?" Legate's brows furrowed instantly, his hand stilling on the armrest. "Because of the Continental Magic Association." Friedrich's voice was very calm, but it was like a bucket of cold water poured on Legate's burning ambition. Sarai is based in the capital of El, and the association she founded has now become a new holy place in the hearts of all mages. Most importantly, according to reliable intelligence, a considerable number of mages who have passed the association's examinations have chosen to join the army or magical institutions of the land of El, becoming similar to court mages in our country. Friedrich paused deliberately before continuing. "Fidel has already assembled a formidable legion of mages." Legate's face instantly darkened, and his fingers unconsciously tightened, almost cracking the armrest of the throne. He knew about this news, of course, but every time he heard people mention it, it made him feel incredibly frustrated. "That bastard Fidel?" He gritted his teeth, his voice rising with indignation. "He's so lucky, he actually managed to get that elf Sarai to come. What price did he pay?" He couldn't understand why the supposedly neutral and aloof elven saint would suddenly intervene so deeply in the affairs of the human kingdoms. He rose slightly from his throne, agitation evident in every movement. "The cost may not be the key," Friedrich said calmly, his tone steady and cutting through Legate's outburst. "What matters is the result. The Kingdom of El is rapidly closing the gap in magical power between us." He shifted his weight slightly, the hood catching the light. A full-scale attack at this point, even if victorious, would be a Pyrrhic victory. Once the Empire's elite forces are decimated, the surrounding powers that have recently submitted will likely not remain peaceful. Legate snorted coldly, forcibly suppressing his irritation. He sank back into his throne, the throne seeming smaller around his agitated frame. He took a deep breath, seemingly trying to change the subject, but because of Sarai's existence, he inevitably thought of another name, and his expression twisted. "Speaking of magic, that godslayer Kurtz, HMPH, he's truly the biggest idiot in human history." Legate's tone was full of sarcasm, even with a hint of disdain. He clearly has the power to define the rules of magic, yet he insists on writing some bullshit commandment in that damned Origin Codex that magicians should not participate in internal human conflicts. He stood abruptly, pacing across the dais. For 1,000 years, this has made even the most capable magicians hesitant and timid. St. Keisho Academy is the best example, a bunch of parasites who take money but do nothing. They possess immense power but are too cowardly to act. He grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, his voice rising several decibels. What immense power mages possess! Look at the performance of my court's mage troops on the battlefield, invincible, unstoppable. He whirled around, his robes billowing. Such a powerful weapon was actually shackled by its creator himself. How laughable and pathetic. He seemed to have found an outlet for his anger, yet he continued to lash out. And there's Norn, the founding emperor of the Kingdom of El. He's supposedly an ally of the godslayer Kurtz, and yet he foolishly follows this rule, hoarding the holy sword, utterly idiotic. His voice filled the chamber. When I one day conquer the capital of El, the first thing I will do is to tear down his statue in the central square, so that the world can see how utterly fragile his corrupt ideals are. Friedrich listened quietly to the emperor's complaints, his face beneath the hood remaining unchanged. He only moved slightly when Legate mentioned toppling the Norn statue. He shifted his posture, and his frown deepened beneath the shadow of his hood, though it remained almost imperceptible. His Majesty the Emperor is still a bit too hasty, Friedrich thought, but he made no move to interrupt. As long as it doesn't involve certain matters, Friedrich doesn't intend to speak up to correct him. He remained silent, a quiet observer watching the Emperor's ambitions burn hotter and brighter, consuming reason in their flames. Ongoing. This audiobook is in progress and stopped at chapter 264. Xuanhuan members can request an update in the following update request post or by sending me a message.